what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart
that they say a wizard never arrives too early or too late, but is always on time? Something like that? Something like that? What's up, Pulmandra? What's up, Buffy Geek? Shakespeare, Woody Red, Jules, good to see you, Shakespeare, shaking that Amogus booty I see. Yo, look at these emotes. Look at these emotes. Yolkio, good to see you. Hey everybody, it's Wednesday. Wait, you didn't expect to see NCC on Wednesday. What's going on? Algorithms, actually. My algorithm told me that this day might be slightly better for YouTube. I don't know, though. I don't know for sure, right? We got a lot to cover today, including, if you're a fan of Poly People, right, we got a certain notable sussy baka popping back up in the algorithm of all places, right? Somebody we thought we might have seen the last of, but it's not so. Let me turn this down. We're supposed to switch over from this to the look, I need a crossfader is what I need. I need a crossfader to switch from like one music to another seamlessly. Yeah, that's not seamlessly. That, I mean, you know. But yeah, supposedly more people are around on YouTube on Wednesday, so I thought I'd give it a try. I don't know. Things keep on changing, like rearranging, and I'm trying to rearrange to meet you where you're at and give a different work schedule a try, right? Because like I keep on exhausting myself with these long streams and then not being able to get much content out, and I want to change that, of course. Is this how I think it is? Yeah, I think it is who you think it is. Yeah, look at this, Will and his video essay. That's what we're going over today. Yeah. Will's been through a lot lately, right? So if you don't know who we're talking about, this is somebody who talked to Poly People probably right after the Loner Box, the Loner Box debate, right? When Poly talked to Loner Box, this person came on to say, Poly People, you are wrong. You are wrong about Loner Box. Loner Box is a great trans ally. Poly, how could you be so mean to trans allies? And this person was like an even better ally than Loner Box, like objectively, ontologically better ally, right? Empirically a better ally, right? An ally that marches in 3 pride parades is better than an ally who only marches in 2. So, you know, Will had Loner Box beat on that, right? And, you know, Will just... Oh, wait, speaking of Will, wait, you know, do you remember this about Will, too? All right, here's one thing I remember about Will. Okay, I had to make sure that was that slurp audible? Was the slurping audible? Because the slurping is always audible with Will. Yeah, that's the biggest meme I remember about Will and his coffee, okay? But yeah, Will made a video essay. Now this is after something that I haven't covered, because I don't cover a lot of Chud logic. I mean, much to the chagrin of Chud's Spicy Chat, who are huge fans of the NCC. They're great. They adore me. Like, Chud's Spicy Chat loves me so much. Chud Nation is all about this cat girl. Funny enough, right? But we didn't cover this, right? Will and his editor. Yeah. So every single chapter of Will's life is like Will and his such and such, right? This was Will and his editor. Will got an editor. Some editor like saw Will's content and was like, "You're gonna go places, kid. You're gonna be a big, huge superstar," right? Will had some kind of video about Extreme Dad. I don't know how is Extreme Dad an interesting topic. I guess it was, right? Because it did well for Will. And this editor jumped on board of the Will train because it looked like Will was maybe going places. The problem was that Will had a mind of his own, and Will had a different idea of content than the editor had, right? So there was this like disagreement, and Will was doing content that the editor didn't have a lot of faith in, right? So Will and his editor decided to go separate ways until and then Will said, like, I just don't have any money to pay you, right? And then Will shows up in Chud's spicy chat talking about his PS5 that he just bought. Just bought a new PS5, no money to pay the editor, right? That seemed a little bit strange. Chud and his editor brought Will and his editor on to talk about it, right? And they kind of shamed Will into giving that editor a little something for all of his work, because like I guess there had been like, I don't know, upwards of 50 videos done by that editor or something like that, right? A lot of time spent, and the fact that Will wasn't even interested in going in a direction that the editor thought would be economically productive for both of them was just, you know, kind of a burn. So Will ended up, I think, paying the editor. I think that's where they left it, right? Will got just like smashed. Will got, and I don't mean like inebriated, I mean like just like made to look the fool. Made to look the absolute fool. Made an utter laughingstock and a fool to all of Chud's nation. What's up, Dragon Princess? What's up, Yosiel? Raven G, good to see you. Meow. Slurpity slurpity slurp? Yeah, that's the Will we're talking about. That's Will even... Oh, the trust fund apartment? I don't even know. I don't know anything about Will's personal life. That's my one falling down, chat. I don't know anything about anyone's personal life. But I do know that my personal life is going to be a lot better if you can give this Twitter thread some love. That's right. That's right. We need more people in my YouTube chat. Despite the fact that YouTube says that there's a lot of my viewership is online at this time on Wednesday, I'm not seeing him in there yet. Hilmandra, you're definitely in there and definitely busy with other things. So no issues if you can't post a lot. Yeah, YouTube chat in general is a little bit quiet. You know, it doesn't post a lot, right? Even when there's a bunch of people in there. So yeah, that is that's not the right thread. Oh my god, wow, okay. What am I trying to do? What am I trying to do? Copy. I gave you the wrong thing. I'm not trying to send Twitch to YouTube chat. I'm not trying to send YouTube to Twitch chat. I'm trying to send you both to Twitter. If Twitter's a thing that you use, maybe you can help me out a little bit, right? Maybe you could boost my thread a little bit. We're talking about J.K. Rowling today. That's what we're gonna start with, right? J.K. Rowling is calling trans people Death Eaters? Did I get that right? Oh my god, J.K. Rowling, of all the things you could say, Chud Logic mentioned you the other day when he was covering Lav and her attacks on... Wait, Lav is attacking the Queen of Mean and Rose Malay? He said that Lav needs to go after NCC next. Really? I don't know Lav. I don't know Rose Malay. I don't know any of these people. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about some feudalism today. Will's got an idea, right? So like we've thought about different ways of conceiving of clout networks, right? The one that the clout network is maybe a term that I coined. I think it kind of is. Bad Empanada took it and ran with it, but Bad Empanada made a little like improvement, right? Bad Empanada brought us the clout human centipede. The idea that's kind of been kicking around, but not codified until Bad Empanada made a video on it. That what we're seeing is we're seeing like bad takes coming from like Vaush, right? Being shit into Xanderhall, shit into Demon Mama, and on down the line, right? And it comes out of TGT or something. I don't know. It comes out somewhere, right? I don't know where the end. Where's the butt of the clout human centipede? But that's how Bad Empanada likes to look at it, right? And one of the really classic ways of looking at it, right? The Destiny way of looking at it is orbiters, right? I'm sure Destiny didn't come up with the idea of orbiters, but when you talk about Destiny, when you talk about people like Lavloon, the Queen of Mean, Rose Malay, people over there in that orbit, people that we don't really talk about very much, because like, why talk about them? I don't know. I don't have an answer. Why talk about them, right? They talk about orbits, they are Destiny, or they want to be Destiny orbiters. I don't know which ones actually are. Lavaloon was a Destiny orbiter. Mr. Girl was a Destiny orbiter. Queen of Mean's like an orbiter of an orbiter of an Chudlogic orbiter. Yeah, Chudlogic is an orbiter, right? Who's officially an orbiter? Chat, I hate to tell you this, but I was once groomed as an orbiter. Yeah, there was a creepazoid, who booked panel shows and booked me on a few panel shows, and apparently was a little too hands-on, or you know, a little creepy in DMs with some of the women that he booked, right? But this person was trying to mold me and shape me and encourage me and post my stuff to Destiny subreddit, right? This person wanted me to be a Destiny orbiter. And after I got Destiny's attention, you know, this person was really pushing me to try to get into that orbit, to try to be one of Steven's regulars, right? However, at the time, it felt like Steven really only had room in his orbit for one person, and that was Mix Vivian, right? And you know, you gotta play it right? Me challenging Destiny on cancel culture, me disagreeing with Destiny that Demon Mama was the worst, you know, most horrible person out there in all of content creation. That didn't really ingratiate me. So, you know, I wasn't cut up from the same cloth as Vivian, I guess. So I didn't get it, and I'm kind of glad. I don't know. Destiny's gotten a lot worse since then, and Destiny wasn't great to begin with. Like Destiny was like I said, guy comes on my stream and calls Demon Mama subhuman, and I'm like, I'm not a Demon Mama fan. I could see Demon Mama's faults, but I don't appreciate other trans people being called subhuman. And I definitely don't think that Demon Mama is worse than like Vaush or Xanderhall. Like she's not any worse, right? Why pick on Demon Mama and not anybody else? It never made sense to me, right? A lot of people do that, right? And you know, like that's little transphobia, little misogyny, little who knows what, right? Demon Mama has got her problems. We haven't really talked about them lately, although I do have a video that I could put out. It's just it's bad. It's a really bad look for Demon Mama. And I've been kind of dreading putting that out. My cat is sitting between me and my keyboard, very hard to type. How is the Bad Empanada eats ass? But whose ass though? They do call Bad Empanada a bottom feeder, don't they? There's that. There we go. I feel like my CIA hold music is a little loud. But how is everybody? I'm standing next to a chemical tank waiting for the first Oh yeah, well I'm glad you're listening to me and playing cards. I mean, I'll try to keep it interesting for you. Right, we're gonna look at Twitter, which is kind of a visual thing, but I'll try to let you know what's going on there. Call DM that and then become besties with Fuentes. Yeah, apparently, unfortunately, we're gonna talk about Fuentes too today, right? That's one of the things that Will made his video essay on. So what is Will's video essay? I've been teasing this for a little while. It's like a Game of Thrones. Will's metaphor is feudalism, right? The streaming space, the online political space is like Game of Thrones. It's knights, it's kings, it's lords and ladies, it's castles and fiefdoms, it's serfs tilling the land, it's, you know, Mr. Girl riding horses. I don't know what's going on with this, but we gotta watch it. It's too interesting not to take a look at. It looks like Chud has already taken a look at it. I don't know what's making this video pop though. I really don't. Weasels, as far as the eye can see, there's a lot of weasels in this video. Yeah, coming up here. But before we get to those weasels, and before we get to the bottom feeders, right, of the DGG orbit, seriously, Chud's still talking about me? Wait, was it Chud that was talking about me? Somebody said somebody was talking about me. Oh, yeah, Chud Logic. You gotta let me know when Chud mentions me, right? He's not supposed to do that. Chud! I thought we had an understanding, Chud. I thought we had an understanding. Anyway, I got my void coffee today. Yeah, J.K. Rowling podcast, right? This is the podcast that apparently, like, ContraPoints got tricked into appearing on? I don't even understand how that happens. Like, right, I like ContraPoints a lot, okay? Like, almost to the point where, like, I forget about some of the not so great things that ContraPoints has done. She wasn't tricked. Natalie made a mistake? Well, what was the mistake? Trusting J.K. Rowling? Thinking that J.K. Rowling wanted to change her tune? And, like, what did she... But yeah, y'all gotta let me know. You gotta let me know when Sussy Bacchus from Twitch Politics talk about me, right? There's certain agreements in place that is supposed to prevent this from happening, but I don't know. Maybe we don't have an agreement anymore. NCC didn't slurp loudly. Sad. Wait, I didn't? I was trying to. Wait, did I not? Could you hear my slurp? The mistake was doing a podcast. Oh, yeah, the Westboro. Okay, so this is a Westboro Baptist church lady who left the church, right? And I think that's probably why ContraPoints thought it would be okay. But wait, did this have to do with the J.K. Rowling, like, podcast? I'm gonna make some tea, actually. This coffee is strong. This coffee is very, very strong. Oh my god, we got weasels in chat. Anyway, I've been edging you for long enough here. Let's take a look at J.K. Rowling and what she says about trans people, right? Which is funny, because, like... Okay. She talked to The Independent. She said she absolutely knew that Harry Potter fans would be deeply unhappy over her trans views. The management team tried to talk her out of it. She said, "You can't argue me out of this." Did J.K. Rowling actually write or read Harry Potter? The main takeaway about the Death Eaters is not the fact that they oh yeah. So here's the quote, okay? This is on Katie Montgomery's Twitter. Talk about mixed bags. Anyway, when asked what she said, what she would say to people who claim she's become like the villains in her books, Rowling said, so yeah, a lot of people have been noting this for a long time, right? The Death Eaters seemed like an allegory for reactionary figures in our own real world. Reactionary figures who attack marginalized groups. That's really what the Death Eaters feel like, right? And yeah, there's like an eliminationist, undertone to this whole thing. Why did people keep appealing to J.K. Rowling using her own books? Good question, Shakespeare. Well, because she's out of whack with her own books, kind of not, right? I don't know. I guess it depends on how close you read them. So, like, Hermione, right? Like, somebody, I don't remember where it was, but somebody said, like, if Hermione was standing in the same room as J.K. Rowling, would probably flock around and find out. Wait, what is Lady Grey? Oh, Earl Grey. Wait, is Lady Grey like a different kind of tea? She said she is Hermione. Oh. No, you know what? Hermione seems more like... Okay, so has anybody ever seen the show Absolutely Fabulous? Are we aware of another British pop phenomenon? Absolutely fabulous. It's the story about a fashion writer and her bestie who hasn't eaten anything since the 70s, you know, and her daughter, right? And her daughter's very different. Very different than she is, right? I would say that like Hermione seems more like a precocious, rebellious daughter of J.K. Rowling than J.K. Rowling herself. You love your sister loves Ab Fab. Yeah, it's really funny. Um, why does anyone think J.K. Rowling had a coherent point when she wrote the books? She's just not a good writer. She's not. But wait, what is the Robert? What is J.K. Rowling's like other pen name? It's like Robert something. Okay, so here we got. When asked what she would say to people who claim she'd become like the villains in her books, Rowling said, "I would say that some of you have not understood the books. The Death Eaters claimed, 'We have been made to live in secret, and now is our time, and any who stand in our way must be destroyed. If you disagree with us and our transgender agenda—' Oh, wait, no. If you disagree with us, you must unalive." They demonized and dehumanized those who were not like them simply for having opinions about that a woman is a biological reality. I don't know. That's what J.K. Rowling said, and this is on the podcast, right? This is on her podcast, right? The main takeaway of the Death Eaters is not the fact that they were made to live in secret. It's their cultish devotion to biological essentialist racial purity. Yeah, the Death Eaters were trying to rid the wizarding world of muggles, aka humans, and mudbloods, people of wizard human mixed heritage, right? So that was the Death Eaters thing. They almost succeeded, but they were stopped because of the spell that Harry's mom and dad put on him that did something weird to Voldemort and made him I don't know, sent him into like the Shadow Realms for 15 years or something like that, right? So yeah, they're like a group that almost enacted an elimination of I guess like humanity and wizard human people as well. So gave Harry a Tampa Bay Lightning's branding. True. I really misunderstood the allegory as written. If the Death Eaters are the people standing up to TERFs, I guess they were the real heroes. Robert Galbraith, yeah, is her other pen name. She is Umbridge. Yeah, I mean that one fits. That one fits. Although I don't know. Okay, so I'm fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement that has gained huge purchase in very influential areas of society. I do not say, and she's talking about trans people. She's talking about trans people. Like, I wonder what she said about Drew Barrymore and Dylan Mulvaney, right? The TERFs were really having a normal one over the picture of Drew Barrymore. Drew Barrymore got on her knees to show compassion for Dylan Mulvaney. I think she was like uncomfortable with like somebody, the host of the show, getting down on her knees, and then Dylan got on the floor too on her knees, and they both had a moment, And you know, I mean, it was sweet. It was sweet, and I don't know how you could get mad at it, but Turf somehow managed to get mad at it. I imagine J.K. Rowling mad as well. Okay. Let's see what's up with this Katie Montgomery thread. Oh, there we go. Yeah, fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement that has gained huge purchase in society. So this is like a comic here. The villains in my book are supremacists. They believe that how you are born determines your role and value in life, despite that not being how things work. They seek to wipe out those who are different than them, and they use hateful slurs to describe their victims. Ah, so they must represent the bigots like gender critical PO. That's right. They represent trans people. Okay, that's... In fairness, she has a point. After all, Death Eaters were wizards who wanted to keep wizard spaces for... Oh, okay. Okay, here we go. Yeah, they were wizards who wanted to keep wizard spaces for those who were born wizards and not those who became wizards later in life. True. So, wait a minute. Wait a minute. When is she marching with us? Yeah, yeah. So, I don't know. I think we'll, you know, call dibs on that, so. I'm surprised that nobody's like clipped the, because she said this in the podcast, right? And we're not gonna watch the, we're not, I mean, like, I don't know, should we listen to the podcast? I don't think you want to listen to the podcast, like, right? I feel like that would be too much. Oh, that's where she'd march with us. Yeah, in 2020, she said she'd march with trans people if they were discriminated against on basis of being trans. Yet, in the wake of Republicans cheering and calling to eradicate transgenderism, a very, you know, Voldemort kind of thing to say, she didn't even tweet in support of trans people because of, yeah, she was too busy attacking us. Wait, what does she say here? I respect every trans person's right to live any way that feel. Wait, is that the old one? Yeah, that's from June of 2020. Will mugged J.K. Rowling and stole her ticket to the march. True. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look, I'm gonna like this. Oh, yeah, look at that. It's already getting more attention. I'm gonna retweet it on Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. And then like copy the link for anybody else who wants to do the same. Do you see what I just did? I liked it. I retweeted it. I could have also made a comment on it. But talking to my own alt, it would feel weird. So instead, I'm gonna have you talk to my alt. Here we go. There it is again. Westboro Church Lady was the one doing the JKR podcast. So wait, did it have Contra? Wait, the Westboro Church Lady is in charge of the... So yeah, this is somebody who left the Westboro Baptist Church, but apparently you can take the church lady out of the church, but you can't take the church out of the church lady? I don't know. I don't know. Something like that. Contra's episode has not aired yet. Yeah. You can't argue me out of this. Yes, we know. You say you're fighting people you compare to Death Eaters, while your movement allies with the far right. That's the weirdest thing, right? This is absolutely true, and you're seeing more and more evidence of this every day. TERFs hate trans people more than they love women. TERFs are gonna lose that F, right? The feminist part is becoming really questionable when you ally yourself with traditionalists who want to take away rights that women have earned, women have fought for, right? I shouldn't say earned, like you have to earn your rights. No, women have fought for, you know, rights that we should have had, right? You blow kisses to anti-gay campaigners, and you laud a woman who called trans people, quote unquote. Oh my god. No, I didn't read this. She called trans people blackface actors? Okay, so here's J.K. Rowling's herself trending in her own hashtag. Oh my god, is the recorded scene from a recent... Jesus Christ. Wow. That's I mean, look, you're seeing some good accounts that you might want to look into blocking here. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, people are making the same point. She said that she would march with us if we're discriminated against on the basis of being trans. You got Michael Knowles saying that he wants to eradicate transgenderism. Oh, here we go. Jesse Gender. I find it funny that J.K. Rowling might sue people for calling her a transphobe. Like, oh my god, could that happen? Any Brits in chat? Any Brits? Can you tell me, could this happen? I know that slander and libel work vastly differently. And in the UK, right? So, like, in the US, if you want to sue somebody for slander or libel and be successful, you have to prove that what that person said about you was untrue, they knew it was untrue, and that them saying it cost you money, right? Those are the three things that you got to do to get, you know, a civil settlement against somebody for slander and or for defamation, right? This is how it works in the US. In the UK, my understanding is the burden of proof is actually if on the person that made the statement. So you know, as a result, which is weird, right? Because UK has its tabloids too. They have a tradition, a vigorous tradition of tabloid journalism. But somehow I don't understand how that all washes out. I'm not a Britisher, but in England, the onus is on on the one accused of slander and libel. You have to prove, like, if you say, you know, yada 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 about J.K. Rowling, you got to prove yada yada yada. It's on you to prove yada yada yada. It's not on J.K. Rowling to prove that yada 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 is not true, and that you knew that yada yada wasn't true, and that you saying yada 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 about J.K. Rowling cost J.K. Rowling some money. It's very different. So yeah, I guess she's anti-trans. J.K. Rowling's anti-trans podcast sinks into the toilet. Wait, what are we talking about? Like, in terms of views? Are we talking about, like, just, yeah? What does sinking into the toilet mean? Like just being really scummy? Axio bogus. There are 3 defenses you can take in these sort of trials in Britain. Not a Britisher, that's it. That's all I wanted to say. Those guys are weird. Well, maybe that's why Chud Logic never, like, you know, talks any smack about... Maybe that's why Chud Logic is talking about this witch instead of J.K. Rowling. Right? Wait, did I get that right? Chud Logic just said that Lavaloon should go after me? Why would Lavaloon go after me? Why would Lavaloon care? The one Jesse is talking about proving is true. It is as true in court. That is defense by justification. Toilet Lady is very transphobic. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so you can only expect so much objectivity from a podcast. With a title like The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, in the latest installment, yeah, it would be a little bit, like, less cognitively dissonant if this woman wasn't like constantly going after trans people. Its latest installment, however, still somehow manages to lower the bar to the floor level. Oh, it falls to, so there's a lot of misleading things according to this Washington Post article. Wait, is the Daily Beast article paywalled? Let me take a look at this. Looks like yeah, it's paywalled. I think it's paywalled. The Washington Post article is not, however. Let's take a listen to this.
This perspective piece was written by Monica Hesse. Listening to the witch trials of J.K. Rowling is exhausting work. A podcast promised clarity from Harry Potter author on how she feels about trans issues. But it falls to the audience to fact-check her. While I was listening to the third episode of the new podcast The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, a few lines sent me down a Wikipedia rabbit hole to make sure I hadn't lost my mind.
Meow.
Rowling and her sympathetic host, Megan Phelps-Roper, were decrying cancel culture, using right-wing provocateur Milo Yiannopoulos as an example. In late 2016/early 2017, several colleges banned Yiannopoulos from...
Okay, you know what? I can't understand it from the like I don't know, this is just not working for me. Let me read it, okay? Rowling and her sympathetic host, Megan Phelps-Roper, that's the Westboro Baptist Church person, right? We're decrying cancel culture using right-wing provocateur Milo Yiannopoulos as an example. Milo Yiannopoulos, who was canceled by the right wing for good reason, right? Milo Yiannopoulos, who suggested that like maybe CSA could be totally not harmful in some situations, right? Yeah, this is anyway, several colleges banned Yiannopoulos from speaking on campus, a move that Phelps-Roper claimed had the unfortunate effect of backfiring against the progressive movement. Milo went from relative obscurity to being a regular on political talk shows in a matter of a few months. Milo Yiannopoulos, obscure before his campus bannings, really? He'd already been a loud misogynist ringleader in Gamergate. Yeah, of all the people for feminist J.K. Rowling's podcast to, use cite as their, advocate against cancel culture, advocate for free speech. It's kind of a weird choice, isn't it? He'd already been a loud misogynist in Gamergate. Hey, what's up, Geek Prime? In Gamergate, he'd already helped spearhead a Twitter charge against actress Leslie Jones. Oh my god, I remember that too. He was already a Breitbart editor, already speaking career. College campuses didn't pluck him from obscurity just to ban him. They wanted to ban him because of whom he already was and what he'd done. Yeah, and also, go back to my video on cost of doing business. Like, the presence of people like Milo Yiannopoulos on campus got people hurt, got people doxxed, got marginalized students targeted, right? The Unopolis conversation takes up only a minute or two of the Witch Trials episode, and it's tangential to what I set out to write about, but it encapsulates the experience of listening to the podcast. Things are said that sound reasonable. You would only know they were unreasonable, they were in fact wrong, if you had the patience to fact check, or if you had the personal experience of counter evidence. I stood in a packed Cleveland ballroom at the Republican National Convention in the summer of 2016. JK had been adjacent to certain German political movements for a while now. I remember Milo had actively harassed an academic at some conference. Like, she legit was being stalked by him. Same defense that Deborah Lipstadt had to take when the pseudo-historian David Irving, sued her for defamation. So they have to prove David's writings were deliberately whitewashing history to make H's and N's look good. Oh my god. Cleveland Ballroom at the Republican National Convention in summer of 2016, and I personally watched Unopolis get a standing ovation. Obscure my eye. Oh my god, what a weird phrase. Can it really be true, as the episode implies, that legions of teenagers began identifying outside the gender binary solely because social media platform Tumblr gave them profile options beyond male and female? Is it common for transgender rights advocates to virulently protest feminist conferences? As the podcast asserts, to answer that last question, you would have to already know, because the podcast won't tell you, that the feminist conferences protested by transgender rights advocates are typically gatherings that specifically exclude transgender women from the umbrella of the feminist movement. You would have to know. So these are, TERF conferences, right? Like specifically. Oh my god. So yeah, they're basically using that feminine. No wonder they're keeping feminist in their, in their labels, in their CVs, right? It's a fig leaf. It's a fig leaf against what they really are, which is a hate group. And like I said, you can't ally yourself with radical traditionalists and call yourself a feminist. It doesn't make any sense. You would have to know that there are many feminist organizations and individual feminists, such as myself, who find this exclusion unconscionable, that transgender women don't want to take down feminism. Yeah, like, I don't know. Even this is like a little bit like underselling it, right? Because it makes it sound like trans people want to be included in these conferences, when in actuality, these are... The reason that these conferences are of interest to trans people are because of the demagoguing against trans people that goes on at them. It's not like, listening to the witch trials of J.K. Rowling is exhausting. It's exhausting because it requires constant vigilance. It's exhausting because the phrase constant vigilance, I've realized, entered my own lexicon via Mad Eye Moody. Okay, a beloved Harry Potter character, because Rowling is a brilliant and beloved storyteller who is astonishingly good at entering lexicons, manipulating language, and telling fantasy stories. I don't know if I agree with that. It's how she became famous. It's why events surrounding Rowling in the past few years have felt like a god-awful mess. Is J.K. Rowling transphobic? That's why I was listening to the podcast to begin with. It promised that Rowling would speak with unprecedented candor and depth about the controversies surrounding her, from book bans to debates on gender and sex. Since 2020, Rowling's status as a celebrated liberal and literary icon has taken a nosedive because of tweets and references that supporters of trans rights view as transphobic, but that Rowling says are merely trying to protect women and girls. If sex isn't real, then lived reality of women globally is erased, she tweeted in the summer of 2020, as part of a thread protesting gender-neutral phrasing related to menstruation. Great. She followed up with a lengthy blog post lamenting the new trans activism and questioning whether young people were identifying as trans because they've been persuaded via social fads rather than innate identity. Yo, she sounds so much like a anti-metal 80s mom here, right? I don't know. There's like this weird. She said transgender rights movement offered cover to predators like few before it. She began retweeting random accounts that said things such as, "My grandmother had the right to get an abortion," to female-only spaces, and did not feel any social pressure to use... Oh my god. Yeah. To use somebody's preferred pronouns. Okay. For the reason, some reason 60 plus years later, I do not have any of these. I won't dissect Rowling's every tweet and retweet. For the past 3 years, Glamour magazine has a good general rundown if you're interested, but I'll fast forward a bit to Rowling's Twitter account in the past few months has returned multiple times to one particular British case, a trans woman who was convicted. Okay, this is what all the TERFs are talking about. Yeah. Trans woman who was convicted of R before she transitioned, who was now set to be transferred to women's prison. Rowling's attention to the story, and they very much want this person to... Anyway, appeared to be in service to the broader argument that it is grievously dangerous for cis women to have to share spaces with trans women. What else has she said? She said that she knows and loves trans people. She has said that trans people need and deserve protection. And she has said that she supports trans people calling themselves whatever they want, and that she feels empathy and solidarity with trans women who have been abused by men. If you claim Rowling is transphobic in the public sphere, quotes such as the one above will probably be cited by her supporters. How can she be... No, I feel like her supporters are too busy being actively transphobic themselves to even go back to that. Well, again... How can she be transphobic? She said she knows and loves trans people. You might have seen a recent column written by British writer E.J. Rosetta. Rosetta claims to have been assigned a piece called 20 Transphobic J.K. Rowling Quotes that we're done with, but said that after months of research, she hadn't been able to find a single one. Rowling, according to Rosetta, was saying there are downsides that I feel should be discussed, not I hate trans people. There truly is the whole issue in a nutshell. If your bar for bigotry requires Rowling to say out loud, I hate trans people, then that bar will never be cleared. Even if Rowling feels that way, I doubt she'd ever say it that way. Even conservative pundits know not to say it that way. There is simply nothing to be strategically gained by uttering such an obvious prejudiced sentence. Yeah, like mask off, right? Is J.K. Rowling transphobic? Journalism is a business for sticklers. Reporters are discouraged from calling anyone transphobic, homophobic, racist, because doing so requires knowing what's in their hearts, when the only thing we can know for certain is what comes out of their mouths. So what I can say is that what comes out of her mouth or goes onto her Twitter account has fuzzy aura of harmful rhetoric. Rowling might indeed believe that she has transgender friends, but taken as a whole, her body of communication on the issue, such as things she chooses to retweet, and the provocative language which she uses while doing so, cumulatively sucks. Her communications have implicitly conflated being trans with being a predator. Her communications have made unsupported claims about transitioning and detransitioning, and what demographics are transitioning and why. referencing, for example, a heavily flawed 2018 study about rapid onset gender dysphoria. Talk about moral panics, right? The communications have implied that many trans men are confused and that some trans women are actually just dangerous men. And, oh my God. Yeah, God, so there's just abusive garbage. And like the idea is like, but does she really hate us? Or does she just want to conflate us with like sex offenders? She has retweeted an article from an online magazine called Redux, which bills itself as feminist news and opinion. But what kind of feminist news site has 0 articles on fair pay or reproductive rights and only articles about transgender people who've allegedly committed crimes? This is like Michael Knowles, or not Michael Knowles, Scott Adams's, when he claims that his news feed contains constant stories about black people being violent to white people, right? It's like, well, yeah, because you're following some racist stuff, right? That's what they like to talk about. If she knows and loves trans people, I'm wondering why she doesn't dedicate equal space to retweeting articles where trans folks are heroes, not the villains of the story, or the victims of a violent crime as they disproportionately are, or rather than the perpetrators. Rowling's tweets are exhausting. They are exhausting because they require constant vigilance, because they are not screaming out obvious bigotry a la I hate trans people. Rather, they are just whispering a curated, plausible deniability, the kind that purports to be just asking reasonable questions with simple answers. Do I want a woman in Britain to have to share a cell with a convicted rapist? Of course not. I don't particularly want anyone of any gender or nationality to have to share a cell with a convicted rapist, but engaging with Rowling's tweets on that particular news story required getting into the weeds about a single, high-profile, messy-as-hell case that needs to be addressed with a scalpel, not a bludgeon. A situation that doesn't really tell us anything useful about trans women generally, and overwhelmingly how trans women generally and overwhelmingly behave in female spaces. I do not know what is in Rowling's heart, but reading her Twitter feed, this is the overall effect. Her Twitter feed does not ask its readers to think. It asks them to fear. It creates phobias of trans people. It creates trans phobias. Into all of this, the magnified reaction that Rowling's one-time fans are having to these developments, because before all this, Rowling was not some easily ignored anti-LGBTQ bloviator. She appeared to be a genuine ally, a protector, a friend. She's exactly the kind of voice that decent people who have not paid much attention to trans issues might decide to listen to, which gives her voice outsized power. It requires of her an outsized responsibility to be fair, researched, and transparent. Into all this, a magnified, misguided affinity that Rowling herself appears to have to gender-related issues. An affinity that she claims is related to her own history of domestic violence and assault, and her own pursuit of safe spaces for women. I can only imagine she believes she's pursuing a just cause, for no other reason than people do not generally self-immolate over causes they believe are unjust. Believing something is just does not, of course, make it so. And it does nothing for people whose actual lives have been affected by her rhetoric. Yeah, I gotta take some exception here, right? Someone like J.K. Rowling, her life is made. Her life can't be ruined. Her financial future is secure. And, due to the amount of clout that she's got, I would say that her social future is secure too. Sure, she might lose some friends to this. She might lose some allies, but she's going to be okay. This isn't exactly a self-immolation. Rowling is fireproof at this point, right? So as far as witch trials, miss me if I'm a little bit less concerned about like Rowling's flammability here. As for the Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, new episodes of the podcast are really. Oh my God, you're like, don't tell us when their new episodes are released. It sounds like a commercial. None of the 3 released so far have delved much, as promised, into the debate on gender and sex. The most recent episode ended with audio clips of trans rights activists yelling in protest. So maybe the next installment will finally ask Rowling to provide a full and thorough accounting of the things she's said and the harm she's caused. I'll listen, but I'm not optimistic that the podcast will provide anything truly revelatory. I am not convinced that the podcast intent is to reveal. When you title something like The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, you have already set up the narrative in which Rowling is the persecuted figure. Watch out for the narrative. Be vigilant because Rowling needs to be questioned rigorously. She's a talented enough writer to know exactly what she's saying and exactly how it's landing. She's talented enough writer to know exactly how to thread the needle after needle. So her supporters can claim there's nothing to see and that her critics and her critics get exhausted. There's plenty to see there. There's plenty of questions. The point of this all isn't that Rowling needs to be burned at the stake. The point is that there is heat here and it needs to be felt. Okay. She lives in a castle. Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is yeah, I mean, like, while being skeptical and inquisitive, this article is like, I don't know, it feels like it's unnecessarily it's a little like overly generous to Rowling. But of course, you know, she's gonna complain that she's being persecuted, and she'll give this article as yet another reason for that. What's up, M Dragon? I always imagine that instead of living in her castle and using her millions for good, she lived in a $1,000 a month studio with nothing in it but a twin bed laying on the ground, with the only light being the dim screen of her laptop, and she's just tweeting all day. It could be. It could be. Adams must like that same account that Vaush said she likes. Interesting how people... Oh, that account. Yeah, that's the I don't have a lot of monetizable words for this, but far right fan of 1930s Germany, let's just say. Yeah, far right fan of 1930s Germany, I think I'm safe with. JK and her mythical trans friends, right? One case out of 67K cases of SA in the UK, and we've already seen ones that are from, you know, like SA cases against TERFs that have been completely ignored. She's not just anti-trans, she's anti-left. Yeah. Didn't the Pope recently go hog wild about trans people? Not that anyone has posted in my Discord, which, by the way, let me invite you to my Discord. If you haven't got this already, here is an updated link to the Discord. Join the Discord, especially you over in YouTube, right? If anything ever happens to the stream, this is how you'll know when the stream is coming back, right? If the stream ever goes down, I bring it back as soon as I can, but sometimes it takes a little while. You'll get the announcement. You'll get the notification that the stream is coming back. It'll usually be a Twitch notification, but obviously you can just look on YouTube and get the stream. If the Twitch stream is coming back up, that means a YouTube stream is coming back up as well. So that's how you will know that that's what's going on. J.K. Rowling's boring. I don't know how else to say it. She's boring. She's a bad writer. She's a bad person. She's got one note and it's hate. No, not the Discord link. God damn it. How bad I am at this. Okay. Copy this. Gender ideology. Okay, so what? Okay, there we go. Yeah. And then next up we have get ready to rage after this after this video essay, right? Because this is okay, so let me just give you a little rundown. This video essay is gonna be funny. If you know Will, you know that if there's one thing that he's good for, it's a laugh. And we're gonna have a laugh at Will's expense. And then we're gonna Vaush calls Wokescolds. Wait, what does he do? He Vaush, quote unquote, CIA loves, right? Wokescolds and tankies. But then if that's true, why won't they pay me? Right? I've been called both of those things, and the CIA refuses to pay me because all of their money goes to Vaush, apparently. I don't know. That's what they said. That's what they said when I called. To find out, like, if I'm stoking all this leftist infighting, like, right, I should be getting that bag, and I'm not. And I'm not, because Vaush is getting that bag. Oh my god. Can we have a little derail, though? This is funny.
I'll tell you what a woman is. A woman is me.
Everybody, welcome back to my channel. I had to film this on my phone because I lost my camera charger. Just really quick, I wanted to mention that I have a Discord and I started streaming on Twitch because I...
So this is Sam Collins. Sam Collins is awesome, and this is Sam Collins going over the recent Roseanne Fox special. Why is Fox having comedy specials? What is it like? It's like a Fox News thing.
Follow. My Discord and my Twitch will be down in the description. I stream a game called Dead by Daylight. If you guys like that game, you can come stop by the stream, say hey. It's really fun. It's my favorite game. So today I wanted to review with you Roseanne Barr. Do you know who Roseanne Barr is? No? Well, are you really that young? If you guys don't know who Roseanne Barr is, she was on the show Roseanne.
Why does it make me think of you when you get possessed by Demon Mama? It's me!
And other stuff. I used to really like Roseanne when I was younger, so that's how I know her. She also used to do stand-up comedy, but she got...
Maybe Disney didn't want Roseanne on their network.
Canceled a while ago because of a racist tweet that she made, and this is kind of what sparked her spiral downwards. I'm just gonna read this here for you.
Like, no, I mean, like, I don't know, like... She had a really popular show in the 90s. In some ways, the show was groundbreaking because instead of trying to give you like a comfy artificial reality of like, you know, a great apartment, like, you know, the way that Friends had a great apartment. It was, you know, an apartment that no one on the salary of the jobs that they had would have been able to afford. Roseanne's house looked like a real house, like that, you know, like a working class person would have, right? So that's why, you know, Roseanne, you know, is kind of like looked back at fondly, right? So they gave Roseanne a new show. They were like, you're a groundbreaking female comedian, and we like you, and we want to give you a show. And Roseanne's all like, goes on this racist tirade, and then blames Ambien. She's like, oh, sorry, I was racist. I was on Ambien. And Ambien even has to tweet to say, hey, guess what? Just so you know, our our pharmaceutical does not cause racism. That is not one of the side effects. That is not, we've studied it, and that doesn't happen. That's not real.
BBC abruptly canceled Roseanne hours after
Basically like The Simpsons?
Ms. Barr, the show's star and co-creator.
It's always the Ambien, right? I haven't seen Sam Collins in a long time. So he took a break. He did take a break. Sam took a break and, you know, has been trying to get back into the swing of things. I think Sam has dealt with, like, you know, a lot of... Sam's been dealing with a lot, and you know, hopefully he's back for good now.
Posted a racist tweet about Valerie Jarrett, an African-American woman who was a senior advisor to Barack Obama throughout his presidency and considered one of his most influential aides. So she tweeted this right here. It says, Muslim Brotherhood and Planet of the Apes had a baby equals V. She got canceled for that, and then she actually
watch her excuse.
Pulled the tweet up. When was this? This was 2018. Holy shit. She said, guys, I did something unforgivable, so do not defend me. It was 2 in the morning and I was Ambien tweeting. It was Memorial Day too.
I was Ambien tweeting. Yeah, like that's a thing. Oh, sorry. God, the Ambien tweeting got me. And it was Memorial Day. No, it's totally understandable, Roseanne. If it was Memorial Day.
I went too far and do not want it defended. It was egregious. I don't know how to say that word. Indefensible. I made a mistake I wish I hadn't, but don't defend it, please. Thank you. I mean, that's a pretty good tweet. But also, I could take 10 Benadryls and I won't become racist on Twitter. I could have 17 drinks and
I mean, I don't know. I feel like Sam's being a little overly forgiving to Roseanne.
I wouldn't become racist on Twitter. I thought it was kind of funny. Like I was on Ambien, you know, I couldn't help myself. I just start saying racist stuff when I'm on fucking Ambien. Following up her cancellation, she decided to go full throttle and do a stand-up special because Fox had asked her to. Fox Nation. I didn't even know Fox Nation was a thing. Fox Nation
What is Fox Nation?
Is like Netflix, but for people who like Fox and
what? Is this real? There's a Fox Netflix? Is there really a Fox Netflix?
Carlson and all that. They have their own place where they can have an echo chamber of really stupid things that they say. It's like Netflix for dumb people. I'm going to show you the trailer of her amazing stand-up special where she has to include, you know, the trans people. Because we are the last...
This is the hog Netflix?
...stock of society. We should be. We're really funny. You should laugh at us. Sorry, with us. Let's watch the trailer together and tell me what you think, okay?
I'm about to go on. I'm praying to God that he lets my brains work for once. And he protects me from myself.
That didn't look like God. That looked like the devil coming out of her.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage...
It looked like the Joker.
Roseanne Barr.
Damn.
She doesn't look like she wants to be there at all. After doing all my research, I feel like she just totally grifted just because she kind of had to. And like, look at her. She's like, you know what? I gotta make the rest of this money somehow. Whatever. Fuck it.
Thank you!
This music, though. Wait, is this the music that was on? This is from the special?
Thank you very much. Hi. Thank you.
This isn't like music that makes me like. It's not getting me in the mood to laugh. Like.
It is for you to have me here this evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoever made this trailer should be fired. The choice of music is absolutely despicable.
Okay, so maybe it's the trailer music. It's not the music that was at the event.
It doesn't fit at all.
I guess they thought they shut me up, but guess
what is this music for? Like this music is like for like it's like a police show or something, right? Like, what would this be on? Like, what would this music actually be appropriate for? Like, where would you use this music?
What?
No, she needs to make a joke about the she needs to be like chugging, like, you know, have a fake bottle of Ambien that she's like chugging and
anyway,
just sell it, right? No, she'd get sued by Ambien.
She's like, guess they're showing up. Yeah, I mean, they really did, because all I have is this special on Fox Nation, and I don't really know what else. Anyways, what's a woman? Me.
Where are my peeps that are going to get really offended if I do not offend
Wait, Roseanne wants to move to Israel and become the prime minister?
everybody? Where are my peeps at? Oh boy, good. There you are. There you are. Don't worry, I'm going to get them all tonight.
What's going on in Israel, by the way, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I've seen protests. They're wearing like Handmaiden's Tale, you know, like outfits at the protests. Like, there's it's so like there was a few years that Netanyahu lost after being prime minister for a long time, and now he's back, right?
Right. That's right.
That's
More than
right.
halfway through the trailer, haven't seen a joke. Absolutely none.
Is that right?
Looks enticing.
Now I moved to Texas and it's just beautiful. Like I look out my bedroom window, I can't believe it. I see all these gorgeous little tiny baby deer in my yard eating the grass around my pool. It's so fantastic, you know.
Yo, it feels like she doesn't really like the deer. I think she yells at the deer. She's like, "What are you doing eating my grass?"
Because I can pull out my AR-15 and
No, I knew it. I knew she wasn't gonna be nice to Bambi.
blow them just to smithereens.
Oh my god! Oh my god, she hates Bambi. Legally, it's no, it's like legal in every state. What are you talking about? Like, what state is our ARs not legal in? Is there a state that ARs are not legal in?
So fantastic. Open carry, bitches. Hell yeah.
Where's the punchline? Was that the punchline? Ooh.
The punchline is cruelty, Sam. The punchline is cruelty. Especially essentially the judicial branch would lose its power against the prime minister. So Benjamin could just push through what he wants without any legal pretenses anymore. Yeah, right? So, wait, is there more? Did I miss something there?
Looks out there.
Yeah, there's more. There's something with the Constitution, right? Didn't they like somehow like nullify the Constitution or something?
No, and sees baby deer and says, "Oh, I would love to."
He put the West Bank under control of a religious Zionist colonist who wants Israel to annex the land. They never have had a constitution.
Just shoot him. They're so cute. Let's shoot him.
Hell yeah.
Someone fucking commented
They have the basic
at the end
laws.
of the video. They were like, they said, I like how she ends with "hell yeah." Like she doesn't know if she should have said that or not. That's the fucking trailer. The trailer is actually better than the entire special, because I watched the entire special, so you don't have to.
Oh my god.
I mean, you still could. I was actually blown away by how awful it was. Not even trying to be biased.
What's up, Jakar?
It was so bad. And I'm going to show you some of the jokes, okay? She's talking about kids here, by the way, because she was talking about her own kids.
No concept of reality. They've been living in a bubble forever. Asking questions have nothing to do with the real world. What is my gender, Mom? What is my gender? Your gender is...
Wait. What? What? Isn't that a conservative parent's dream, though? Drumstick Pony, thank you for the follow. I don't know how I missed that. Sam's hair is awesome, yeah. No, but like, isn't that a conservative parent's dream? Is that your kid asks you, you get to dictate your kid's gender? You know, like, usually when they're complaining, it's about, like, my kid says that their gender is this, but clearly, the birth certificate says, you know, like, right? That's, anyway. I don't think she spent a lot of effort on these jokes.
Get a job. That's your gender.
Mom, what's my gender? Like, how? This doesn't even make sense. Is this the ambient talking again?
What are they thinking?
This reminds
What were you thinking when you wrote that joke?
me of if I was watching SpongeBob. It reminds me of when SpongeBob and
Oh,
Squidward
no.
were on stage.
Oh,
and
no.
SpongeBob was trying to get a laugh. He couldn't get a laugh. Your gender is get a job.
But I did. I got a job at the Krusty Burger.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Ask it, what is a woman? They don't know that. That
Wait,
was
are you asking your kids what a woman is? Or are you asking like just like are your kids the stand-in for woke America? Like what's going on here?
they're asking all the time, what is a woman?
That's what your kids are. What the fuck? Yo, these people are the people saying that like the kids of like woke parents are gender confused, right? What is
Actually, no, Matt Walsh asked that. We don't ask that.
Yeah, what
we
is
don't,
that?
because we know what a woman and a man is. Actually, if anything, like
She's mailing it in.
trans people are very
She's phoning it in. She's zooming it in.
aware of men and women.
I'll tell you what a woman is. A woman is me. That's what a woman is, okay?
It's me. Okay.
A man is me. My girl did a couple of lines before she went on stage.
Oh my
she
God!
Throughout this entire special, she kept constantly.
There's every
using the word
chance that's
pronouns.
true. There's every chance that's true.
Curious as to why.
A woman is someone who cleans up everybody else's That's what a woman is. A woman is
Where did she get these jokes?
somebody whose boobs hang down to her knees with a prolapsed uterus from giving birth to 5 ungrateful little privileged never had to work for anything in their whole damn life.
Okay. I mean, I get the audience that she's speaking to. Like, wealthy, white. I mean, like, really, like, grandparents, right? I'm reading the Pope's interview where he came out against gender ideology. He's quite explicit in both senses, I get. Oh, wow. Says that breeding is a human vocation. Wait, is he talking about the Jordan Peterson milking machines? Is he afraid of the milking machines taking over?
Damn, she really attacked her own kids.
I'm
too.
confusion. I'm confusion too. This is Roseanne Barr attacking her kids for being privileged because she's wealthy. What?
The grateful little pieces of
Hey, what's
shit.
up, Von Diva?
How dare
Meow.
you have a successful mother.
My
Sorry about the loudness. Was that what? Did I break your eardrums with the demon mama?
pronouns are kiss my
Wait, I thought they were get a job. Oh no, your kids' pronouns are get a job. Okay, her pronouns are kiss my ass. Okay.
Oh wow.
She's
Oh,
got two. She couldn't just write one pronoun joke. She had to write two.
we have a neo pronoun user over here, guys. Watch out for
I
this.
thought the milking machine incident. I thought they were gonna open up for fish the second day of the festival.
This one. Well, I'm gonna use ass as
Wait,
pronouns
the festival, or are we talking Woodstock '99?
because ass asked me to. I don't want to offend Kiss. I think we should go a little bit easier on my ass. Seems like a misunderstood person. No, but one of my favorite things is people
Yeah, I mean, ass is cool.
getting mad over pronouns. I will never understand.
I'm a fan of ass.
Why we've always had pronouns. I just feel like if you're a normal person, that's not going to upset you. Anyways, she just had to throw trans people in there because you always got to throw trans people in there a little bit. Just beat them while they're down. They can take it for sure. Anyways, after that, she goes on to tell jokes like this.
How many of you's got the backs?
Wait, the backs? Wait, what? The backs? Wait, what are we talking about? You always win with ass, yeah?
Few of yous, you probably
Yeah, that's right, Von Diva. You got ass.
had to get it right.
Can we get some asses in chat? Are those whose emotes are those? Nabil with the ass emotes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Were you forced to get the backs?
Oh, the
Yeah.
backs. I thought she said the backs. I thought she was going to say, because she talked about like the boobs displacing. I thought maybe her back had displaced too, and she had like part of like the skin was hanging down, or I don't know. I don't even know, chat. Okay, no, we're talking about the vax. Oh no, God, she's going to get me in trouble here.
Boy, what a
Vax is good, YouTube. If you're listening, please don't get confused. She's the one that's against it. I'm the one who's for it, okay? Please don't give me another strike.
That makes me mad. They
Just
forced
because I'm
me
watching Roseanne Barr.
to get the backs. I hope they have to pay for that.
You got the backs.
What they did to us.
Wait, what they did to you? Wait, what did they do to you?
They should definitely
Wait, who's gonna pay? Fauci? Wait, who's she talking about?
pay for that, you know.
Who is they?
Trying to help the world by having a vaccine.
Like all the doctors and like all the medical professionals? Who's gonna pay?
People don't die. Yeah, they should.
Roseanne Lobar.
They should definitely pay for that. The rest of the special is just ass. She basically just takes a
Wait,
bunch
is it just ass? Is it like wait? Did they force you to get the ass? I got the ass. Like
right-wing talking points. You could go on Twitter and scroll and find every single thing that she said by like Matt Walsh or Ben Shapiro or Candace Owens and stuff like that.
wait, I feel like it's ChatGPT. I think she just let ChatGPT loose on right-wing Twitter and had it write a comedy routine. Like she's like, write me a comedy routine that will please the hogs. That's what she wrote into ChatGPT.
Her jokes hardly had any punchlines. There was maybe a few that were actually good jokes, but it was a seriously
The rest of it was just ass.
such a bad. It was painful to watch. I watched the whole
I feel bad for Sam. Does anybody else feel bad for Sam?
thing. And I mean, you can look at IMDb right here. The rating was 2.9 stars out of 10. 612 people voted. So
Yeah, and here's the thing. You're gonna have like a slant towards people who like this kind of stuff. Like, right? People like me did not know that Roseanne was having a comedy special, okay? This was on Fox Nation. I would have never known if Sam wasn't covering this, that Roseanne had a comedy special, right? So it's not people like me going in there and giving her 0 stars or 1 star or whatever. 2.9 out of 10. That's not even 2.9 out of 5, right? That's 2.9 out of 10. Even with the advantage that the most likely people that are going to rate that are going to be hogs, right? She did an interview on InfoWars. Oh my God, that was funny. You can really tell that oh my God.
there was a reason why this was just one night only.
That's how InfoWars is staying relevant. They gotta get guests.
And she got interviewed after she did this special, and here's a couple of things that she said with our good old friend, the guy.
Oh my God. I think this is going to be what you're talking about. Conservatives often defy logical consistency. That sounds like an awful thing to go through. I know, right? Sam did it for us. Sam was like, let me do it for you. And like, never mind. I don't know if you know the meme. I don't know if you know the meme. Let me do it for you.
Who wants to fuck M&Ms?
Man, I had a rough couple of years there. I got fired because basically I racially misgendered somebody I thought was a white woman.
She said that Valerie Jarrett was a cross between the Nation of Islam and Planet of the Apes. What was your joke? What were you trying to say if it wasn't racism? Which I'm pretty sure it was racism.
Huh? I know. I thought the was white. It's true.
A lot of us thought that in our defense. We're sitting down for a full
No, you didn't.
hour with Roseanne
Oh
Barr.
no, it's Tucker. It's even worse than Alex Jones somehow.
It'll be on Fox Nation, but she joins us now.
Oh yeah, that's right. She was talking about how she thought this woman was white, okay?
I'm trying to talk about Iran.
I imagine that her point was that her point was, quote unquote, brown people are weird.
trying to talk about Valerie Jarrett wrote the Iran deal.
I know, but you've told me this 3
How does that have to do with Planet of the Apes or Nation? Okay, I guess it doesn't make sense.
300 times. Do you know that if
That's what my tweet was about.
I know, you've explained this literally 300 times.
I thought the bitch was white! God damn it! I thought the bitch was white! Fuck!
Dude.
White people need to come and get their girl. I agree.
The purposes of this segment, what is this special and why is it on Fox Nation? What are you doing and why?
Well, it's kind of a
Yeah,
return
that's just the ambient. Don't worry about
to
that.
stand up after many years. And they offered me, to come and do a stand-up special. And it was in response to being, fired. And they came to my defense. And I was like, well, I thought about it. And I was like, yeah, I need to have my say. I need to answer. And because, I was kind of not allowed to even apologize for what happened. I was just like blackballed and, just totally.
No, here's the deal. Okay, like, look, she wouldn't normally have a show, right? She hadn't been working for like years and years and years. She had a show because somehow America remembered her fondly, and that one time she was, a groundbreaking fact that there was a woman comedian who was, like loud, and obnoxious, and that maybe used to be reserved for men. They kind of like, that was a nostalgia trip, like, right? Bringing Roseanne back wasn't like a, what is the best comedian that we can bring on for a show? Oh, I know, cutting edge comedian Roseanne Barr. No, it was like a nostalgia trip. It was like, hey, remember, this was a huge, thing back in the day, and we're bringing her back to kind of like celebrate, rekindle that nostalgia and stuff like that, right? That's why she was back. So when she turned out to milkshake duck her one chance at a nostalgia like comeback, right? Which those are limited. That you don't have nostalgia comebacks aren't like, okay, so Roseanne's going to be a thing again, right? The show is going to be a thing, right? It's no, it was like gonna be a thing for like a little while, so the people that used to watch it could be like, oh yeah, I remember that, and then forget about her, and then you were gonna get canceled anyway, right? You didn't have like a extended invitation back into the American like consciousness, right? You were there to do your thing, and when you did your thing, you milkshake ducked so freaking hard that everybody's just like, yeah, and then like, right, so like bringing you on to be like, oh yeah, no, Roseanne's gonna apologize and we're gonna keep her on. No, that just was never in the cards, right? Even if you hadn't milkshake ducked, your show would have gotten like, it wasn't gonna stay. It's not gonna stay. Fuller House was briefly successful. It made her return inevitable. Back in the day, her show was pretty progressive. Yeah. So that's kind of, that, and the fact that it was that it was like groundbreaking in certain ways, that it was different, and that it featured a middle class family rather than a family that like couldn't possibly afford the lifestyle that they had at the salary that they would have had, right? Which is generally what you'll get from an American sitcom. There were reasons that Roseanne as a show was interesting, and there were people that would sort of talk about it because it was like a interesting pop culture phenomenon from back in the day. But I don't think that there was ever like a realistic like path back to relevancy. Like it was never going to be what it had been. It was just kind of it was just like a nostalgia drug or something. Roseanne used to be funny. Same as Gina Carano. There's an entire mediocre Hollywood celebrity to right-wing pipeline. There was a story where they had to choose between keeping the power on. Oh, in the show, yeah. In the original Roseanne, right? Back when it was relevant. During this special, you can even see that she has a comedy tick, but she has to filter it through the red meat she has to throw out.
Canceled from even commenting on what happened. So I thought, well, you know, stand-up is a great place to come back and say what happened and tell the truth about it.
Also, she had a great point with that. You could have used a stand-up special to kind of come back.
It doesn't feel like she's back to apologize, though. Like, I mean, unless they just didn't show it. Like, I don't, like, there was that tweet that looked like a half-hearted apology. I don't feel like there was ever, like, a real apology. She doesn't want to apologize. She wants to complain about being canceled.
Stuff. She didn't do it the right way. Also, don't do it on Fox. Whatever. She was already in the gutter anyways. You can't recover from that.
And also to talk about cancel culture itself and how
the
horrible
goddamn
it is
cancel
and how
culture.
fascist. And jokes are a great way to, you know, scorn.
Yo, don't talk to me about the fascism of cancel culture when we're in the midst of Death Santos and Trump trying to make a comeback. Please, miss me with that shit.
Power, especially during Biden's presidency.
I love when people complain about cancel culture. There's like, there's really stupid reasons why people get canceled, but being racist isn't one of the stupid reasons for being canceled. Yeah.
I love laughing it to scorn because it deserves to be laughed to scorn.
Oh, I agree.
And my jokes are so great. They're the most offensive. I was talking to my friends who also were canceled, and we all were saying, we made a pact together. When we come back, we're going to be even more offensive than we've ever been before. So.
Have you seen her YouTube channel? She looks absolutely miserable in a lot of her videos. Oh, that sucks.
My stand-up is more offensive than I've ever been, and I'm so
I wasn't aware that she had a YouTube channel.
happy because
When you're doing stand-up comedy,
Jokes, everything we saw was whining,
you
right?
just don't go up there and be as offensive as possible. I mean, like, yeah, you know those transgender people suck and they shouldn't have rights because they're fucking fucked up. There's different ways to say an offensive joke. That's not how you say it.
you've got to be more offensive when the culture is so offensive that it makes absolutely no sense, that it's anti-life, anti-human, anti-culture,
Anti-boomer.
anti-citizen. You got to be so offensive to offend the most offensive thing that it is on earth right now, and I think I've done it.
You have.
What the fuck was that? That was a run-on sentence. Fucking, I don't know, man.
That's a.
What's up, Jesse? Just Friendo. Who are you asking? Like Roseanne Barr? Does she have a rich and meaningful life? Look, I usually don't comment on the personal lives of the people I cover, right?
Very high bar. I just want to go one sentence back.
I really have no idea, right? With some of these people, like, okay, so let's take Tucker, for example, right? This is something I haven't talked about. Maybe we should talk about this today. Polly's covered this. There was there's a case against Fox News right now over from Dominion, the voting technology company. Dominion is I think suing Fox for libel, right? Or would it be slander? I forget which is which, right? But defamation, like, right, saying things about Dominion that are not true. And in the course of that, there has been discovery. There have been things revealed about Fox News. What we get from that is that some of the higher ups knew that the stuff that they were saying about the election was not true. And that the reason that they were doing this, the reason that they were allowing the stuff to be said, was because OAN and Newsmax were taking some of Fox's audience. And literally, their brand consultant said, you got to hog it up, Fox. You got to hog it up because that's what your viewers expect. If you come out and say Trump lost the election fair and square, they're not going to like that. So say something else, right? And Rupert Murdoch knew that this wasn't true. A lot of the higher ups at Fox News, Hannity knew that this wasn't true, right? So there's a lot of revelation. There's also been text messages released of Tucker Carlson saying that he hates Trump. He hates Trump. Trump is inconvenient. He wants Trump gone. He wants Trump to be irrelevant, right? That's not what you hear from him. That's not what you hear him say on his show, but it's true. So a lot of these people are just lying through their teeth to hog it up, right? They're telling you, we will defend you and your beliefs against the woke Hollywood conspiracy of blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, they don't really believe that stuff. They are not as hoggish as their audience, but they know where their bread is buttered, and their bread is buttered on the hog side of things. So that's what Fox News is dealing with, right?
You have friends. There's a community of people.
It's defamation. It's like she's flexing being problematic as her honorable badge. I mean, that's a lane now. That's a lane. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, look, I know what you mean though, right? This doesn't look. I could see how you'd be. It's weird though, because like, you know, these people are really doing harm. You don't want to feel sorry for them, but you do get the sense that there's a lot of like misery and you know, not great lives behind the scene. But yeah, we can only ponder, we can only guess. Carlson is so over the top, it's astounding anyone thinks he's on the level. Yeah, we're gonna do Will after this. I got distracted. And just not just some higher ups. Part of Dominion's lawsuit is that Fox News is so culturally corrupt that it wasn't just a few people. It was the entire organization and what the organization. Yeah, and the thing is, yeah, like you're saying, Raven, knowingly saying things that aren't true, right? That's where you get in trouble. Now, Rupert Murdoch himself is trying to hide behind. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Jakar. Rupert Murdoch himself is trying to hide behind the idea that it's not about blue, it's not about red, it's about green. That was kind of a quote from him, right? And what he's saying is that he's saying we have a fiduciary responsibility to our stockholders, and the brand consultant said in order to maximize our profit, in order to not lose audience to these other like hog news outlets, we gotta hog it up. So like that's what they're trying to kind of hide behind, but at the same time he's admitting that he knew that these things weren't true, right? So I don't know how that's gonna shake out, right? Really want to see the private Tucker Carlson text on having Roseanne on. Hey, yeah, that's what we really need, right?
People have been canceled, like, you know, each other.
Comedians.
Yeah, what they're doing to their their viewers is kind of abusive, says Raven. Yeah. Living with those kind of contradictions every day has to mess with you, like mentally and emotionally. Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
yes.
You know, especially comedians, because you know, like I told you last night, I was terrified when Obama signed the NDAA thing because I said, "My God, this is an attack on comedy," and all the comics were talking about it. It's like we will not be able to.
Wait, what is the NDAA?
Say anything now, and it's true, and it's funny that I said that on Twitter and that I was.
Wait, Obama signed. So you're talking about prior to 2017, because that's when the Obama presidency was, right? Trump took office in 2017, January, right? So if you're really talking about like the Obama presidency and some kind of a law that was signed, right? That was signed almost 8 years ago. No, like 6 or 7 years ago, right? 6 or 7 years ago would have been when this law would have had to be signed. So if this law was so bad and it caused comedians not to be able to say things, where's your example of somebody getting locked up? Where's your example of somebody being prevented to say anything? He signed it in 2011. Wait, the NDAA, right? So like, wait, what exactly was this? And how did it affect comedy, right? Has comedy not been funny since 2011?
First casualty of cancel culture in a large way.
You can say things, just don't be racist. That's all anyone was trying to say. Like, you just can't say racist things. That's not okay.
Wait, what is the NDAA and what does it prevent
you
from?
It's not normal. You can be funny, just don't be racist.
But, you know, so many of other comics have fallen too and can't find work and, you know, have no livelihood because...
Like Joe Rogan? Oh, wait, no, Joe Rogan just opened a new anti-woke comedy club in Austin, Texas. I'm sorry, not Joe Rogan.
You know, unless they, you know, are ridiculous.
Oh, no, she is sniffing a lot.
Ridiculously sucking up to what the left considers to be... Well, the left has no humor at all, so let's be real. They have no sense of humor at all, nor do they have any sense...
You cannot say that after making such an unfunny comedy special.
...of humor about themselves. Like anybody in power...
No sense of humor. Right. Okay.
who can't take a joke about themselves, like the
It has something to do with detaining terrorist suspects?
person I mentioned. She should have just laughed it off. But instead, she called ABC and demanded that I be fired.
I mean, she has a good point. All of you, the next time somebody's racist or homophobic, transphobic, whatever, just laugh. We gotta laugh it off. We gotta learn to laugh at ourselves and people who don't like us. Don't worry about it. Someone comes up to you, calls you a slur, be like, ha, it's all good, man. We're cool. It's fucking funny. It's so funny.
I gotta
And
pee
so,
really
why
bad.
can't you just laugh at yourself? You know,
Y'all want some weasel? Y'all want some weasel? I'm gonna pee really quick. I will be right back. We will do, we're gonna do, we're gonna do Will in his video essay right as soon as I pee. Weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! You got back in just in time for some weasel? Right. And some Void coffee too. Let's make this happen. Weasel! 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 Speaking of weasels, we got Will. We got Will in his video essay. Weasel! 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 Cold. Weasel! The left has no humor? Wait, did I make a funny? Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Wait, was that actually funny? Did I say something funny? Do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
No, not that. Oh my god, I gotta do it this way. Copy the link. Copy the link. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Okay, so copy that and then take a look and see what she is sniffing a lot.
Ridiculously, unless they, you know, are ridiculous.
Oh no, she is sniffing a lot.
Ridiculously sucking up to what the left considers to be. Well, the left has no humor at all, so let's be real. They have no sense of humor at all, nor do they have any sense.
You cannot say that after making such an unfunny comedy special.
Of humor about them, unless they, you know, are.
I don't know if I know.
know
She is sniffing. I don't know if I necessarily proved her wrong, but there it is. There's a clip. Thank you, Zara. And you can make a clip too. If you have a sub, you have the ability to make clips too. It takes a little getting used to. It's a little bit difficult. Always clip always clip too much rather than too little, because sometimes the funny part is just at the very end, and if you clip it off real tight, you might actually miss the funny part. So always leave it going too long. I can always, when I put it on TikTok, when I put it on YouTube, I can always, you know, cut off stuff easier than I can add stuff back to it. So yeah, feel free to clip away because you have the ability to do that. Okay, so what are we doing? We're talking about online politics orbiters. Let's try that. Orbiters. No, I didn't type it right. Orbiters? Orbiters. Orbiters! Orbiters, there's actually a channel. Wait, what even is this? Orbiters Online? Okay. Feudalistic hierarchy of online politics, Destiny, Vaush, and Nick Fuentes. Oh, it's so loud. It's so, oh, okay, good music though, good music. A man's a man, but when you see a king, you see the work of many thousand men. So this is like the George Eliot, the great man of history theory in action via Will. Can you imagine if it's a flat Earth? It could be. Sniffling? Yeah, she's stealing Zizek's bit. Wait, you mean if chatters make a clip on Twitch, it might turn into a TikTok? That is true. Can confirm.
Typically, when describing the online political space.
Okay, so get ready for this, right? Because this is like a low effort video essay. It's working okay for Will though. This is like I think this is the biggest video he's had so far, right? So yeah, like you're just gonna see a bunch of people's faces superimposed on stock footage and maybe Game of Thrones and maybe like Monty Python, Knights of the Holy Grail. And like some other medieval type themed stuff
that we inhabit together. There is an analogy made about the relationships between streamers. They say that our relationship to each other are very similar to that of our solar system. There are certain content creators that are massive in size compared to the average.
Okay, so orbiters, right? Orbiters.
They might be 1% or less of the entire creator space, but capture upwards of 90% of the audience. Smaller creators who are trying to break into the space sometimes find it best
HUD Logic, I don't know who that is. We got Pisco.
To try to collaborate with bigger creators in the same
I think that's
genre
Pisco.
to try and grow.
Who's orbiting around Pisco? I can't even tell who that is. There's there's Stephen Kenneth. Oh no, it's Mr. Girl. Oh no, it's Mr. Girl. Does this aesthetically remind you of anything? Aesthetically?
Their own audience.
Oh wait, who's that? Who's that? Like down there.
They fall into orbit.
I can't tell who that is.
Orbit around these larger.
Who is that? Does anybody know? There's Destiny. Destiny's the sun. Who's Mercury?
Content creators, and thus are often dubbed orbiters.
I mean, yeah.
As an orbiter, a lot of your success is tied to staying in the good graces of the creator.
I feel like this is mainly a Destiny thing. Like I hear it applied to other people. I even hear it applied to like Twitter. You know, kind of different like Twitter accounts, right? The TV screen with the CRT display, Chud Logic?
You are now orbiting, due to your dependence on their audience, until one day, you have enough fans to create your own orbiters.
Wait, you're not saying that it's ripped off of the Slander Hall video, are you, Azera?
As of late, I have found using a celestial model to describe the relationships.
Wait, is it the Slander Hall video? Is that what you're saying?
Between content creators to be limiting. I started wondering if there was something here on Earth that I could use to mirror the relationships more accurately.
Yeah, he wants to stay grounded. That's what Will is all about, staying grounded. Let's stay grounded with Will.
Something I could use to perhaps predict my own way to the top, or warn me about the potential pitfalls I should avoid. I began to start mapping out the relationships between the many streamers I follow.
Thank you for the follow, Ton of Steel. Meow.
And what began to form was different.
Is it the Slander Hall video?
The relationships began to look a lot more feudal.
Wait, feudal. What do we got there? We got Destiny. Oh my god. What is that? So I gotta admit something to you, all right? I do not care about Destiny. All right? If there's one thing above all other things. Well, no, okay, like the charity was good too, right? But like, you know, Keffel's, it wasn't really Keffel's, right? It was really like Destiny's reaction to Keffel's that got Destiny off of Twitch, right? That has been immensely positive. I don't like talking about Destiny. I prefer not to talk about Destiny. I don't, you know, I'm not a fan of any of the, you know, channels in his orbit, right? I would just rather, oh yeah, it's like Wicked Supreme. Okay, we got, I'm trying to see who we got here. Can people name these, can people like name the people here? I see Wicked Supreme. Who else is there? Is that Cherry? Come on, help me out, chat. Can you see these? Do I need to make this big for you? Brittany Venti. Like, this is just to tell you like how little I care. And also who's being torn to pieces. Maybe that's Mr. Girl. I don't know. Is it Mr. Girl getting torn to pieces by the dogs in the background? Who all do we have? What's up, Nero? I'm probably alone in this, but I can't stand the weasel stuff. You can't always mute it? You can't mute it? You got weaseled? Are you saying you got weaseled? You are actually alone in that Goku's hair. Mr. Girl and Lav, names are on the collar. Wait, do we have to like look really close at this then? Let's take a look here. Sorry you got weaseled, Goku's hair. Okay, let's take a closer look. Zoom to enhance, yes. Wait, how much? There's names on the collar and somebody could read the names. Wait, do I need to? I feel like I'm already on 1080. So far we have Brittany Venti, we have Wicked Supreme. You saw this months ago? Stardust. Wait, where's Stardust? I see Cherry. Is Stardust in the front? Like this is just literally like a list of street. Wait, why is not Chud Logic here? Why is not Chud Logic here? Shouldn't Chud Logic be an orbiter? Am I wrong about that? That's like the first name. Abba and Preach. Okay, we got Abba and Preach. Is Chud Logic second, like top row second from front? Is that supposed to be Chud Logic? I think I just remember the names. His wife is in front of him. Wait, oh, Melina. That's Melina. Okay, okay. Taftage. Wait, no, wait, is that Taftage? His wife is in front of him. One of these is Melina, one of these is Taftage, I guess. No, I got it wrong. I don't know Destiny people. I just literally don't know. I mean, no offense to any of them. Like, I can't actually even insult them. I mean, I generally don't like, you know, Destiny. I generally don't like his politics, but and so I'm probably not gonna like his orbiter's politics either. But I can't really criticize them because I just don't pay attention to them. I don't really have anything bad to say about them. Girls on one side, boys on the other. Okay. So Melina's somewhere. is get in a fight with Destiny people to get attention. I don't think so. Watch this and decide, right? Will is going to identify 3 different kingdoms. Stevens is one of them. So he's going to talk about 3 different kingdoms. One of them left. Vaush. Kingdom of the left. One of them center. Destiny. Kingdom of the centrists. And one of them right. Nick Fuentes. Yeah, Kingdom of the Booger Eaters. Nick Fuentes. His orbiters don't pretend to not be douchebags who harass minorities. They are open about it. Yeah. Also calling like Vaush. Is Vaush to the left of Destiny? What do you think? I mean, I guess these days. Chud is in front of Wicked. That is Chud. Wow. Like, wow. Okay, that's some interpretation of Chud logic, like, right? I can't see the girls. Oh my god, I see what you're saying. Okay, so there are the girls behind me. He's sitting on his throne of bones. He's got like a mean wolf. Wait, what is the wolf's name? Oh, Forethought. Okay, so that's one of his mods. Oh, okay, so maybe the wolves are mods. It was before Start. Yeah, Start. I think you're right. I think that's Stardust. Here, let me shrink this down a little bit so you can. Here we go. We're in the intro of the video still, and I'm obsessing about this picture, right? I'm just trying to get my bearings, because this is mostly about Destiny, all right? And that gives you a clue of whose favor Will is trying to curry here. It's not Nick Fuentes's, it's not Vaush's fury, it's not Vaush's favor, it's Destiny's. So can we tell any more? We got Brittany Venti, we got Wicked Supreme, we got Abba and Preach, we've got Molina, I guess, is somewhere. Chud is there. I can't tell some of the others. Mr. Girl drew this. Oh wait, Mr. Girl's girl? Oh, Mr. Girl's girlfriend? I can't remember. Melina is the blonde. Okay, I thought so. Okay, so we kind of got like more or less the lay of the land. These are the Destiny orbiters. Okay, I'll let us go now. I'll let us go forward. Wait, who is that? Is that Mr. Girl? Like, I don't know who else it would be, right? That would make the most sense since Mr. Girl's been cast out of the orbit lately, right? That's gotta. Oh, yeah. So wait, is this Mr. Girl like Mr. Girl's like girlfriend and Lav being eaten? Wait, where Lav's there too? Oh, there it is, Lav. Okay, so they were bad and they got eaten. Wow. I didn't even see that. The feudalist hierarchy of online politics. Let's go. Let's go. I'm sorry, I had to do that somehow. All right, let's go.
Hey everybody, it's Will.
It's
and
Will.
This is my channel.
And this is your channel.
Now, I'm not one to reinvent the wheel.
Wait,
so
just a second.
I'm
Just a
gonna
second.
try to get you to change your perspective.
Look. This is Will. This is his channel. All right, here we go. Is that showing up for you auditorially? Just gotta make sure you can hear the coffee, because that's what's important. All right, Will and his channel, and Irene and her coffee.
Perspective from the typically accepted planet-orbiter relationship.
He threw them to the wolves.
To my new theory of there
and the wolves are the mods.
Being a feudalistic hierarchy.
It's not Will if he's not slurping. Oh, he's got his book.
Online poll.
He's got his big compendium. Look at that thing.
Must be a good reason. And of course there is. It's me, baby. I think that I can
Ooh, pick up Neville's food, nice.
show how streamers interact with each other more accurately than ever. And with this elucidation, I can use it to potentially explain how some content creators get their audience. Or at the very least, I can tell you a fun story. Gather round so that I may tell you the tale of the 3 kingdoms of online.
So there, like, let me give you a little spoiler here. There's some things I'm going to agree with Will on this, right? This is not a Will's political takes, right? This is not, there's no actual politics in this. This is analysis of politics, of, I guess you could say, social dynamics between streamers and how that translates into audience dynamics, right? And there's some things that I think that Will gets right here. Or there's some other things that I feel like maybe Will isn't privy to, right? There are other people who have analyzed this sort of thing, famously Bad Empanada with his human clout centipede, right? I don't think there's a lot of analysis of like where the takes come from, where the politics come from, how our Overton window is truncated in a certain direction by the people with clout, by the people with power. I think there's some things missing here, but yeah, I think that, like, you know, some of Will's analysis here is on point.
Online politics. 3 monarchies with the largest shared audiences and influence, minus a few that I want to quickly talk about now. People like Hassan the Hun, who moved his entire kingdom to an island far away from what we would normally call online pull. He sold the essence of his friendship to the devil and made a
Okay, so just some history. Hassan and Destiny did content together early on in Hassan's career, right? Hassan's the one person that I could think of, maybe Vaush being the other, that got at least some of their audience. And by got, I mean like retained after the breakup, right? Some of their audience from Destiny. So this was a long time ago. Destiny had just completed an arc where he trounced all these alt-right figures, right? JonTron is probably the most famous debate. He debated Lauren Southern, the Kira Chats back when Kira was more chuddy, right? He took on all comers and, you know, kind of like left them in the dust, right? And, you know, this was around the same time as ContraPoints was making her videos and analyzing the alt-right pipeline. You had Xanderhall putting out his video. I almost fell into the alt-right pipeline, but it's okay. I'm okay now. I'm all right now. I didn't fall into it, right? You had all this, you know, kind of like discourse on the alt-right, how people got sucked into it, the way that algorithms functioned, and also, you know, like I gotta pay some respect to alternative influences, right? This was a report which took a look at content creators as nodes in a network, right? And you might have seen these pictures, right, that show who the alt-right content creators talked to, how them talking to each other like increased their overall reach, right? And who else they were kind of doing content with. And if you looked at this map, it was a bunch of chud, and then there was Destiny, right? Because Destiny had talked to all those chuds, you know, back in the day, right? So people wanted to see Destiny as like, he is a debate bro, but he's our debate bro. He's the one that's gonna wake these people up, get them out of the alt-right, you know, change their lives for the better, right? And then Destiny started doing some content with Hassan. Hassan at that time was, I guess you'd call him like a baby leftist. He was, you know, he had some theory under his belt. Destiny was curious about this stuff, wanted to know more about it. But this didn't last very long. Very quickly, Destiny decided that the left proper was not for him. And it fit into his paradigm of wanting to see extremists on both sides. So, you know, there was a breakup between Destiny and Hassan, the famous clip, Weasley Little Liar, what a Weasley literally lying to his audience, right? Destiny's been on Jesse Lee Peterson twice. Amazing. Yeah, that's been... Jesse Lee Predator. Love riding along on trips. Yeah, me too. Yeah, take me along. Feel free, right? I actually found out about Vaush with his co-debate with Destiny against James Alsop. I don't remember who that is, but yeah, that was one of the debates too, I guess. That's not Will. He's not. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's what happened between Destiny and Hassan. And so, like, wait, Hassan took his kingdom to an island, a la what? Attack on Titan or something? Is that what the metaphor? What's up, Cat? Cat, good to see you. Meow.
Split from the ancient Daliban lands to move overseas to a place where he could grow a massive normie audience, distinctly.
Okay, so a massive normie audience. What do you think about this? Hassan's audience are normies. Destiny's audience are terminally online, centrist. Nick Fuentes' audience are terminally online rightoids, and then Vaush's audience are terminally online leftoids. I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like I don't know if this is right though. Like, the only way that I can see Hassan being on an island is that Hassan doesn't talk about other streamers as much as other streamers. Hassan does not talk about, will occasionally mention Destiny, basically only covers Destiny when Destiny's taken an L. Heavy quotes on leftoids. Yeah. I mean, that's how Will sees it, right? And that's how Twitchpol sees this. Like, their idea of the far left is Vaush. That's, yeah. We don't exist. We don't exist. I don't exist. Polly doesn't exist. Shakespeare doesn't exist. Nobody else exists. But like, Vaush is as far left as you can get, apparently, right? So
separate from the area of online poll I want to focus on today. So we will skip content creators like him. There are online media outlets like The Daily Wire, The Majority Report, Piers Morgan, The Young Turks, even people like David Pakman, who have their own completely different environment that they have to navigate, being content creators catering to a more mainstream audience. We might all be online together, talking about politics, but they are far away from the groups that I want to talk about.
Looks like the blonde in front is Taj, and in front of her is Kyla. Oh, not so erudite. Okay. This is the person that President Sunday went to war with. All I know about not so erudite is that President Sunday said that she was lying about being a psychometrist, and like, from what I've seen, like, it doesn't really take like a certain certificate to call, you know what I mean? Like I think that it sounds like, look, I don't like Destiny's, I don't like Destiny. I don't necessarily like his orbiters. I don't think that me and Not So Erudite would agree on very much, but it seems like President Sunday is being kind of disingenuous in attacking Not So Erudite's credentials. Nothing that I've ever seen has made me think that Not So Erudite is like lying about, like, and from my understanding, like, calling herself a psychometrist is more of a discussion of like what she's studying rather than any kind of like claiming some kind of professional credential and trying to grift based on that. I just don't see it. Am I right? Did anybody want to disagree with me? Because I haven't looked into it too much. I just know that President Sunday's always trying to start some garbage with somebody. Whether it's Keffels, whether it's Polly, and it's usually disingenuous. There have been some really bad people that President Sunday's criticized, like Mr. Girl, but then President Sunday turns around, and when those people pay attention to him, President Sunday's a lot nicer to them, right? So President Sunday's done content with Mr. Girl after being one of the only people that was willing to stand up to the madness that was like, yeah, making this, this dangerous person into like a major like media figure, right? It seems like a bad idea, seems like a bad thing. President Sunday was against Mr. Girl early on, but it feels like he just wanted Mr. Girl's attention, just like he wanted Hawes's attention, just like he wants everybody else's attention. That's all I ever see from President Sunday is like, I want attention. So here's your attention, President Sunday. I talked about you. Congratulations. You made it. They're all terminally online, Lamau. Though Hassan has a more mainstream appeal, I have met frat and sorority people who like Hassan as a leftist. Hassan is very, very influential in comparison to Vaush and Destiny.
today, because I think that the most powerful bonds that content creators have between each other is...
Wait, criticizing her? Yeah, because that's what psychometry is, right? Is like statistics relating to mental health, right? Isn't that kind of what that is? Statistical analysis, testing, surveys, those inventories, like psychological inventories, things like for diagnosis, right? I mean, not that they would be diagnosing, but they would be administering the tools of diagnosis or something like. I don't really know a lot about it, to be honest. But yeah, I didn't get the feeling that President Sunday was on particularly stable ground there.
Fueled by shared audience.
That being said, I probably have more in common politically, with President Sunday than I do with Not So Erudite.
But before I tell you too much about the relationships and power dynamics between the numerous streamers of Online Pull, we need to know who these kings, lords, and knights are.
So we're going to start with the
Vaush
dynamics
context.
You ready?
Today, I am focusing on a left, a right, and a center, whose audiences are currently in the middle of a 100 years war.
It's weird to start out with Vaush, right? Because Vaush wouldn't exist the way that he did if not for the existence of Destiny. A lot of what Vaush does, a lot of the Vaushite culture, a lot of this stuff comes from Destiny. Like, right? And the apple does not fall terribly far from the tree in terms of Vaush and Destiny, either in the sense of the takes. They're both known for punching left excessively. You could say that Vaush is to the left of Destiny. Read your last two things. Okay, it's driving me nuts, so I pull up my Twitter. Star Brittany Cherry. Oh, thank you. Okay, so yeah, as far as here, we'll go back to where is this? David Packman. Wait, I'm trying to find this again. Wait, where was this? Oh my god, now I can't find it. It was like after the solar system. Somewhere here? There it is.
Was different than what I had expected. The relationships began to look a lot more feudal.
Okay, so Dragon Princess wanted us to know who all's here. So starting at the front of the pack, we have Stardust. So there's two lines. There's one of women, one of men, I guess. So on the lower line, that's Stardust, Brittany, Cherry, Erudite, and Melina. Okay. Boys, we have Are Relevant. Oh my god. Okay. That's a very flattering picture of Are Relevant. A very flattering image of Chud Logics. Is almost like a femboy Chud Logic here, right? That's amazing. We have everybody's favorite hippie CIA agent with Wicked Supreme after Wicked Supreme. Wait, Chud, Supreme, Abba, Dan. Wait, Dan. Why do I remember Dan? That name sounds familiar. Dan. Why am I drawing a blank on Dan? Oh, Landlord Dan. Wait, no, is this Hark Dan? Like the landlord guy? Posted December 2020. Also interesting, men have money in hands and girls have wait, the men have money in their hands? Girls all have breasts and hips. Wait, I don't see the money. Well, I'll trust you if you say there's money there. Melina is extra tied up? Oh, okay. So like this is they're saying something here with the how they've depicted Melina. Resident Funday's main argument was that she couldn't hold the title of psychometrist because there wasn't a formal entity issued. But that's why she's describing what she's studying. Yeah, it's so weird. It's like arguing that you can't be a lawyer in Wisconsin if they don't have a law school. Keffel's deleted her things have escalated. Now I'm in hiding video. Oh, wow. What's up, Genevieve? Extremely flattering. Yeah, very some moderator Dan. Moderator Dan. Okay, I guess I don't know this Dan. Anyway, let's go back into the Vaushite kingdom. You ready?
For streamers of online poll, we need to know who these kings, lords, and knights are to give their dynamics context. Today, I am focusing on a left, a right, and a center, whose audiences are currently in the middle of a 100 years war.
The Vaushite Empire.
King Vaush of the Vaushite Empire arose similarly to Hassan the Hun. Vaush split from the Daliban after a failed coup as Lord Irish Laddie in 2019.
So we're skipping over some major stuff, and I wonder why. Because here's my thing. I don't get that if there's an ass that Will's trying to kiss, it's Destiny's, okay? Like, Destiny, out of all the people that Will discusses, Destiny comes off looking the best, right? So I don't get the feeling that, like, Will is trying to curry favor from Vaush. And also, you know, it's not cool to be a lefty in Twitchpol, right? So, like, you know, there's a lot of reasons that, like, that Vaush isn't, like, trying to be made to come off well. But, like, there's more to this story of Vaush splitting from Destiny than Will is going to tell you. So, basically, Vaush, I guess, was, you know, very prolific in the Destiny Discord, and you know, argued and people, you know, like thought that Vaush, you know, had a lot to say. Like, you know, Vaush gained like a following within the Destiny Discord, right? Destiny would bring Vaush on when he was more interested in lefty kind of subjects, right? And Vaush was definitely presenting himself as a leftist, as knowing more theory than Destiny, and being more ideologically like wed to the left than Destiny. This is Irish Laddie at the time, though. Remember, this is Irish Laddie, right? So he's called Irish Laddie up until the point that some screenshots come out of sexual harassment. I don't know what else to call it. Really, like, nasty sexual harassment of two people on Destiny's Discord, right? Destiny brings Irish Laddie on one last time and asks, like, what is up with this? Like, right? And like, I think that what Destiny thought was like, okay, this is how this story ends, right? This person's gathered a following within my own community. I'm not comfortable with how far left they are. I don't know to what degree Destiny was really worried about protecting his community, because he had a vested interest in kind of, you know, like in ending Vaush right then and there. So it's hard to tell. But if you listen to the stream, Destiny sounds like he's genuinely concerned, and he should be, because the stuff that Vaush did was disgusting, right? There's also screenshots of people involved in the Vaush community, most famously White Nervosa, Vaush's sysadmin, basically, you know, in discussing getting the heat off of Vaush. And one of the things that they did was change the name Irish Laddie to Vaush, because all the screenshots, at least initially, were under the name Irish Laddie, and rebranding at that time would be a trickery due, according to White Nervosa, that would you know, get Vaush out of trouble, essentially. Also, there's screenshots of Vaush saying, like, you know, talking about attacking his accusers, intimidating his accusers, right? Just like, you know, there's a lot of bad stuff, and as Essence of Thought said, that kind of should have been like, to anybody that cares about the safety of a community. That should have been the end right there. And it sounded like that's where Destiny was going, but that's not what happened. That's not what happened. After harassing, intimidating, and bullying the accusers, Vaush did eventually apologize, make some sort of an apology when he was forced to, right? When he couldn't get away with what he did, he made an apology, and a lot of his community will tell you, okay, well, that's that. That's that. He made his apology. We're not carceral leftists. We don't want somebody to have to pay for their sins forever. So since Vaush apologized for, talking to the survivor of SA about, like, essentially, proposing the same kind of thing that they had been abused with, right? I mean, this wasn't marginal stuff. This wasn't like, just kind of like a little bit over the line. This was just way over the line. This was cruel. This was inhuman. What Vaush did to this person, right? But yeah, no, apparently according to Vaush's community, either those screenshots are fake to the ones that are newer, or to the ones that are older, that's all in the past. And he's made amends for that, and he absolutely didn't. That he got caught, and he made some kind of statement, but it was only because he had to, right? So, anyway, that's how Destiny split from, or that's how Vaush split from Destiny, right? And you're not getting any of that from Will. I don't know. Does Will not know about this stuff? Does it not? It seems like it would be something, and especially here's the weirdest thing, right? Most of these people hate Vaush's guts. Most of the Destiny-aligned people, which I think from, Will's friends, from Will's presentation of this subject matter, it feels like, that's who he's trying to curry favor with. It feels like that's who he has the most empathy. It's definitely who he paints in the most favorable light is Destiny. It is a little strange that, like, you don't get some of the worst aspects of Vaush, like, covered in this, and I gotta chalk it up maybe just to Will not knowing about it, because it feels like if he did know about it, he would say something. I think these center right people are exciting police state clowns.
Since the split, he has amassed his own large kingdom of left-wing content creators. Lord Avalon, after seeing the holy...
But yeah, you're not going to hear... See, we skip right to Vaush talking to Hunter Avalon.
Light of the left made a transition that is still proving difficult, but his place in Vaush's fiefdom was made solid when Vaush humanized him in a debate, while he was getting massive flack during his transition from the right to the left. Lord Slanderhall, the purveyor of Purge, has been a close friend and fierce ally of the Vaushite Empire.
Wait, the purveyor of Purge? What is the... Oh, God, because he lost his lunch that one time.
Since the very beginning. He is perhaps one of Vaush's oldest lords. The demon, first spawned in early 2020, has risen in popularity over the years and is well known for her trans, supply chain, and education takes. She is...
So that's a very anti, these are things that, I'm trying to think. These are basically the things that Destiny people will use against Demon Mama. She's, her takes on supply chain, her takes on... Get this back here. There's...
ally of the Vaushite Empire since the very beginning. He is perhaps one of Vaush's oldest lords. The demon, first spawned in early 2020, has risen in popularity over the years.
What's the story there with Slanderhall losing his lunch? I think he just had, he got fated than a hoe. He was getting fated than a hoe before Damien Luck. Before Fulcrum, right? Before Fulcrum had come in and fated than a hoe. He was getting fated than a hoe. So yeah, that's what happened. He had too much of the vapey vapes. But there is there's some old school Demon Mama right there.
And is well known for her trans, supply chain, and
okay, so her takes on trans issues, her takes on supply chain, right?
Education takes.
And education. Okay, so the education thing is what Hans tried to take her down for. The supply chain thing, it was her talking about DIY HRT, and the supply chain, I don't think she was really trying to speak to supply chains, right? I don't think that's really what it was about, but that is what other streamers made it about, right? So, you know, like, again, I can find plenty of things wrong with Demon Mama's takes, right? And it's a lot of what's wrong with Vaush's takes, right? You know, the assertion of anti-white racism being, you know, a large factor. You'd almost think a bigger factor than anti-black racism. You've got, you know, essentially attacking marginalized people, calling them Wokescolds. You know, like her biggest thing is that, like, because she's in with these people, in order to stay in their good graces, she's got to defend. So a lot of Demon Mama's bad takes have come from essentially like defending Vaush. But yeah, no, her you know, takes on a lot of issues are really sus. She's maybe the least pernicious member of the Vaush network, but that's such a low bar. But yeah, like I said, I could find plenty of things that are wrong with Demon Mama. The things that Will's bringing up are not issues that I have with her at all.
She has since been courted and defended by King Vaush on even some of her most outrageous opinions. Many lords and knights from the Daliban have...
Okay, so that's trying to make Demon Mama Vaush's liability. In reality, I think it's the other way around. I think that Vaush is a liability for Demon Mama.
Attempted to exorcise the demon. Exalted knight...
Okay, so that's Hans of Harkir.
The Daliban, Hans of Harkir was, perhaps...
And again, like, you're missing something about this. Like, Hans was on a drug bench and was being just ridiculous, not just with Demon Mama, but with everyone that he'd go on with, right? Like, he was just being a toxic asshole. And yeah, Demon Mama was like his first victim. I think he went on, and he was going after like trans femme streamers, like in particular. I think Demon Mama, Riverboat Jack, I can't remember who else, right? But like, I feel like Hans has maybe even apologized for this stuff. So I don't know. This is like Hans, the great hero, almost slew the evil demon, Demon Mama, but not quite. Oh god, he was so close, right? No, this is
the closest. Lady Keffels, the conqueror of Kiwi farms, has been at war with many other kingdoms, but none caught the same fire and attention.
Okay, again, did not conquer. That website is back up. And if you want to, like, you know, if you want to like name one good thing that Keffels has done, it's bringing attention to the legislation against trans people and to the and raising money for Southern equality. Right, those are. You know, some points in Keffels' favor, right?
As her frequent scuffles with the Daliban. There's currently a ceasefire between Lady Keffels and the Daliban due to threat of legal decree from its monarchical leader, King Stephen. Many charity projects that she has set up over the years have been fueled by donations from the Vaushites. There are several knights in their steed, such as...
Okay, so we do get mention of charity, but that gets attributed to Vaush somehow.
Ser Castley of Neolibralia.
Who's that? I don't know.
And Ser Sunday of Melatonia.
Who is Castley? Okay, that's obviously President Sunday.
But when the Fortress arc started, it was hard for King Vaush to gather new allies.
Melatonia? Is that like saying that President Sunday puts you to sleep? Is that what the reference is? Because, I mean, can't disagree. What's up, Frog?
This has resulted in King Vaush having significantly less lords and knights in his fiefdom than that of the Daliban. Over time, we are seeing King Vaush's...
I mean... That is probably true.
Fortress lower its defenses in attempts to get new influence
That's definitely
more
true.
mainstream political kingdoms, such as Young Turkey. The Vaushite Empire has attracted around 500,000 serfs to its name, but they do not possess the same vigor as those in other kingdoms. The amount of serfs in this kingdom has also remained fairly stagnant the past
nice copy pasta, Jonas. Where did you get it?
Few years. And this probably speaks to King Vaush's inability to entice other
That's
more...
Kevin. Okay, I don't know anything about Kevin. Are they like a Vaush-aligned person?
Middle-of-the-road knights and serfs to his cause.
Interesting. Okay, so we're not spending a lot of time talking about Vaush, right? A few white women whose work will be credited to men instead. White men, so many white men. Your streamers... not medieval gentry, right? Conqueror of Kiwi farms. Lord, these people are so up to... Well, you know, like, listen, in Will's favor, he's just not interested in the Vaush network that much. He's not trying to ingratiate himself over there. and it's he's just trying to get through it, right? This is a very short segment versus the amount of time he's going to spend talking about Destiny and those people. And like, I just get the feeling that he's more interested in some things than other things, right? Demon Mama was calling rural healers as an ideal than the consequences. Rural healers as an ideal than the consequences of capitalism. I dislike Demon Mama based on the fact that she's still in oh yeah, no, Steffion. You're right about that, and that is like one video that I never put out. That's one video that I never put out. Yeah, Demon Mama is very blind to certain aspects of her privilege, to the point that it's just embarrassing, right? And I just didn't. I've had a lot of issues with Demon Mama in the past. I don't really want to revisit that, but I have been sitting on something that's pretty racist from Demon Mama. I will, like, right? I don't know.
Inshallah, the Daliban.
Okay, so we're doing the Daliban.
The Daliban is a wise and proud kingdom that is headed by none other than the infamous King Stephen Benel II, or as he is called.
Oh, also, are these like these almost feel like AI paintings?
Called in some circles, Destiny, because interaction.
Well, so they're calling it the Daliban. Can anybody explain why Destiny and his fiefdom is called the Daliban? Like, what is this? Where did this even come from? I don't know. I don't know why. Look, I mean, this is going to sound super naive. If anybody from Chud Logic's community is watching, you could probably tell us, right? I know you all watch me. I know y'all can't wait to see what I think. You want to see me tear into Will. I'm actually not going to here, because Will's not talking about politics. Will's talking about analysis of, political streamers more than politics. So I don't have a lot to, like, this isn't like Will's, debate against Polly, where there's a lot of fault that can be found, right? I'm gonna disagree with some things that Will says. I'm gonna say that Will is maybe a little less than knowledgeable about certain subjects, but certain things that Will says I find largely unobjectable. I don't know why it's called the Daliban. Does anybody know? I've seen this like everywhere. It sounds racist. Yeah, it does. Who made this video? It's so cringe. Yo, Cringe Jesus himself, Will and his channel made this video, right? AI art generator, show me no comment check as a 1980s Steven Cronenberg dark sci-fi movie? Oh my god. Wait, 1980s. Which one would I be, though? Would I be in Naked Lunch? That's a 90s David Cronenberg, though, right? It's like Taliban. But where does the D come from? Oh, okay. Is it really that simple? Destiny, D plus Taliban equals... Wait, that's Naked Lunch is David Lynch? Yeah, D for Destiny, and then combine that with Taliban and you get Daliban. Is that like literally all it is? It just seems so random. That 4chan level of linguistics, true.
With this one man can literally change your life.
Ew. Oh, wait. Let's see who else is on the AI art wall.
Or as he is called in some circles, Destiny. Because interactions with this
Okay, so wait, is that Chud Logic?
One man can literally...
Okay, so, like, that's definitely Mr. Girl in front. I think that's Chud Logic. And then, I don't know who the other two are.
Change your life. The history of the Daliban stretches longer than almost any other kingdom online. 10 years ago, King Stephen first took rise in the ancient game of...
So you can see what he's most interested in, you can see what he's most knowledgeable with, you can see kind of where he lines up more with the Destiny community and those orbiters.
StarCraft 2. He began to make a shift to debate and political...
Although, like I said, Chud Logic's community really did have Chud and his Chud Nation and his spicy chat are not fans of Will and his channel the way they're fans of NCC and her channel. They love my channel.
Content around 2016, and has since then garnered a massive kingdom that even after several insurrections and successful coups has remained one of the largest.
Wait, what would the successful coup be?
And most cohesive online communities in the world. But how did King Stephen get his crown, and how has he managed to remain influential for so long? Firstly, he got in early. When Destiny first started streaming, the land was open and fertile. King Stephen was at the right place at the right time.
Was it Natalie Wynn? Natalie's never talked to Destiny, has she? King Stephen, right? What's up, Paul Squall?
Online empire. Secondly, he is incredible at moving serfs to his side from opposing kingdoms. Destiny is a charming and intelligent guy, and is able to use his charisma, debate skills, and silver tongue to grow his empire. With each new conversation had, his circle strengthens. Thirdly, he has been able to network more effectively with other people in the online politics space by implicitly giving away large pieces of his. He has been able to network more.
Wait, who do we have here? Mr. Girl. I don't know these other creators.
More effectively with other people in the online politics space by implicitly giving away large pieces of.
Maximum. This is match. I mean, you know, that's what Chud Logic's. That's what Chud's community said about this too.
His kingdom to an extremely devoted set of.
Okay, wait. President Sunday, Wick. Ken. Oh, Brianna Wu. Okay, Katie. Wait, is that Katie? Yeah. And then, oh my God, who is this other person?
Lords and ladies who.
Anybody know these people?
Then bestow vassalhood onto an innumerable amount.
I mean, it's a VTuber. Is it Chud Logic? Yeah, that's definitely Wick. That was definitely a Wick panel. But I don't know who this VTuber is here.
Of knights that ride underneath the Dolly.
And that's definitely, yeah.
On flag, either directly or indirectly. He does this by funneling his enormous amount.
Okay, so there we have Chud. There we have Will. Okay. And other people. And other people.
Of loyal serfs to different streamers that are underneath him, or by having up-and-coming knights or lords appear in his court while he is live streaming to entice his audience to view them when he is offline.
Destiny is like showing his like videos, right? Oh, Extreme Dad. Right? So like, right, if you have the you know, sound on and there's no like filter there, then yes, but in practice, no. In practice, no. Everybody full on watches like Destiny videos with the sound turned up. Will, to his credit, has made this Twitch friendly by not even having sound of anyone other than himself. This is like radioactive cringe. It really is, right?
Such as Lord Chud the Logical, the Daliban's Bellman.
Doggo's got mini version of Neville's vegan dental chew and beef burger chews, which look like burnt burgers but smell like Burger King.
With the nose of an English pointer, it is said that Chud can smell spicy drama from 100 yards away. A man with little patience, he is not one to trifle with. Failure to deliver the goods can lead.
Okay, so like this is Will speaking from personal experience, being that he's been the subject of ridicule to Chud's community most recently.
To a swift death by Lord Chud.
Wait, who is this? Who is Chud? Is that Lavaloon or something? Is this Lavaloon?
Executioner, DK.
Oh, DK, okay.
Lady Brittany of Levels, the Siren of DGG, has an extremely devoted cult following that has arisen out of the fruits of around 20 to 30 hours of conversations with King Stephen, and various other drama between other lords and knights. She now has her own religion that can systematically categorize any person in the world. Lady Erudite of Psychometronica has seen the largest jump in creator growth in the kingdom over the past year, and has been able to use Destiny's fief in one of the most effective ways possible. Her content ranges from dating advice, the manosphere, to mental health tips. She punches above her weight on.
I mean, honestly, this is the kind of content that you're expected to do, right? To stay in good graces with people like this. Even if you're like a feminist, even if you're on the left, right? You have to frame everything in, like, we're going to talk about men's issues today. And then you have to kind of like try to, you know, if you see somebody like Merrick used to be more associated with Destiny than she did with Vaush. She kind of switched over at some point. And, you know, that would be what Merrick would do. Merrick would try to talk feminism to these people by couching it as like men's issues. And like, you know, the like one of the biggest things oppressing men is the patriarchy, right? And it just, it doesn't work. It absolutely doesn't work. But yeah, like, I mean, this is where they're aligned with, right? Vaush will try to shoehorn red pill stuff. Destiny just straight up guzzles red pills all day long.
Exponentially larger stream.
Oh yeah. Vaush is definitely trying to clone Destiny's success with the red pillow sphere, with the manosphere, right? But by at the same time, like always, you know, keeping everything within the realm of plausible deniability. So he's like, it's not really red pill stuff. I'm not really being misogynistic, as he, like, you know, basically uses misogyny, tactical misogyny, to boost himself in the algorithm, right? Yeah, these are, I think so. This is fresh and fit.
Than herself, due to her own extremely solid content machine and the ability to attract audience outside of Destiny's direct vassalhood. Lord Carson of Meta was single-handedly taken from serfdom and placed into the ranks of the lords, much to their dismay. His flock of horses are small, but virile. As of writing this document...
Wait, that's Will. That's Will. Is Will one of the horses?
Carson is waging an all-out war against the Daliban to solidify his own kingdom. But will he ever truly be able to escape the grasp of the Daliban? The knights that ride underneath King Stephen's banner are too numerous to name, but...
Yeah, he called them horses, like, right? So we got, so just like a general, like, overall, like, big picture, you have Destiny, Vaush, and Nick Fuentes. Those are the kings, right? Then you've got people like Chud Logic, people like Xander Hall, people like Demon Mama. Those are the knights, right? The first level orbiters, and then the people under those are, those are the lords, right? Under them, and then under those, the sub orbiters are like the knights. And then the audience are serfs, right? The serfs are bound to the land, and when there is a war and somebody takes over some land, they're taking over the serfs. So like that's what Will's trying to say, is that this is like a medieval battle between legions of like knights and archers and pike people. I don't know, what are those, the mods or something? No, I think the horses are the mods. Earlier he showed Destiny, and the mods were like wolves. You know, with Destiny's with that picture of Destiny and his orbiters, right? I absconded from the Vaush fiefdom and have joined this autonomous collective. That's right. Now we see the violence inherent in the system. This is just a cringy description of the factions of right-wing online politics, right? Well, no, imagine being Will and thinking that Vaush is far left. Like, Vaush is just this wacky, hippie lefty, right? And that is as far left as you can, like, really conceive of politics going. You just, like, you can't imagine, you know, the like left politics past Vaush, right? That, and it's not just Will, right? To his credit, this is how the entire, like, you know, Twitchpol sphere looks at things, right? Vaush is a unhinged lefty, apparently.
The most prominent are Dom Sherry, Sir Wick, Dom Dusty, Sir Supreme, Sir Hans, Sir Pisco, Sir Counterpoints, Sir Relevant, Dame Zonia, and many, many more.
Oh my god, they're shoehorning your friend into relevance that she doesn't actually have, but we'll let it go.
With a little flair, a knight is created from almost any content creator the King Destiny comes into contact with. The serfs are not only greater in number than any other kingdom in online poll, but they are also dedicated. They have participated in 2 election campaigns, They have committed such acts as Bloody Sunday, where they murdered Twitch Plays Pokemon, K911, and exclamation point shoot, which led to the genocide of an innumerable amount of Mr. Girl followers. The many people underneath the Dolibon flag have experienced great growth and prosperity as—
And the weird thing too is like this Mr. Girl stuff, right? Because this almost shoots to hell. Like the way that he's presenting this to you is this: like, Vaush is far left, Destiny is like center or center left, right? And Nick Fuentes is far right. Now, I will not argue with you about Nick Fuentes. You definitely got that one right. You know a lot more about the Groypers than I do, Will. So I'm gonna trust your judgment on that one because I just don't know. But you should see Mr. Girl as, and you should see Destiny's forays into content with like. With Nick and with Lauren and with people like that as a signal that Destiny is not a centrist. Destiny is every day more and more a creature of the right and a creature of Twitch politics and a part of that agenda to marginalize the left. Like the reason that Will thinks that Vaush is this far left wacko is because literally the left that existed in Twitchpol has been destroyed, have been driven off, have been silenced, have been canceled, etc., 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 right? There is no left in Twitchpol. Look at what happened with Polly, if you don't believe me. Look, you want to know why Polly got marginalized? Do you think it's because Polly doesn't get along with people? Do you think that Polly's too mean? Do you think that Polly's just too, explosive and bombastic? No, it's because Polly was too far left. That's why they went for me. That's why they went for Polly. That's what will get you clapped faster than anything on Twitchpol, right? As an organization, and an organization that organization. Let's not call it an organization. It's too loosely there to really be called an organization. As a sphere, as a structure, as an orbit, right? It functions to mainstream far right as center right, to mainstream center right as centrist. You know what I mean? It just moves the whole Overton window, right? It purposefully takes out any sense of actual leftism that is not allowed. That's the one thing that'll get you in trouble more than anything else, right? Will is living in a white person's world. What is the name of this video? Something about feudalist hierarchy. The Destiny section is actually kind of a good breakdown of how American white liberalism works. I still remember when Destiny did a UK election quiz back in 2019, and it said his opinions were 50% conservative, 50% liberal. He got mad and closed it. Remember people posting about it on his Reddit?
Their faithful leader expands his kingdom to less politically oriented lands, such as No Jumper and Fresh and Fit. Sometimes
Fresh and Fit, not political.
Even a lucky lord or lady gets to make an appearance alongside the king himself. There's no sign of King
Lucky to be on Fresh and Fit, really?
Destiny or the Dolibon slowing in growth anytime.
I mean, if that's the audience you're going for, I guess.
Soon. The only sizable kingdom with a more mobilized and fanatic fan base and online pull than the Dolibon is that of the Groyper army.
And guess what we're not watching? We're gonna skip this part. So like just a TLDR, he talks about Nick Fuentes being this marginal figure. He talks about AFPAC, the first AFPAC having like almost nobody in attendance, having no support from a mainstream politician. Then he talks about a more recent AFPAC, getting more actually elected officials to come. There being more influence there. He talks about Charlottesville, and he talks about January 6th, and it kind of cites this as evidence of Nick Fuentes being more influential. So that's what we're missing here. And for some reason, YouTube
between kings, lords, knights, and serfs. Kings were monarchical families that had conquered the lands in the generations prior and were the hegemonic powers in the areas that they lived in. As their lands and power grew, the kings needed people to watch over and manage the lands and its people. The king would enter a relationship with a lord and lend him a section of his land and its inhabitants, called a fief. The lord would become the king's vassal and was responsible for keeping the taxes, food, etc. flowing upwards in the kingdom. The sections of the lands that the lords controlled had its own set of vassals, called knights, who were people that were loyal to their lords. Their primary function was to manage the serfs around them and bear arms.
Okay, so to be fair, like, let me give Will some credit here. Like, although I think that he maybe exaggerates, like, the level of influence that somebody like Nick Fuentes has, you know, like, I mean, he's literally had to start his own platform in order to just have a place to stream. And, you know, the fact that like, if you're in Twitchpol, though, Cozy TV seems like less of a niche thing. It seems like less of a like nowhere land than it actually is, right? There's a lot of Twitchpol people that want to have debates with far-right groypers. There's a lot of people, like, you know, that have cultivated a groyper audience, right? So for them, like, this stuff is less wacky than it is to us. But I'm gonna say that because of that, like, you know, he's kind of overestimating the level of influence. However, he does generally have a negative disposition towards Fuentes and his politics, right? So while these people find the groypers to be useful, they don't necessarily agree with them, right? They're useful as foils. They're useful to make them seem less reactionary than they actually are, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But, like, yeah, he doesn't speak positively of Nick. He doesn't, you know, play apologetics in things like Charlottesville, right? If you listen to a groyper describe Charlottesville, they will question, like, the cause of death of Heather Heyer, for instance, right? Will's not doing that. So to his credit, you know, Will's not groyped up by any means, right? That's but yeah, he's you know, overall negative, but maybe overestimates the influence of Fuentes.
If their king ever called for an army. The serfs ranked lowest in the feudal system. They were literally tied to the land that they lived on. Conquering armies would leave them alone so that they could remain productive after the kingdom was conquered, and their loyalty was solely to that of whoever owned the fiefdoms above them. When streaming,
yeah, there's no need to platform groypers. That's why I'm not doing it.
Began to be popular.
Not even gonna show.
Like most things, the first people to start were the first people to gather large audiences.
Oh,
as newer people.
By the way, thank you for the follow, Dish Head.
Entered the space over time, there was naturally less audience to go around. And with the way that streaming is currently set up, with no algorithm and barely any searchability, the best advice that is given to new streamers...
Now that's something that I'll question. Less audience to go around, right? I'm not sure about that. We're talking about politics. Politics is a very interesting subject, right? But a lot of where politics goes on online is like in more mainstream platforms, in places like the Young Turks, David Pakman, or even more to the point, like traditional news media, like, you know, CNN and Fox News have their own online outlets, and you know, all of the political press, you know, has its own, right? So what I would say is that there's a lot of the audience, potential political streaming audience, that's untapped. Like, if you're trans, right, you're in a situation where you can't choose to ignore politics because politics is no longer choosing to ignore you. I think that these people just don't know how to tap a larger audience, right? What they know how to do is, you know, bring in, like, terminally online people. Like, they know how to, like, there's certain websites, right, that they kind of just they're tangential to. And I mean, like, honestly, there is like a relationship, you could say, between like Twitchpol and Pol, and much in the same way that Pol is jaundiced, like, towards the right, Twitchpol is similarly jaundiced. But, like, you know, his whole statement that Hassan has cultivated a normie audience. I don't know what you mean by normie, right? Like, am I a normie? Like, right? What exactly is a normie? I think there's more audience than like these kind of streamers can really reach, and that's why I don't really talk about them, right? They are nowhere. A place where you can bring a VTube frog on, have him JQ, and then the weird people are the ones that have a problem with that, right? The normal point of view to have in Twitchpol when you see a VTube frog JQ is to be like, well, that is like his freedom of speech, I guess, right? It's shifted, it's jaundiced, it's messed up, right? It's not and this is why they'll never attract the audience that they don't even realize exists. So yeah, there's another thing that these people are kind of missing, right? They know how to bring more people like themselves in, and they know how to take, you know, sort of normal people and you know, sort of bring them into that, but they don't really know how to reach people that are interested in politics but just haven't found a place online to understand politics, to consume politics, other than you know, your average like mainstream platforms. And has the frog been active lately? I haven't looked. I think there was some. I think Chud, you know, I think Chud covers stuff like that. The funniest thing about this video is that Nick Fuentes has been the most successful of the three white kingdoms, just by virtue of his political organizations. The one black creator they mention is they talk about Fresh and Fit there. He's so happy with himself, it's gross. Yeah, but I don't want to present an image of Will that's, like, you know, untrue though. Like he does seem to be not a fan of the Groypers himself. Like there's not any better than trust fund corpo assholes. They're more protected from consequences, like Prince Andrew. Less audience to go around does happen if you're running a cult of personality and telling your serfs not to watch anything else. Yeah. Even in New Zealand, lesbians are being called child abusers, and people are protesting and threatening drag story time. Wait, a lot? Yeah, I don't know about that, V. Steph's comment. Gotta pander to the white upper middle class and upper class racist audience of these people, allowing a space where minorities don't get abused.
Is to collaborate with other creators who make similar content, or redirect your audience from other locations with better algorithms.
I think that by normie he means people who started watching Hassan through collaboration with big streamers or React content.
Destiny, Vaush, and Fuentes have large audiences of viewers that are unique to them and have minimal overlap. They have a large swath of content creators underneath them that depend on them for content.
Yo, I don't know about that. I feel like there is a big overlap. Am I wrong between like Destiny and Nick? And that will happen when you do content with somebody, even if you disagree with them regularly.
Proximity and exposure.
And yeah, like, I mean, there was like a competition between Destiny and Nick in terms of influencing Sneeko, right? And Sneeko obviously went the way of Nick, but like I don't think that happens without them being kind of in the same sphere. The problem with Vaush's Kingdom is that they regularly antagonize their audience of minorities causing them to bleed followers. I think that's a good point, scientist. So I mean, like, I always think about it as that they create an atmosphere that is just antithetical towards marginalized people wanting to be a part of, right? But I mean, obviously there are, marginalized people in the Vaush audience. And like, so if you look at Vaush's numbers, right, and I think Will's right about this, they haven't really moved. They haven't really moved recently. And you could look at that as like he is retaining the same audience as ever, or you could look at this as he is losing as much as he's gaining. Because he definitely is gaining, and anybody with that kind of size is going to be bringing in new followers. But there's followers dropping off just as quickly, and I think it's a lot because of what Smartest Man in the World is saying there. Or what scientists said in terms of antagonizing marginalized people within his own audience, right? If he didn't do that, if he was able to retain those people, then, maybe he would be growing to some extent.
Groups materialize.
I'm terminally online to be, by the way.
Content creation metas form. Entire livelihoods are spawned out of relationships, sometimes 2 or 3 times removed from the original source of the content. And this isn't on accident. It makes sense. The larger the content creator you collaborate with or react to, the more likely it will be.
I think there's a vocal minority overlap of terminally online people who kind of keep up with all the streamers on a surface level.
Found in the ocean of 3 viewer Andes and 200 view YouTube videos. It's in the best interest of the average online poll personality to take up arms for their king and try to make a place for themselves in the fiefdom with their hashtags, clickbait titles, and frequent panel appearances. If you play your cards right, if you're charismatic and interesting, funny, smart, then maybe the people who came to watch someone else might look you up and become your fans too. But are they really your fans?
This is a good point. This is a really, really good point. Look, I'm saying this as somebody who used to be like a streamer who would have 100 people in Twitch regularly, right? Like I'd have, 100 viewers, and it wasn't my audience. It was people that had found me through Dylan, people that had found me through Destiny, people even that had found me through Vaush, just because I kind of, played more or less nice with these people. I didn't do anything, obviously I had very different takes than most of them on issues, but like I played by the rules in hopes that it would give me access to some of these creators in order to maybe change their mind on some things, right? I took them seriously in their claim that they were about like facts and logic. They were about arguments, and that if you made the right argument to them, they would change their mind. They don't have any interest in that. What they have an interest in is cultivating people like me, like the same way that I said that, people in Destiny's community kind of tried to groom me to being a trans orbiter of Destiny. What they're interested in is a trans person that sits there and says that everything that Destiny does is okay. I don't have to agree with all of it, but I can't say that there's a problem here, right? The second that I say that there's a problem with somebody, with one of these creators, I become a problem for them. They're not here for me as a marginalized person. They're not on my side. They're not allies. They're not fighting for my liberation. They're not fighting for our liberation. I was there for them as a fig leaf over, their terrible implicit bias, right? And at the point where I couldn't take being that anymore, and I had to try to reach out, and I had to try to get one of those creators to be better, because I could see the kind of harm that they were doing. I could see how my audience was reacting, and I couldn't live with myself not speaking up. That was when I became expendable. That was when it became necessary for all of them to dogpile me at the same time, to poison my reputation, for the most, disturbed people in their audiences to come and harass me and not leave me alone for years and years and years, etc. Right? That's how the system works. That's part of why you don't see like a truly left version of this, right? we're not allowed to exist in their orbit. If we're going to exist, if we're going to be out there for people, we're going to have to create our own ecosystem. And that's kind of what we're starting to do, right? That's what we're doing. That's what Polly's doing. That's what I'm doing. That's what Sarah's doing. Shakespeare, Cryptid, Nabil, right? We are starting to see the start of that, but obviously we're a target for these people. Obviously they don't want us here. Obviously they feel entitled, not just to their viewers, but to the platform, right? And our existence on the platform is inconvenient for them because it shows them to be as reactionary as they really are. So that's where we're at. So yeah, I mean, good video, Will. Thank you.
If you talk to any of the streamers that are part of the Daliban, they will tell you about something colloquially known as the Destiny effect. When King Stephen comes online, everyone in his kingdom takes a viewership hit across the board. This leads to some members of the Daliban planning their streaming time around when Destiny isn't.
So that's what he's talking about, them being like not your viewers. In the past, there, and I don't know if this still exists, right? But there was a thing called hosting. Like, so whenever I would be offline, right, I have a list of streamers that I like, that I support, and that's in order, and like whoever's on that's like in the top of that order gets hosted. So in other words, my stream, if you come to my stream looking for Irene to be on, you're gonna see like, Cryptid, or you're gonna see Polly, or you're gonna see Zara or somebody like that. I don't know if this still exists. I heard that Twitch is phasing the hosting out, right? But, with a streamer like me, there's a marginal effect. You get some audience, but it's just, the people that were hoping that I was on and I'm not on. So it's a minimal effect. With somebody as big as Destiny or Mr. Mouton or, like a larger streamer, Chud Logic, if you're hosted by something like that, it's a large effect. But what that provides is kind of an illusion of a streamer that is, allied with these people, that is friendly to these people, that is getting on that list, their streamer shelf, being lifted up, and you thinking that you're more influential than you actually are. You being boosted by, a decent number of viewers that aren't really your viewers. They're there because you're friendly to Dylan. They're there because you're friendly to Chud. They're there because, you're friendly to not Demon Mama anymore, but like right back in the day, like some of my viewers were actually like Demon Mama viewers. And so when you actually stand up to the network, or even just like one person within the network, because it defends itself, you get a reality check of how many of those viewers are really yours, right? Oh, I always cheer you up. Thank you, Zugil. Thank you for saying that. That's really sweet of you.
Streaming to maximize their viewership. If you're curious about your rank in the Daliban, see how much audience you retain when the rest of the monarchy goes live. If you're curious about who you're beholden to, look to where your audience goes when they aren't watching you. Content creators inside of these kingdoms are as incestuous.
Oh my god, that's really cool. I'm glad. That means a lot to me. Wow.
As the royalty of the Middle Ages. People all across the hierarchy and from other kingdoms cover and react to.
So what do you think he means by incestuous? Do you mean like shares the same audience? Is that what that means? Or is it more like that there are relationships there that are transactional, so that even if like some of these people dislike each other on a personal basis, disagree with each other on a political basis, you're not going to hear this because there's too much at stake, right? This is what people, this is what the Queen of Mean was mad at me about when I spoke up about what Dylan was doing. I was literally doing something that you're not allowed to do. The way that the rules work, the way that the morality works for Twitchpol is that a smaller streamer speaking up about what a larger streamer is doing to, the marginalized group that they belong to is like a mortal sin, right? So like there was, justification for them going after me. There was justification for them harassing me, right? They felt justified. They felt that the horrible things that they were doing to me were justified, right? They have a very they do have a sense of morality. It's just a very backwards sense of morality from anything that I would consider moral, right?
Each other's content, which drives viewership back and forth between
that's really
players
sweet.
involved. In the Daliban, Destiny and his lord
Prime subs are the most important because they show that, you know, like if you've got one Prime sub and you're parking it here, that means a lot.
lords can trickle the viewers in their
It's a
fiefdom
social club?
upward at almost
What's
any
up,
given
Spectacular
moment by calling
Snyderman?
them to court. The highest viewed and most covered content is almost always interpersonal drama, impromptu tribunals amongst the lords and knights that can have devastating effects on people's place.
So
in a
he's
feudalist
talking about
hierarchy.
himself here.
The main goals: remain based, be a gigachad, and avoid being.
Okay, so he's talking about himself there. When he's talking about, like, you can get called in front of a tribunal, it can have disastrous effects. I think that what he's got in mind is his own being called on the carpet in Chud Logic's community. So, you know, like, they always kind of made fun of him, right? The Chud community. Like, you know, they enjoyed his content because he'd talk about other creators that they liked and stuff like that. But they were never really on his side. But they were kind of like okay with him. And that changed when Chud and DK, you know, brought him up and said, you know, you're a piece of shit, right? So I think it's a very, you know, he's speaking from a very personal space. At the same time, notice how he's not like fighting back. He's not standing up for himself because he knows that that is a quixotic enterprise at best. Mostly a lurker on YouTube, so I'm looking to sub there soon. Oh yeah, the new cosplay. I was actually looking at that. So yeah, the new cosplay, you all broke 200 sub points, or we got to 200 sub points, right? And that triggers the original Kami Babe, Nanuchka, me doing a cosplay. And I've been looking at, like, it's not as easy as you would think to find like one shoulder strap unitards, but I did find one. All right, and then I gotta get a like a hammer and sickle tattoo. And then the other thing is the one thing that I'm really having trouble finding is like a Russian or a Soviet army hat. That was one. I don't know if I can find that. I don't. That might be something I have to forgo. But that was part of Nanucha's costume, along with a USSR flag draped over her shoulder. So we're gonna get all those things together, and you know that they're gonna clip chimp me when I'm cosplaying Colonel Nanuchka, and they're gonna be, look at no comment chick. She's a tanky. She's literally cosplaying a wrestler, but no, she's a tanky.
Soy at all costs. It's one of the fundamental things that separates this group of online pull from the David Pack,
maybe Paul Squall. Can you post it in the Discord?
TYT, or the Ben Shapiro types. Most of the streamers in the three hierarchies described will die on their sword holding this opinion. Online pull is
Are you in the Discord?
Primarily an entertainment space.
I feel like I need a cosplay suggestion channel.
I didn't used to think this, but after a couple of years of trolling around this space, I can safely say that it is entertainment first.
Yeah, that's right. Colonel Nanuchka from Glow, from the original Glow. So if you watch the Netflix show, it was based on an 80s wrestling promotion, right? That just barely got going. Like it was struggling, right? But it's like, I mean, just like the show, just like they were struggling on the show, they were kind of like the real version of this was struggling. And the character that Alison Brie plays, Zoya the Destroyer, is based on Colonel Nanuchka, right? Who was a heel. She was a baddie bad, right? Because she came to the ring with a Soviet flag draped over her shoulder. This is the 80s. So like, height of the Cold War almost, right? And she comes in like saying that Russians always win and all this other stuff, like, don't say "Kami go home," right? And she was antagonizing the crowd. But just because of her personality, she actually became, and I found this out recently, she became a babyface, right? So there's heels. Heels are the baddie bad wrestlers, and then baby faces are the goody good wrestler. She went from being a baddie bad to being a goody good because people liked her that much, right? So hopefully you'll like me as Colonel Nanuchka. And okay, I don't want to get you too excited. I think there's some chance that we can get the actual Colonel Nanuchka on stream with me. I think there's some chance, okay? Like, don't get too excited. Like, I'm gonna try to make this happen. I don't know if we can do this or not, but I think that we can bring Colonel Nanuchka on Bird Brains. I think we can get her. I have found maybe a way to get connected with her. I found somebody who interviewed her on YouTube, and I think I can get in contact with him, and hopefully through him I can get in contact with her. So yeah, like hopefully that my dream would be to interview Nonochka as Nonochka, and you'd be seeing double, like, right? It would be amazing. We'd be the ultimate tag team against the Debate Bros.
With a little dash of political commentary on the side sometimes. Is it any one person's fault that the dynamics
no. Okay, so I said I was going to agree with Will on some things. I agree with this. I agree that Twitch politics is like 90% drama, at least. Maybe 95, maybe 97% drama. Like, most of what goes on is not politics, right? It's sensational, it's censorious, and it is interpersonal more than it is political. I mean, it's political in the sense of like the struggle between communities more than it's political in the sense of actually, you know, talking about anything meaningful politically. Most of what they do is just, you know, basic bitch politics, when they even do that. It's Polentainment or something like that. Yeah, no, I'm really excited about that. I hope that works out, right? We talked to, if you saw a couple of weeks ago, last week, I think, I talked to Kid Bandit, a wrestler from many different promotions who's been featured on AEW, even though she's not an AEW wrestler yet. She's not like signed to that promotion, but she's been on so many different promotions and telling us what it's like to be trans and to be a professional wrestler. And I thought that was a really cool interview. I myself have some experience teaching kickboxing, and I'm knowledgeable about MMA. I feel like women's MMA has been given the short stick, though. Like, right? I don't feel like the UFC really cares about women's MMA. I feel like they cared about it for a split second when they thought that they could make Ronda Rousey like a long-term champion, but it turned out that Ronda didn't really last that long. She wasn't all that good. There's something kind of racist in the fact that like they're willing to get behind women's wrestling with Ronda as the champ, but with Amanda Nunes, who's a gay woman from Brazil as champion, they don't seem to be interested. And she holds 2 titles. Like, this should be extremely exciting, but it just doesn't feel like they're really promoting like women's MMA that much. So I don't know, maybe I feel like maybe looking into like wrestling is a better you're gonna see more LGBT and women's sports never are given enough funding. Yeah, and then like, oh my god, that ties right into trans women in sports, in that they will pretend to advocate for women's sports when it's to keep trans women out of women's sports, but most of the time right wing has no interest. They try to blame trans people as if we had any power.
The characters
you were thinking the same thing, V.
Reality shows look like scripted trash. I don't think so. This is a viewer-based economy.
Yeah, and I think racism has a lot to do with the fact that Amanda Nunes is not somebody that the Dana or the Dana White or the UFC are really interested in promoting or supporting. Even though I think she's an amazing athlete, right? Like the 2 matches between Juliana Pena and Amanda Nunes were really, contentious, really amazing, really hard fought. And I have enormous respect for both of those women. But yeah, like apparently Dana White doesn't care.
The meta is presently monarchical.
The owner of the UFC doesn't actually care about diversity. Oh yeah, the owner's kind of a chud.
And to make a living, you too must woo the serfs of the kingdom. Perhaps a different way to view this feudalist hierarchy is a space that at its backbone is powered by various Venn diagrams of shared audiences, and your king intersects all of them. I don't elucidate this to you to discourage you from attempting to gain the court of a content king or lord. It can unmistakably be a life-changing event for a content creator. But heed this warning. Hassan, Vaush, Bob7, Anna, Melina, Relevant, Dilla Burns, Not So Erudite, Brittany Simon, Lav, Hawes, The list could fill a Bible with people Destiny has given either prosperity or the guillotine. One of the most recent and explosive examples of this dynamic is that of Mr. Girl, a serf-turned-lord now waging war.
Do y'all want to see this stuff? Like, I don't know, Mr. Girl's kind of ick.
With the Daliban to establish himself as the king of his own castle. Mr. Girl has been a content.
What do you think? Are we interested in this? UFC will go out of their way to not push someone if they believe that they are boring or not a draw. They have fired well-performing fighters because they performed poorly in buy rates. Is he going to try to get us to sympathize with this creep? I don't know. Does anybody in chat? What do you think? You Twitch chat. I bet you know. Mr. Girl for the grimly curious, kind of interested. I mean, I don't think I'll get in trouble for it. What you get in trouble for is like, you know, watching their content with like skip any clips with Mr. Girl. Oh yeah. So like, I don't think he actually shows Mr. Girl talking. It's Will talking about him. There. Okay, so like, I guess if we see video clips, we'll.
Content creator for a long time.
Oh, that's a video clip.
Was implicitly extended to Mr. Girl, and Lord Carson became King Destiny's friend and loyal Daliban flag carrier for the following year.
So, I mean, this is some disgusting shit, because, like, there are a lot of things that Mr. Girl normalized, which are, like, 100% not okay, right? Which are really good reasons not to do content with him in the first place. Not to do anything that might boost his career, including arguing with him, right? You know, this was what was disappointing about President Sunday, is President Sunday was calling people out for doing content with Mr. Girl, and then ended up, you know, doing content himself, right? I can't even really get into the there's like, so, but you'd think that would be the reason to have an issue with Mr. Girl, to not want Mr. Girl in your clout network if you're Destiny. That's not what it was, though. Destiny loved the salacious nature of Mr. Girl's content, right? The you know, engagement driving, controversial. You know, the Mr. Girl kind of like first came to light for talking about cuties in a non-critical sort of way, right? And said some really disturbing stuff about it, about the film, you know, about the film Cuties, right? This wasn't a problem for like anybody. What was a problem was when Mr. Girl talked shit about Destiny. That's when everybody started to burn their bridge with him, right?
When Lord Carson began his streaming career, he was on Twitch, and his audience was a mix of largely Daliban serfs, as well as a sect of his own fanbase that he had accumulated from creating provocative and thought-provoking YouTube.
You see this? Okay, yeah. So here's where I'm going to be critical of Will. Will is way too interested in Mr. Girl's content.
Essays.
Oh, it's so provocative. It's so thought-provoking. Oh, yeah, we really got to give this a thought, you know?
Over time, the Daliban foot soldiers, intrigued by Mr. Girl's strange but comprehensive worldview, began to follow Lord Carson.
Strange but comprehensive worldview, yeah, and like the fucking cult of Pedialyte, right?
And became indistinguishable from.
This is disturbing. That this part of Mr. Girl, this was like when you saw Stardust like tweet out in defense of Mr. Girl, like begging Twitch not to ban Mr. Girl. This is what this was about. Right? She said that Mr. Girl was like a pillar of the community and that he provoked the kind of like amazing conversations that no one else could. Like, this was like, you know, taking stuff that most people are grossed out by and saying, I don't know, maybe should we be grossed out by it? You know, maybe there's a case to be made for, I don't even want to get into it, right? I feel like
original fans.
Like, he got banned for a reason, right?
This new fan base dedicated,
and Twitch, there's a lot of sussy bakas that Twitch does not ban, so that should tell you something.
Specifically to Lord Carson,
Wait, oh, yeah, then he had, yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. I forgot about that, yeah, the stuff that he did to Stardust was horrible, and even puts, like, Vaush's, you know, issues to shame.
Ordained as his horses. Several loyal...
Okay, yeah, that's funny when you say, like, horses, and then you've got, like...
foot soldiers formed organically, such as Elder Drazi, Smeth, and many more.
Okay, I don't know any of these people, and I don't want to know any of these people.
Mr. Girl only
okay, so that's back to here.
Harder and harder to stake it out in the lands of the other lords and knights. He was banned from Twitch and later had his YouTube channel deleted after a mass flagging campaign from Lord Tech.
So supposedly these, oh my god, okay, I don't even know what that is, but that scares me. I don't know, what was that picture? You can do a Poke Rap with all the randos in this video. Yeah, I think that's like a Fuentes person, maybe, right? So here's where it gets dicey. I guess Mr. Girl did some posts that were critical of Destiny on his own subreddit, and I mean, Destiny does sometimes get criticized on his own subreddit. Usually it's not that big of a deal, but was it a skeleton? I didn't catch it. I don't know. I'm just like,
known as the
anything that he does is gonna be like
Destiny subreddit. Lord Carson and the horses began to flood the square. Before long, one of Destiny's squires named Forethought banned Lord Carson from speaking on the subreddit, and a decree was made that gave members of the Taliban permission to murder horses.
Okay, now that's weird. Isn't that like a German soldier? So like, wait, okay, yeah, I didn't even realize this, right? There's a lot of, so Destiny's portrayed in a good light here. On my first pass, on my first watch through of this video, I didn't realize what kind of light he was putting on Mr. Girl. This is a pretty positive, like, treatment of, like, just an absolute monster.
Horses perusing the subreddit on site in a massacre known as !shoot.
Like what people said about what Mr. Girl did to Stardust is true as far as I know, right? Destiny, Vaush, Fuentes, Demon Mama, Xanderhall, Bad Empanada. There's a Mr. Girl documentary on YouTube. He is a bigger reprobate and danger than I realize. Okay, oh my god. Well, I mean, like that kind of thing would have to be like a YouTube only. Like if it's got actual. Like I think where you get in trouble with Twitch is if it was a clip of like Mr. Girl talking, right? Of a banned streamer talking. That's what Twitch doesn't want you to show.
When the dust settled, King Stephen offered to reinstate Lord Carson's place on the subreddit, but Mr. Girl refused to take a podium constructed from the glue of his horses.
So these are like his stands. Like that's what Will means by horses. So it sounds like he didn't want to be allowed back into the subreddit if his fans were going to stay banned, and it sounds like they were. I think he's prioritizing entertainment value over education, basically trying to turn a political subject into something more internet historian style. I mean, like, it's political in the sense of it like most of this is not political proper, right? You haven't really heard the only segment of Will's essay that is like overtly political is the discussion of Fuentes, right? The part that we didn't watch, right? He does talk about like Fuentes' relationship to Charlottesville, to January 6th, right? That's about as political as it gets. He gives, credence to the fact that like Vaush is a leftist, that Destiny is a centrist, right? But you don't actually get any discussion of politics. Just like Will said, this subject matter is just, there's only a spritz of politics even in it. Like most of it is corn syrup. Why would he say horses? That's confusing considering the part. I know, right? You would think that the horses would have to do with Vaush, but no, this is Mr. Girl stands that are being called horses here. He's trying to turn this content into something that can be enjoyed by a politically apathetic audience.
Lord Carson was
like in some way, this is Dylan Burns' dream, right? Dylan's attempted innovation was to turn Twitch politics into pro wrestling, right? And that's what the Hippy Dippy panel was about. And like when I was on it, I guess I wasn't really aware. They weren't explicit. Like they're you know, I think I was told to not go so hard on CTV, but I wasn't told it in an explicit sense of like, this is Dylan's friend. This person is integral to Dylan's content strategy. And you may not like, right. You know, it was just like, you know, settle down kids, right? Was kind of what I was told in terms of CTV. So I knew it wasn't appreciated for me to criticize the MAGA chud that ended up, you know, going full G rumor panic and turning the pride flags into a swastika like he did, right? But it wasn't explicit. It wasn't like, because when you think of kayfabe, right, you think of like a meeting before the wrestling match where they say, okay, so here's the deal. You're gonna pin this person, they're gonna kick out, and then yada 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 happens, and then this person wins, right? So, you know, I was never told that you gotta like let CTV win or anything like that. Dylan never, you know, it hadn't gotten that far. But by the time that you remember when Demon Mama was wearing kind of like a cosplay to the Hippy Dippy? She had some kind of like elaborate like, you know, costume that she was wearing. That apparently was kayfabe. It came out, right, that it was, and that like some of the people had been explicitly talked to about like how they were, in other words, they were planning drama. They were choreographing drama, right? But they didn't check with all the parties. Famously, It's Vadim was unaware of like the stuff that happened being performative, and thought it was real, and you know it caused a whole, you know, nasty thing to happen, right? But that was what Dylan wanted to do, because he said like, okay, so here's the deal. You got Twitch. We're on Twitch, right? We're competing with game streamers. Games are exciting. Games are scripted. Games are choreographed. Games are in some ways like movies, right? How are we going to compete with that? The only way that we can is turn politics into pro wrestling. And I guess people didn't realize how serious he was about it. But yeah, he really wanted to do that. Now, obviously, you know, he took an extended hiatus during the you know, like when the Ukraine conflict started, and so like I don't even know, you know, if he's doing the Hippy Dippy, like what's going on with Dylan now. But yeah, that was what he wanted to do with the space. He wanted to kind of control the drama. And if you look at the blow up between him and Prime, where Dylan takes, you know, accusations of sexual harassment and turns that into a drama stream, right? And then the rest of Twitchpol decides that like this is a bridge too far, that this can't be allowed to happen, and they even meet and try to set up what was called the Cancel Council, right? It was supposed to be a group of people who would meet and adjudicate any sort of conflict behind the scenes, right? And they would decide who gets canceled, who's on the outs, who's on the ends. So who's on the ends, right? So, you know, like there was a massive attempt both in terms of, you know, Dylan and in terms of Prime and Twitchpol to try to, yeah, what is this white nonsense, right? Well, it was colloquially called the Cancel Council, right? And the idea was that they were worried about the fact that somebody that was valuable to them, like Prime Kai, could have his reputation ruined. Now, in actuality, the things that, you know, ruined Prime's reputation were the things that Prime did, right? Were acts that, you know, Prime himself did. It wasn't like Prime, being canceled. It was just some weird ways that he interacted with somebody that was supposed to be booking for him, right? But because of the damage to Prime, who was integral, right? If you look at Wink, you all know Wick, right? Wick that does the panels, right? Before Wick, Prime Kai was the person who did the panels. Prime used to be a huge creator, used to get huge numbers, used to bring all the big names onto his panels, right? And, that kind of winded down when the accusations were made against Prime, through Dylan's drama stream, and like the entirety of how that all went down was just gross. That's another thing that would, if you really want to discuss the interpersonal and network dynamics of what happens in online politics, you almost have to discuss that issue. But it's really contentious, and I kind of don't blame Will for not wanting to go there, because there'd be a lot of people that would be mad about him even just going over the history of what happened there. But yeah, Prime kind of faded away as a political figure after those events, and Twitchpol recognized that there was a danger in not controlling the drama. So they talked about a council, they talked about a board, like almost like an HR board, that if any sort of accusations would be brought up, if anything was to happen, that they would meet behind closed doors and adjudicate it, right? I don't think they went forward with this. In other words, if this exists, right, it's clandestine. It's not in the public. Like, I don't think this actually happened, right? At least it's not publicly, going on, right? But yeah, a lot of people talked about this. Queen of Mean, Chud Logic. There were a lot of people that there were panels about the potential of this board that did take place, but I think that people just couldn't agree on how it would go on, and that's understandable, because if you're a content creator, you don't want that kind of power to be put into the hands of somebody that you can't control. And since there were too many parties, especially after Prime, became less of a factor, there were too many parties at play for them to all get together and agree on, okay, these are our board members, this is who's going to do it, right? You just you couldn't get agreement like that.
Presented with a hard choice. He was at a fork in the road, and on one
side,
HR,
Twitch HR is an innovation that nobody needs.
Was
true.
More of the same, paving his path deeper and deeper into Daliban territory. The other, a path of independence, required him to give up his
Hassan blew up through debating on the Raj Royale
vassalhood to the person that had given him his entire streaming career, and potentially ending his friendship. Lord Carson decided to publicly make a split from the Daliban Empire, and has been waging war against King Stephen and his large array of lords and knights ever since, stemming from an upcoming decree coming on possible infidelities that King Stephen might partake in surrounding.
Okay, so I don't know much about this. Maybe you do. Maybe somebody out there knows about this, but the allegations that Will's talking about are, I think Mr. Girl and Lavaloon have accused Destiny of running kind of a casting couch, right? In terms of the women that he platforms. Now, I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this is false. I literally do not know. Like I said, I am not trying to follow this side of online politics. I find it incredibly toxic, right? But maybe some of you know about the accusations. I don't have a lot of faith in Lavaloon. I don't have a lot of faith in Mr. Girl. So these are two untrusted sources, but their claims that they made were something to the effect that, that there was a, leveraging of Steven's power in order to, have sex with people, right? I don't know if it's true or not. I can't speak to that, so.
Surrounding his vassals, set to arrive about a month from now. Maybe.
Okay, so he's saying that Mr. Girl has promised some sort of big revelation, some sort of manifesto, right? And then that's how it works, right? That's why there was like a manifesto released about me. That's why there was a manifesto released by Lonerbox about Polly and other trans streamers. That's why, the Destiny's manifesto against Keffels. Dylan made a manifesto about me, right? Manifestos is how this environment works, right? Somebody drops a big manifesto with what looks like receipts, and most of the time, it's just like screenshots and then characterizations of those screenshots, right? So there's it's not proof, it's not receipts, there's nothing real, there's no there, but if you can get enough people to update it, then it takes effect. It gets believed to be true. It gets seen by a lot of eyes, and those eyes aren't super curious about looking in and saying like, is this like proof beyond a reasonable doubt? It never is. It's just, it's just allegations, right? That's what that manifesto culture is all about, right? And so, yeah, manifest destiny. I don't even know.
If a huge content creator lends someone their audience to create their entire career, can they take it away just as easily? Destiny objectively granted Mr. Girl an enormous boost in audience following.
I believe and stand with any survivors of this shit, even if we disagree with other stuff. Nobody should ever face sexual coercion and harassment in their workplaces or online. Yeah, I mean, like that's. I've also seen issues where the charges were brought forward by people other than the victims. The supposed victims were saying this didn't happen. But then there were like this was with Lavaloon. Lavaloon made some allegations against Hassan involving somebody that Hassan knew, and the person in question did not back up what Lavaloon said, right? So that was like, I don't even know what that was, right? That's pretty fucked, right? And like that's kind of my feeling towards the Mr. Girl Lavaloon stuff about Destiny. Destiny is, reprehensible in a lot of different ways. But like, when what you've got is Mr. Girl and Lavaloon, making these allegations, I don't really place a lot of faith in that either. I really don't want to have anything to do with these people, right? This is the most toxic part of online politics, right? This is gross stuff. There's not much politics going on. There's not many people that I find worthwhile to talk to there. So, I've just tried to stay away as much as I can. And since Destiny got banned from Twitch, he has not seemed particularly relevant. Obviously, as far as numbers go, as far as the size of his community goes, he is, relevant, but it's like relevant in terms of like the red pill community. I don't know. It's just like nothing I want to get involved in, really.
Following just a few short interviews, but those were not yet Mr. Girl's fans. They were King Stevens. It wasn't until
you have reason to think it's true, but you can't say why.
Mr. Girl proved himself as someone as interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I've just got to be kind of agnostic about it, just given the lack of trust I have in the Mr. Girl being the one making the claims. However, that it could be true.
And as provocative as King
I literally don't know.
That he was able to get an audience that was distinctly separate from the other 800,000 members of the Dollyban. The pattern that I'm seeing is that while you may find quick
Oh, interesting. Okay, well, so if I was to make, I don't know, Will's gonna know more about Mr. Girl than I am. I purposely try to stay away from him and his horses as far as I can, right? But, if there is any truth to what Will's saying, it's probably something like this. Vaush garnered an audience from the Destiny community by being to the left of Destiny in a time where Destiny had a lot of lefty audience that he wasn't catering to. Destiny, the more he interacted with leftists, even people like even kind of mainstream leftists like Hassan, the more he interacted with people like that, the less he was open to leftist ideas, and the more he kind of veered to the right. Vaush was in the right place at the right time, so that when Destiny purged all the lefties from his audience, the obvious place for them to go was into Vaush's audience, right? And that's why Vaush is really cautious about anybody in his network being to the left of him, right? If somebody were to present themselves to Vaush's audience and then have a split with Vaush over an issue where they're on the left side and Vaush is on the right side, Vaush would be in danger of being Voshed by a new Vaush, right? In other words, having his audience split with a creator that's further to the left of him, right? So I guess if I was just to kind of guess, maybe what Mr. Girl represents is Destiny's right flank. When Destiny, you know, veered to the right and has been catering more and more to like the Red Pill community and to the, you know, those kind of you know, just all the descendants of the pickup artists of old, right? Maybe Mr. Girl, you know, represents like his right flank, and maybe the coup that Mr. Girl is trying to lead, and, you know, to the extent that he's garnered an audience that's separate, maybe this is like a maybe slightly to the right of Destiny.
Success inside of a kingdom, such as the Vaushite Empire, the Daliban.
Oh yeah. That's why they hate the Wokescolds. So that they hate the Wokescolds so much they had to adopt Ben Shapiro's language.
Per army. It is up to the individual to do something so that you aren't someone's fourth or fifth choice in their respective hierarchy. Lord Carson and Lady Erudite are two people in my mind that have been on two opposite ends of the content grind, and both have seen levels of success that is greater than that of the average vassal of the Daliban. While I could end this video coping about how it's all because of Destiny's magic touch or something, it's actually their magic touch that is helping them retain their own unique audiences over time, while making use of the kingdoms they reside in. A smaller microcosm of this effect revolves around smaller content creators like yours truly and Sick.
I think it's more so people like Sneeko post a threat. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. So Sneeko, yeah, well, I mean, like, there was a three-way dynamic between Sneeko, Destiny, and Nick Fuentes, right? Destiny had done some content with Nick Fuentes. You know, he's kind of like friendly to Nick while like disagreeing with him on political issues. And Sneeko, you know, he'd gotten on with Sneeko and had some discussions, and it sounded like he was trying to kind of pull Sneeko into a more centrist orbit. I don't know how much, like, I mean, Sneeko doesn't seem to be about politics at all. With him, it's more like just like, you know, this kind of cultural alignment, right? It's like, you know, he's anti-SJW in almost a cultural sense rather than like a political sense. It almost becomes like an identity, you know, to the point where, like, in Sneeko's conflict with Moist Critical, Sneeko's kind of, you know, has basically accused people like Moist Critical of trying to cancel him, has used, like, you know, anti-woke rhetoric essentially against Moist Critical, and Moist Critical is nobody's leftist, right? Moist Critical is absolutely not on the left. This is one of the people that made fun of Kira Chats, you know, tried to cancel Kira Chats for the it's just $5, right? So
Surf and Knight of Chud Logic's court.
Destiny was actually orbiting Sneeko in a way.
I can safely say that I share a
But yeah, Nick seems to have won him over.
Substantial amount of shared audience.
Although I'm not sure how much he actually understands about Nick's politics.
With Chud Logic. I think Sick would agree as well. With Chud's help, my first major release soared to being the most viewed video on my channel, putting it in front of the eyes of thousands, which trickled down to me doubling my sub count. His negative praise also had an equaling damaging effect in the eyes of our shared audience, and thus, at least for now, my viewers. Evident by the Extreme Daddy Festo Part 2, a less good video, mind you, but still a decent effort, sits closer to my average view count. Quality and relevancy,
like an ideological versus political distinction,
appear to be the most important.
I would say he's not political whatsoever.
Things you
you wouldn't say he's political whatsoever?
Need to gain the court of a king or lord. When Sick released his Lavloon manifesto at the peak of Lavloon related drama,
okay, so yeah,
same day that she compared Twitch, Destiny to Harvey Weinstein, it was the perfect opportunity to make a huge splash.
Okay, so yeah, that's what Lavaloon characterized Destiny as being like Harvey Weinstein. That's you know, very much, you know, like the casting couch.
The quality of the video, It's pretty terrible. But the info was amazing, and the relevancy at the time just out of this world. Sick got it in front of the eyes of Lord Chud, and eventually, King Stephen. The Daliban Kingdom has since exploded his video to over 90,000 views, and has solidified...
Okay, so, I mean, like, understand what this is, right? Sick is getting boosted by Destiny because of him being useful to Destiny. Right, so Will's right to say that, you know, like the viewers that you get off of something like this are absolutely not your viewers. You become like an employee, right? And so your viewership is very much conditional.
Sick Unchained as a 30 viewer Andy, and one of the freshest new up-and-coming knights of the Daliban Kingdom.
The freshest new and
Sick has also been
knights.
consistent on the content grind since release, improving each week, taking lessons from our lord, Chud Logic. A formula appears to be forming if you
Wow, he's still kind of kissing Chud Logic's ass.
want to try and take advantage of a larger content creator to expand your growth.
The formula is this: affix your lips to their ass and become part of the human centipede. See, if you just watched the Bad Empanada video, you'd have so much more insight.
1. Create a piece of content or discourse that is high quality or relevant. 2. Gain the court of a large lord, king, or the algorithm. 3. Hope that your consistent efforts after this boost are good enough to gather an audience for yourself so that you too may rise through the ranks of the fiefdom, paved by the other content creators that came before.
I mean, there's at least some knowledge, there's at least some consciousness on Will's part that of what this is, right? Like, I think Will recognizes that this is not... Like he's more okay with it than... Like, I mean, and I guess if you don't really have any skin in the game politically, right? If you don't feel like anything's at stake, if all you want is to aggrandize your ego, if all you want is to grow your audience, to get more people saying your name, then yeah, I mean, like, this is a fine strategy. But if you're coming here for a reason, right? If you care about this stuff, if you have, you know, strong convictions, this is obviously not a good roadmap.
While it may be beneficial to work your way through the hierarchy in the beginning of your content creator career, I think the only way to really make it big is to strive to create something outside of it. Clearly there are ways...
No, he gets it.
...ways to get out there. Like, look at just Pearly Things. She managed to get...
Okay, yeah. What? Oh my god. Yeah, this is... People call just Pearly Things like the female Andrew Tate. Essentially, her whole grind is like repeating, you know, the things that are complementary to that pre-existing audience, that like sort of red pill audience, right? That's you know, just Pearly Things is like a pick me among pick-me's.
Over 1 million subscribers in just over 8 months from abusing the YouTube Shorts algorithm, a land that is still fairly untamed. If you look at any of the
100% part of a clout network, so it's a really strange example for him to make.
Lords or knights in any of the kingdoms, it is rare for one of these content creators to break 10,000 subs on YouTube, or get more than 100 live viewers on Twitch. Which, to be fair, is still really cool and can be a living, but I'm not sure that's where I want to be. I think my content aspirations are set for something outside of this ecosystem, and honestly, maybe even online pull itself. The sparkle and shine of online pull is wavering. For the past year or so, the space has felt a little bit stale, and I feel myself falling prey to the drama just as much as anyone. I'm not above watching a train wreck in real time, but maybe I should be. Over the past year, the most interesting people in this space have been those that associate with the kingdoms the least. The freshest injections into the space are when more mainstream pundits enter, like Brianna Wu or Adam22. How many times can we watch Vaush debate the etymology of water, Destiny...
What do you think, chat? Would you like me to talk to Brianna Wu?
...play Autism Simulator, or see the N-word typed into Nick Fuentes' live chat before we ask ourselves, what the fuck are we even doing here? It's my observation that unless you absolutely love the way that online politics is currently set...
There's more self-awareness here than I expected, I gotta say that. Okay.
Unless you are currently making money off of the online poll meta you find yourself in.
Will is not someone I think of in association with self-awareness, but like, I'm a little bit surprised.
unless you find the community.
Will and his train wreck. Brianna Wu gives me ick vibes, and I can't put my finger on why.
Needs to be more engaging than anything else available to you. Make sure that you first and foremost are happy and really want to be there. Secondly, make sure that whatever you build can stand on its own, because no one will ever be Destiny, Vaush, Hassan, TYT, Mr. Girl, Just Pearly Things, Ben Shapiro, or Nick Fuentes ever again. How many streamers can react to each other before something new has to be done? It appears to me that the ground has been broken. The land has been taken under their control, and as smaller content creators, it might just be time to break out of the current metas we find ourselves in, and push on to foreign lands. Even if it means that we're only fueled by our determination, creativity, and a little bit of luck, instead of the guaranteed audience of a wealthy lord or king.
Okay, so wait, that's the video, right? And it kind of sounds like I'm leaving the online political sphere. Like that's where you're sort of left. However, look at what happened. All right, so you saw him show a 2.7 view video as being the strongest that his channel has performed so far. Do you see what do you see what this video is doing? 18K. And the question I have is that enough to change Will's mind, right? Obviously, he's either ingratiated himself to someone through this video, right? And you saw, it comes off as, it paints Destiny in a good light. It paints Not So Erudite in a good light. It paints oh my god, who else? Mr. Girl in a good light. So, maybe it's one of those people. Wait. FD video about cornbread tube? Do you have the link to that, V? What do you think, though? Do you think he's really... Because he's basically, like, the end of this video is like, I'm leaving. I'm done with it. I'm gonna find something new. I'm gonna do something new. I'm gonna go in my own direction, right? But he just made, this is gonna be like a 20K video at least, covering like the thing that he said he was leaving. Do you think he's gonna leave or not? Do you think he was leaving because he felt like he didn't succeed? He felt like he was frozen out, and now this is gonna change his mind? Like I don't know. This might like really cause like Will to have to put his money where his mouth is as far as actually leaving, or to just kind of just be like, just kidding, I'm still here. Right, so I guess we'll find out. How it ends up. From my understanding, though, Chud and his audience, like, they're definitely aware of this video. They're definitely watching this video. Chud watched this video. They are not fans of Will. They hate Will. They think he's cringe. They think this is cringe. So if it's that audience that you're using as kind of a... Oh my god! Vitengale, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How are you doing? Good to see you. You've activated my stand power. That's right. Spice Girl. Welcome, raiders. Good to see you, Elliot. Good to see you, Vitengale. Thanks for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Everybody, if you're not already following Vitengale, give Vitengale a follow. Let's see if can we get a shout out? Still, so I don't think he'll leave. I think he's just interesting enough to strike out on his own. He's interested enough to strike out on his own. It might have been part of Colormind's stream I was watching. Wait, so I do think I remember seeing a video. Wait, no, Colormind was in FD's video about men, right? Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Wait, let me do the shout out myself, since obviously Nope. Did I spell your name right? Yes, I did. I think I got it. Yeah, there's the shout out. That makes it easy for you to go and click follow on Vitingale. Assuming that I spelled everything right. Yeah, if you can find it, I'd be interested. Definitely wanting to cover. Definitely wanting to cover some FD Signifier today. You know, like Zera's got a lot to handle, so like I try to have a lot of mods or a decent number of mods. Oh my god, wait a minute. Click. Yeah, so that like, if one of my mods steps out, it's not a big deal. It usually isn't, and I feel like we might have to add some more people at some point. If you're interested in being a mod, join the Discord, because that is probably where I will choose the next cohort of mods from. Okay, so let's see. Vaush, CIA, Wokescold. Oh my god, when I typed Vaush CIA, it said the first thing was Vaush CIA informant. Wait. Really? Okay, it doesn't even come up. There's so much stuff here. Coconut Island. Let's try that. We just got done with Will and his video essay. This was a person that had really posted some cringe, right? Somebody who debated Polly on the issue of trans rights and whether there's a trans genocide going on, and definitely came down on the side of defending Lonerbox and saying that the issue with the danger to trans people was overblown, right? And that Polly needed him, that he was an excellent trans ally and had marched in 3 pride parades, right? So yeah, posted some cringe. Also kind of pissed off Chud Logic's community through a bunch of snafus there with his editor, and had done one video that kind of seemed like a swan song, right? He's going to do a video describing how online political dynamics work, and then be done with it and move on to something else. However, here's the weird thing. That video is blowing up, and I can't figure out why, right? The obvious way that a video blows up is getting the attention, like he said, of the king or the lords and ladies, or somebody big, right? So he did kind of kiss Mr. Girl's ass, he did kind of kiss Not So Erudite's ass, he did kiss Destiny's ass a little bit. Maybe he got a shout out from one of them, maybe that's why the video's doing what it's doing, maybe he just got lucky with the algorithm. I can't figure it out, but whatever reason, it's going to challenge his decision to move on to greener pastures based on the fact that he's now had some success doing the very thing that he said he was done with. So we'll see where it goes from there. But yeah, another way of analyzing the online content sphere, right? You've got the paradigm of orbiters, where you see the bigger streamers as being planets, and then streamers orbiting around them, and then maybe even those streamers having moons that orbit around them. And that's, how it's been seen, like gravitational pull as a metaphor for clout, I guess. Then there's, of course, the clout human centipede by Bad Empanada, where he talks about the idea of Vaush being the head of the clout centipede, kind of shitting out bad takes into Xanderhall's mouth. Xanderhall shits it into Demon Mama's mouth, et cetera, and so on, right? That's another way to see it. And, Will is proposing a model that looks more like monarchy and feudalism. And that was, and somehow that conceit seems to have captured the imagination of somebody, because he's getting better numbers than he has in the past. So we'll see. Let's take a look at what Vaush is doing now. CIA loves Wokescolds and tankies is what Vaush says here. So. And this is kind of in a line of, I don't know, would you call it Darvo? Right? So more and more you'll see Vaush and his community criticizing other people for being reactionary, for instance, right? Now, Yeah, he's the last person to be able to really call anybody reactionary, right? Like that is his main thing, is doing lefty politics from a reactionary framing, right? Call it the very fact that he uses the phrase Wokescolds, right? That's a Ben Shapiro talking point that he's kind of hijacked there, right? So if anybody's a reactionary, it's Vaush himself. Now he is talking about how the CIA loves Wokescolds and tankies, right? When in actuality, like, what he's doing by his very presence on the online left is diluting the degree to which the degree to which there even is any like leftism here. So he accuses other people of what he's doing himself. Yeah, he gets out, either gets out ahead of that or kind of like, I mean, this is straight out of, oh God, I hate to say it, but didn't Goebbels say, accuse your opponent of doing what you're doing? I'm not saying that Vaush is a fan of Goebbels or anything like that, right? But this is straight out of that playbook. This is just Keffel's Tinderqueer shit over and over again. That he ripped off her racist BS. The CIA loves anyone who believes them. Yeah, and like look, if you want to talk about somebody whose worldview is very much in line with the State Department, the U.S. State Department, that would be Irish Laddie himself. He is a Twitter addict. Every time he says the left is addicted to losing or failing, it's because of his Twitter feed. It's just people who are mad. Yeah, well, yeah. Whenever he's trending, it's like 90% people calling him out. So he just stumbled upon this great idea on his own.
I can only see this pattern happen like so many times, where I will say something that is essentially objectively correct, or at the very least pretty harmless.
Objectively correct. Okay.
Get told by thousands of people to kill myself, and then all the people.
Okay, so nobody should be telling anybody to KYS. I don't support harassment, not even for this guy, but
who are so
I know, right? Spectacular Snyderman
will then like turn around and sort of either ignore that or collaboratively participate in what I can only describe as like CIA's ideal version of the online left, where no actual coalition building can be made. Here's the critical flaw. Here's the thing that these lefties will never let you do. Change a mind. It's the number one thing political movements are meant to do, and it is the last thing this particular type of lefty wants to do. It is so far down their list of priorities, it never even comes up. The thought of convincing people who don't currently agree with you to agree with you is not only is it not...
The problem is you're not convincing them of shit. All you're doing is repeating the reactionary shit they already believe in. And saying that, by the way, I'm a lefty, like in hopes of getting more reactionaries to identify as lefties.
On the priority list, they don't want it.
When he's talking about coalition building, he's talking about a coalition of white fragility.
We've seen this so many times.
He's talking about a coalition of misogyny.
How many times have we seen these excuses? Oh, we don't actually want these people in the online left. Oh, these edgy white boys, they couldn't possibly be a good leftist. Never mind the fact that, like, half of the people...
Look, they could be, but, like, you're getting in the way of that, okay? You're, like, encouraging them not to unpack their shit. You're encouraging them to believe in things like anti-white racism. You're encouraging their fragility. They could be good comrades, right? Having privilege doesn't mean that you can't be a comrade, but it does mean that there's going to be more work towards doing that, right? And what Vaush's innovation is to hold their hands and tell them, you don't have to do that work. You can hang out here. I am a lefty, and I am plenty misogynist. I am plenty racist. Casual transphobia is fine with me, right?
In the Wokescold online community are
inculcated with white fragility. Isn't scolding people explicitly about trying to change their... Oh my God. Yeah, well, I mean, there's no scolding from Vaush, at least when it comes to, white fragility.
Domestic abusers and
which, like, if you say white fragility to Vaush, the second thing out of his mouth is like, oh, are you Robin DiAngelo?
anyway. Horrible, monstrous people.
I like no work.
People interpersonally who are constantly tearing each other apart because they are performatively hyper fragile, and that obviously leads to a bunch of toxic infighting. Never mind all that, okay? These people over here, these social...
Look, when we talk about building a coalition, we're talking about all being on the same team, okay? Now, Vaush sees that in a very different way. Vaush's paradigm of bringing us onto the same team is this. People who have a problem with me, people who see racism in what I say, you know, people who want me to unpack my shit, people who want me to do some work, right? They're getting in the way of the coalition. The coalition comes from me getting out in front, obviously, because, like, you know, I got the big brain takes, right? None of you marginalized people are good at advocating for yourself, so you need to shut up and sit down and let your edgy boy messiah come in and do the work for you, right? Because you're cringe. And you don't know how to talk to normies because you're not normies because you're marginalized, right? There's another way that you could do it, and that's like listening to marginalized people. Now, Vaush, when he hears that, he thinks what I'm saying is like, you got to agree with Candace Owens because she's black. No, Vaush, no. I'm not saying you should agree with Candace Owens. What I'm saying, you should listen to black people, including Candace Owens, right? But, you know, like in the sense that, like, if you're going to talk about these issues, you need to listen to the people who have the skin in the game when it comes to these issues, right? Before you're really competent to talk about this stuff, you need to listen to somebody that's lived that experience, right? Yeah, including Candace Owens. It doesn't mean agree with Candace Owens, but it means like know the lay of the land. Know that, like, you know, like for instance, trans people aren't a monolith. Black people aren't a monolith. And with trans people, we have our own pick-me's. We have our own people that, you know, have incredibly bad takes that like kind of like, you know, do everything that they can to be useful to the people that are oppressing us in hopes that they are going to be able to negotiate a separate peace. But yeah, you do need to listen to people, right? Otherwise, your opinion is just kind of worthless, right? You don't, it's like coming to class, not doing the reading, and then trying to stand up and tell us about the book. You haven't read the book. The book is our lived experience, right? You being privileged, you know, in a million different ways doesn't mean that you're useless, doesn't mean that you can't have an opinion, but it means that you're not going to have an informed opinion without, you know, informing yourself. And informing yourself means listening. And yeah, that sometimes involves, like, you know, staying in your lane. That sometimes involves, like, you know, not coming in and just like sort of taking over people's own liberatory movements. It's taking the lead from those people. I mean, I think that on some level, you know, even somebody like Vaush should know that, like, you know, coming in and, you know, yeah, the Candace Owens thing, he gets unlimited mileage from that. I think that even these people know on some level what it looks like for somebody that's privileged to come in and try to take over a liberatory movement, try to talk over people without even listening to them first, or you know, talk over people at all, right? Like when you infantilize a group of marginalized people, you're not gonna build much solidarity, because we know that you aren't going to be a good leader for us, because you won't even listen, you won't even understand where we're coming from, you won't even understand what we're dealing with. You just think that you can logic it out in your big brain and tell us to shut up and sit down because you know everything, right? That kind of pedantic bullshit is what breaks movements apart. We want to build a strong movement. That movement has to be held together by a glue. That glue is called solidarity. Solidarity comes from the bottom up, not the top down. That's what Vaush and his community fail to grasp, and that is why they do more harm to the left than they do good. So yeah, there's my spiel.
Actually powerful people, you know, millions of them. We don't want them in our online left, because
listening to marginalized people just means you have the full story about that community and their lives and discourse. It's not meant to be a tug-of-war debate tactic that these debate streamers make it out to be. Yeah, and so like when you're coming from a primarily like debate sort of world, sort of sphere, sort of paradigm. Like, Vaush, like I said, comes from Destiny's community. The apple doesn't fall that far from the tree. Debate culture is about dominance paradigm. That is fundamentally antithetical to the project of building solidarity that we're engaged in on the left, right?
I don't know, they're icky. We don't need these voices. They don't care about changing minds, and they certainly don't care about building.
And if I
power
can
for their
bother
group,
you for one more
they just
thing,
want a comfy social space to exist in on their way through fascism and then subsequently out the door, because that's what fascism will do to these communities and to this community. 90% of that I get in trouble for is just...
So what he's saying is that there's a great and dangerous enemy out there, and you need me to be able to fight it, all right? That's why you need to shut up and sit down. He wants to use your fear of the reactionary right as a way to silence you, right? As a way to take over your movement, right? And tell you how to run it. I think we know how to run our own liberatory movements better than this guy does, and I think that he would be better served to actually shut up and sit down himself and listen, right? For once in his life, for once in his privileged asshole life, to actually like listen. Yeah, if I can bother you for one more thing, it would be this. Can you help me boost my thread today? Here it is, and here it is, because I have not nearly enough people in my YouTube chat. And also, if you're over there in YouTube, make sure to hit that like button. It really helps me out. It lets people know that this is a stream that you're enjoying, and it gives YouTube the signals that it needs to send to bring more people into the stream as well. So,
be real. Acting like a normal person.
Main character syndrome,
that
yeah.
Get me in trouble,
just a
and
bit.
These jokes would be considered spicy on SNL. Okay, we're talking like so much of the stuff that the online left gets angry at me for. And it's not to say I don't act controversial at times, and I'm fine with it. I'll defend what I say. I know that sometimes I'm even too spicy for my own good, and I walk back stuff I've said. That's fine. I don't have a problem with being that person.
I don't think it's spicy. I don't even think it's necessarily edginess. I think it's entitled assholery that turns people off to you, including your own community. You're worried about building your community, and to do that, you've even attempted to ingratiate yourself to the red pill, sphere, to follow Destiny's example. How about if instead of doing that, you try to hold on to the people that you have in your community by not pushing us away through this entitled bullshit? More and more people are onto that, Vaush, and you're leaking membership, right? That is why your community is stuck in the mud. That is why you're not growing while Destiny is, right? You could think of this in a completely different way.
What I do have a problem with is
ignorance and overconfidence.
Feeling as though the biggest things that separate me from the online left are the least radical parts of me. The fact that I'm capable of being irreverent, or that I understand there's a difference between...
See, when he's saying irreverent, this is irreverent in a right-wing sense. This is like, he means anti-PC, he means like anti-SJW. That's what Vaush essentially is a left-wing anti-SJW. Now, we do have another group that's like this, right? When we talk about, if you want to go back to like 2016 and talk about like the dirtbag left, you talk about people like Angela Nagel. I mean, like, Chapo's the name that comes to mind, but honestly, Chapo's not even that far down the pipeline as far as these things go. You've got, Chapo's just the beginning of it. You've got like Angela Nagel, Red Scare, like all that kind of shit. And you look at where that leads. You look at where those people that were reading To Kill, or like Kill All Normies, back in the day are now. They're in like Peter Coffin's community. They're in Caleb Maupin's community. They're in Infrared Haas's community, right? In some ways, that's where Vaush is. He's like a slow motion version of this, right? It's the same tendencies that's leading him down this reactionary road, just in a slower pace.
Edgy jokes and actual reaction.
Yeah, irreverent equals racist and misogynist.
Politics. I thought everyone else got this really early on, frankly, but apparently no. Apparently that's actually a really controversial position, Uncontroversial leftist position. I imagined. Coalition building is good. Changing minds is good. But those positions are anathema now in the online left. The idea that we should reach out to people is taboo. So taboo that when I said we
Taboo.
should reach out to insecure young men, I got thousands of people telling me to myself. I'm not exaggerating when I say that. You're free to browse the quote tweets. You can't browse my DMs or emails, but those were pretty interesting too. How do you think that makes me feel? I don't mind the threats, by the way, a lot.
Do they think that they're irrelevant now, or do they still think they're important? I have no idea, because like the left as a group has rejected that kind of shit. The problem is that we haven't rejected this kind of shit, and it does lead to the same place, just on a slower walk.
A lot of these people are literally kids. It's not like I'm actually feeling threatened. What I mind is like their mentality. It's their threats to me are less harmful to me than the dead weight they are to the left is to me. Does that make sense? The threats themselves, not a huge issue. The fact that they're the kind of person who would issue them means they're a dead weight to the online left, which means the left broadly, which means, hey, you know, we're all kind of in this together, I thought. And man, it's just remarkable.
Vaush is the dead weight. Vaush is the massive suck on the left, right? In terms of resources, in terms of time, right? He parks your ass in that chair and gets you to believe that you're somehow involved in leftism. Vaush, I hate to break it to you, but leftism is about revolution. And you're not gonna lead a revolution from a gaming chair.
It is. The online left is unintentionally putting a huge burden on marginalized communities.
The online left isn't real, let alone the political coalition movement. It never was.
Communities on doing their own advocacy instead of easing the burden. Yeah, it also does sound a bit strange to me that like a lot of white lefties, their response to like any kind of discourse on race issues is to go like, well, why don't you go listen to Black voices? First of all, again, not possible. You can only interact with...
Not possible to listen to Black voices. Amazing.
Individual people. Second of all...
Not possible when you're talking over them.
Why?
Why would I want to do that? I've got it all logicked out in my head. I'm smarter than them.
Are you like... deflecting...
They should listen to me.
That onto... Black people? Like, shouldn't we have a unified position on this? At least somewhat? I have no idea how a person could possibly argue that it's not enough to just have, like, the right position on something. The right position also has to be delivered.
You don't have the right position on anything because you don't have the prerequisite knowledge to even, like, comprehend what the right decision might be. You think that this is winning? You think that you're helping? All you are is a big ball of inertia, Vaush.
By a person of the right demographic persuasion. And this leads to some kind of like
identity politics.
Like,
identity
lefty
politics.
idpol min-maxing.
Idpol. Oh my god, yes.
It's not enough to have certain opinions. You also have to be the right kind of person to issue them. I feel like it's like a JRPG where you're like swapping out like black woman, trans person in a wheelchair, white person.
Wait a minute. And as opposed to like your video game, which is just you as the main character, like 24/7, because you're the best, you're the smartest, you're the brightest, you're the edgy boy messiah, you're our only hope, you're the one that can be in many places at once, you're the Maudib.
With autism, like to maximize the effect of the same set of positions that they
idpol is when you're asked to listen to black
all
people.
Have.
There are no black voices. There are only individual black people. Margaret Vaush Thatcher.
You know, like, oh yeah, dude. Oh, the position that racial equality is good. Okay, well that gets a minus 30% penalty when issued by a white boy. Let me toot. Okay, black woman, perfect. All right, now it gets critical damage. Ooh, like. It's insane.
He literally thinks that he has the best takes. That's what it is.
When Huey P. Newton was asked what white people could do in support of the Black Panthers, he said they could form the White Panther Party. And you know,
do you see how that's different than what you're doing though? Like if you'd be like going in there trying to take over the Black Panthers, like, right?
You know what they did?
Telling Huey P. Newton to shut up and like Vaush, wait to hear that, to understand that, what did you have to do? What did you have to do? You read a quote by Huey P. Newton. Vaush, you're actually doing it there. Like in a small way, right? In one instance. Like that's the model that you need to follow. Do you not get the irony of this? You using Huey P. Newton as an excuse not to listen to black people? Do you not see the what you're doing?
When leaders from North Vietnam visited the Black Panthers,
Usul objects to you comparing Vaush to him. True.
And called themselves the Yellow Panthers in an act of affinity and solidarity. Couldn't do that today.
No. I mean, like, do you see that the difference there? Like, right? Like forming another organization in support, not trying to come in and take over by shouting other people down, by talking over black people, by taking over their organization. This is the opposite of what the Vaushites do. They take over every organization that does not reject them.
Cancel culture. It was welcomed and celebrated with the burning of draft cards, but I guess they should have stayed in their lane and found their own name. Yeah, perfectly said.
Wait.
The most effective civil rights activists, leaders, and movements in America.
Wait, no, like, oh my God.
American history and in world history broadly.
How are you not getting this?
Have always endorsed an attitude of pluralism, of coalition building, of shared identity. The idea that you can do some kind of like big progressive miracle nationwide while separating everyone to their own distinct demographic.
He did say form a parallel organization, right? He did, like, I mean, I'm sorry, but like, he is trying to maintain, like, the leadership, like black leadership of his own organization. That's why he said, like, what can you do for us, right? And like maybe the answer you're expecting is like, join our organization because we're not reverse racist. Come on in, white people. No, he said, like, start the White Panthers, right?
Groups, Oh, white people. Oh my God,
he's
white
missing
people
it.
Shut up and learn over there.
So
white
you're
people,
so close,
you mean
though.
The dominant power group, the largest, most powerful, most socially attained group in the country. Oh, you can't do anything. You just sit over there and let us handle things. And by us handle things, what I actually mean is us stand over here and like talk down to you and not get anything done because we're not interested in getting it.
You think that black people are trying to talk down to you, Vaush? That's rich.
The desire to manufacture a distinct identity. Oh no, you can't touch that term. You can't touch that phrase. That belongs to us. How is that a progressive sentiment? That is the absolute opposite of coalition building.
All right. Well, if you want to see what the dead weight that's getting in the way of our progress, that's getting in the way of our liberation, that's getting in the way of our revolution is, it's right here. Here it is.
Completely mute.
Is this still part of the Will video? No, this is definitely not the. Wait, does it say Will
truly
video?
Exclusive position to hold on this issue. It is opposite. It's you can never ever do anything.
Will like got right through Vaush. Will did not spend a lot of time talking about Vaush.
With this attitude.
It was mostly about Destiny, Mr. Girl, etc.
It's just not possible. And I don't know. I mean, it's a little bit distressing.
In fact, I honestly think he spent more time talking about Nick Fuentes than he did about Vaush.
Man, I remember back during 2020 when Bernie Sanders had a shot at the presidency, people on the online left.
Oh my God!
It felt like there was like a twin.
Are we literally going back to the dirtbag left? Like, are we really gonna do this Chapo posting right here?
Tinge of pragmatism, something maybe, but now it's gone. It's just gone now. It doesn't exist anymore. If you go online right now, the majority of the online left is reactionary and liberal in tendency. This is, by the way, fully liberal. This is 100.
Yo, you're gonna talk about reactionaries?
100% like identity politics. There is nothing that distinguishes these takes. Right.
So this is a fairly old clip I'm just now seeing
here from like a like Ron DeSantis. So wait, did I just say Ron DeSantis? I was in my head. I was thinking Pete Buttigieg. My bad. Like a Pete Buttigieg, like K-Hive, just completely milquetoast Obama era liberal progressivism. There's nothing else. There's nothing even remotely radical about this. It's
okay. Well, there's your daily Vaush segment. Vaush video still reactionary. Still reactionary. Let's oh my God, chat. So I think we've got, I think V is working on a FD signifier clip for us to take a look at. I also wanted to take a look at Tara Mooney's new video about women and about feminism. So like, right, I told you, like one of Vaush's big big falling down points is you know, his white fragility, right? The other, I would say, is his misogyny. And what I noticed fairly recently about Vaush, Sanderhall, etc., is that you just do not hear about feminism from these people, right? And you know, we're in a place where we kind of need to start hearing that. If you look on Twitter, like, right there, it was International Women's Day not so long ago, and the hashtag gender equality was trending. Probably like 65 to 70% of that hashtag was like just anti-feminism, was just misogyny, it was takes like, if women want equal treatment, then they gotta realize that they're gonna have equal responsibility, and women don't want to take responsibility. And I don't know, it was just like ridiculous shit, right? Like, okay, so if you take us back to like the early 2010s, there was a lot of pop feminism. There was a lot of really shallow feminism, and there was a lot of white feminism. There was a lot of like non-intersectional feminism going on back then, right? And you know, like, that wasn't great. But now, if you ask who's a feminist in a mixed room, you'll see a lot of people like look around. A lot of women will like look around. And if they don't see any hands come up, their hand's not going up either. Because they know the second they raise their hand, they're going to be a target, right? And it's in this environment that Vaush is like, you know, paralleling like red pill, you know, misogynistic viewpoints, right? This is a luxury of you know, fragility that we cannot afford. Yeah, like BuzzFeed, like oh god, what was it? You know, there was just a lot of shallow white feminism. Thank you, Anonymous, for the gift sub. Oh yeah, that's right. Anonymous gave a lot of gift subs the other day. We got all the way to 200, and that's why I will be cosplaying the original Kami Babe wrestler, Colonel Nanuchka. It's a safety thing, and it sucks that RTO, but it's illustrative of the white patriarchy. It sucks that it has to be. Okay, so this is Tara Mooney's new video. Just in time, Tara. The only one willing to stand up, the only one willing to raise their hand in the room is Tara, and also her cow editor/writer.
This building is what used to be the Westminster Palace Hotel, the site of which the Women's National Anti-Suffrage League had their first meeting in July 1908. The League's aims were to oppose women being granted the parliamentary franchise, but it did support women voting in local and municipal elections. Spoiler, they did not achieve their goal. Us pesky little females can now get our grubby little mitts on the ballot.
It's political correctness gone mad.
Now, you might be thinking, why wouldn't they want the vote? It's fun. They'd miss out on all the dogs at polling stations. Well, some of their reasons were actually quite interesting. More interesting than them being mere pick-me's vintage edition. But before I get into that, let me introduce myself. My name is Tara Mooney, and this is the only channel on YouTube where all videos are written and produced by a cow. She couldn't be in the video today because she's actually voting in her local bovine council elections, which, funnily enough, the anti-suffragists would have been fine with. I can't vote in those because I'm not a cow.
I'm not the cow, okay?
So let's throw that conspiracy out of the window. But if you like and subscribe, she might appear in the next one. Today, I will be focusing on the women who fought against the rights that I enjoy today. But as it is International Women's Day, I do want to give a quick shout out to the Equal Franchise Act of 1928, which allowed women over 21 to vote. There was also the Representation of the People Act in 1918, but we don't count that because it was only for women over 30 who met certain property requirements, which is lame and not based, and I wouldn't have qualified, so we don't count it because it's my channel, so it's about me. So there. So yeah, thanks to the Equal Franchise Act, I have the right to vote. The right to spoil my ballot, and the right to make a smooth transition into my sponsor segment. Ayo! The other day, I was Googling myself and the cow, and you'll never guess what I found. According to American suffragist Carrie Chapman Catt, the enemy to suffrage was not men, but resistance to change. I mean, it was also men. They didn't help matters. Funnily enough, I found an archived article in The Atlantic from September 1903 called Why Women Do Not Wish the Suffrage by a man called Linman.
I like her custom. I don't want anyone to listen to me says stomps or us because I'm black. I want them to listen to me because I've got a good argument for black folks. If my experience is not relevant to helping black folks, it becomes really hard for me to be called out on it because I experienced it as a black guy.
Abbott. Who needs a woman to write it when Linman can just tell you what women want? Briefly, I believe it is because woman feels, if she does not clearly see, that the question of women's suffrage is more
Hey, what's
than
up,
merely
Nabil?
political,
Good to
that
see
it
you.
concerns the nature and structure of society, the home, the church, the industrial organism, the state, the social fabric. In short, he argued that for women to vote and take part in political office would be against their nature. They'd be imitating men and therefore bastardizing womanhood because of God and motherhood and stuff like that. And to a change which involves a revolution in all these, she interposes an inflexible, though generally a silent opposition. It is for these silent women, whose voices are not heard in conventions, who write no leaders, deliver no lectures, and visit no legislative assemblies, that I speak. It is their unspoken thought and feeling I wish to interpret. He's speaking up for women, like a true ally. Bless up, Linman. Going back to Carrie Chapman Catt, she was onto something. Much like today's fight against bodily autonomy, there was a cohort of women resisting women gaining the vote. It was a classical conservative movement that sought to keep the status quo, for the most part. But I'm more interested in the women who were walking contradictions. Those who were outspoken, educated, high status, yet still opposed suffrage. Funnily enough, Carrie Chapman Catt initially opposed it. When Congressman Frank Clark of Florida proposed a national referendum for women in 1918, she exclaimed the idea was unconstitutional and pointless. But thankfully, she changed her mind. Same goes for Susan B. Anthony, or Anthony. How do you Americans say it? Anyway, she opposed it in Washington State in 1871, claiming that women's condition of servitude made them unable to see the issue clearly. Now, it is also worth noting that she also changed her mind, but for white women. Ew. Good rule of thumb is to assume that pretty much everyone involved here was racist. The suffragettes were racist, the suffragists were racist, the anti-suffragists were racist. Just wanted to put that out there in case your school is not allowed to say that their historical faves were racist.
Yeah.
Now, back to the question of this video. Why would
Shout out to Florida.
educated women oppose their own suffrage? Anti-suffragists included the likes of Caroline Corbin of Illinois, who co-founded the Association for Advancement of Women and became the president of the Illinois Antis; Agnes Irwin, the first dean of Radcliffe College; Mrs. J.B. Lippincott, who promoted scholarships for women, but then became the leader of the Los Angeles Antis; and Annie Nathan Meyer, a founder of Barnard College, who remained so even up until her death in 1951, so big L for Annie. The female leaders of the US anti-suffrage campaign were generally women of wealth, privilege, social status, and even political power. They were the women who were doing well, comparatively, in this current system. So they had incentive to cling onto a system that privileged them. Opening the vote to women could mean the wrong kind of women getting the vote, i.e., women of colour, socialists, and prostitutes. In 1918, the women's protest had been renamed the Woman Patriot and dedicated itself to the defense of womanhood, motherhood, the family, and the state against suffragism, feminism, and socialism. Where do I sign up?
So it's just talking about the recent wave of like anti-feminism and like the fact that like when feminism gets mentioned, you don't see even a lot of like, you know, like in mixed spaces, like it's difficult to be the person that raises their hand and says, yeah, I'm a feminist, right? You will become a target, and as a result, like you don't get a lot of, you know, hands getting lifted there, right? You've also got like a lot of people, and like we just talked about just pearly things in the Will essay. In the Will essay, you've got a lot of women who ingratiate themselves and try to make a separate piece for themselves with the, you know, misogynistic you know, hecklers, right? That by being like, oh God, feminism? Oh, I'm not one of those women. I'm not one of those feminists, right? No, you're like, right, you got a lane, you know, being carved out that so this kind of thing, this sort of like, you know, women against women's rights does have a precedent.
They feared that prostitutes would be much more likely to vote than other women. In order to keep corrupt local
white people can't lead a movement to dismantle white supremacy.
Politicians in office and protect their own livelihood, God forbid. As a result, the antis kept bringing up the issue of vicious women voters in congressional hearings. And one minister said, "We cannot afford to let this element vote." Respectable women already had influence over lawmakers. There was an overarching cynicism in political systems. The idea was women uniting for the common good, rather than dividing along party lines, as men did. So this was a major theme for the antis. The idea that women were non-partisan. Men's political activity involved dirty deals, personal attacks, bribery, and corruption.
There's still a strain of this too, right? Like if you go into any political space, especially any online political space, and I know this as a political streamer who is a woman, right? You're gonna see that the demographics therein do not reflect the overall demographics of society. You don't get 50-50. You know, you get like, you know, 80-20, and that's if you're, you know, lucky, right? These spaces are purposely made difficult, I think, for women to navigate. Women aren't encouraged to, you know, to have strong political beliefs. Like some of what she's talking about, right? I feel like it is still like with us, at least culturally.
Respectable, married women held the moral high ground, while politicians occupied the moral low ground. So it wasn't as simple as just women should stay in the kitchen. Don't get me wrong, it's still sexist because it was reinforcing the theory of complementarianism. Women were equal.
What? Complementarianism is a theological view in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam that men and women have different but complementary roles and responsibilities in marriage life and religious leadership. Complementary and its cognates are currently used to denote this view.
But different. Their role was caring for the local community. And as previously mentioned, members of the Women's National Anti-Suffrage League in London in 1908 were all for women participating in local elections, just not parliamentary ones. For a small minority of anti-suffragists, you could argue that they were approaching the issue from a more progressive standpoint. Like anarchist Emma Goldman, who saw the electoral system as a tool of the powerful, and Beatrice Webb, a founder of the London School of Economics. 1906, who was an early advocate for the welfare state. In 1889, she signed a petition against women's suffrage in Britain, believing that economic emancipation was more important than the right to vote.
Be right back,
She
I gotta
later
pee.
changed her mind and campaigned for equal pay and women in academia. And, you know, I can kind of sympathize with this standpoint. I feel like it's parallel with, you know, today's fraction of people who opt out of voting for political reasons as a form of protest against the corrupt system. However, I don't think those people would say, because I don't want to vote, let's not bother even having the right to vote. Like, they still have the choice, and I think they're still for the choice. But anyways, so many of these aforementioned women did change their minds, even those who opposed suffrage for conservative reasons. Once the 19th Amendment in the USA was passed, many of the women who opposed this exercised that right, many of whom took the energy they were investing into the anti-suffrage campaign, then took it to the Republican Party. Former members of anti-suffrage groups in New York became involved in the Women's National Republican Club. Former anti-suffragist Ida Tarbell expressed that it would take some time for women to get comfortable with voting, but it's safe to say that, at least in the US, they have. So comfortable that they gleefully take it for granted. And that brings me on to today, 2023. The modern day. Are they just pick-me's? Spoiler, nope. So what about women in this day and age that espouse that women shouldn't have the right to vote? That's even more peculiar than the anti-suffragists. In my opinion, anyway. They were facing the uncertainty of the future. Progress can be scary when it's the unknown. But what about people who want to reverse
I forget how much, like, coffee makes you pee.
Progress. They're a fascinating species, aren't they? Because we've got the right now, so what they're advocating...
We can't let the oppressor hijack leadership of our liberation movements and decide how much and when and by what means are acceptable. Our movements need to be led by us and on our terms.
For is taking it away? Personally, I am for women keeping the right to vote. If you've got the right to vote, to take it away would take a lot of unnecessary faff. And as I've said, I love seeing dogs at polling stations.
And as ridiculous as it sounds, like, this is not an uncommon, like, thing to hear in, like, the red pill movement, right? You'll hear stuff like women, like, want to, men and women aren't equal. Men are physically superior to women. Women have a role, and that's, like, you know, making babies and making a house, and, like, you know, I mean, this is an all too common thing that you'll hear from the traditionalist movements, right?
So what's happening here? Are they just being pick-me's? Begging for...
That complementary thing is basically modern gender roles. Before that, theologies thought that of women as inferior subcategory to men. Yeah, you will hear. I mean, this is like literally something that I think I heard Sneeko say in the whole back and forth with Moist Critical today.
Ultra-conservative men to accept them.
I think of women back then not being able to vote and having the whole one house, one vote thing. Why would you marry a man who wouldn't vote in your best interest or you wouldn't agree with politically to begin with?
Teehee. They're not like the other girls. They're so low maintenance, they don't even need rights.
The 26th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was passed by Richard Nixon in 1971. It lowered the voting age from 21 to 18. It was passed right at the end of the Vietnam War. The average age of a combat soldier was 19. That should have instantly triggered the 19th Amendment. Women are not drafted. Women do not pay a blood price. Women don't pay taxes. 1-year-olds who have trust funds, they also have to pay tax. Do they get to vote?
Yeah, but they're not, but that's a 1-year-old.
I think this is rare. The women who genuinely believe this are so lost in the alt-right conservative trad wife,
yes,
cat sauce that they're drowning in Stockholm syndrome.
And there is a whole, the whole section of TikTok for this
but
stuff,
to say
right?
that this applies
Trust Fund Defense League, lol.
to all women who espouse this talking point is too black and white for my liking. So
Oh, that was the Red Ice TV lady? I have not seen her in forever.
split these women into two
Yeah, Red Ice is, yeah.
strands. Those who are for real and those who are not for real. The ladies who genuinely believe in this have
You're fans of 1930s Germany, true.
two subsections. The first, as I just mentioned, are those experiencing Stockholm Syndrome. The second are women in the alt-right looking to achieve their extremist conservative utopia.
Gibbs is a former Trump administration official who in the early 2000s ran this think
Yeah, so
tank
Red Ice,
called the Society.
Red Ice TV was a YouTube channel that was, I don't know what to say other than like, yeah, reactionary fans of 1930s Germany. Like, right? I like literally can't say anything stronger without being demonetized, but I think you get what I'm talking about, right? This was like some of the first, like, some of the early like alt-right content to break through on YouTube, right? Stockholm Syndrome was created to silence a woman critic. Yeah. The thing about, like, did she go over this? Did Tara go over this? Because a lot of people think of like, well, you just use Stockholm Syndrome as a metaphor, but in reality, the whole conception of Stockholm Syndrome was like heavily flawed, right? There's a story around this, like, right, the original incident, I think in Stockholm, that the syndrome was named after, the person who was thought of as having this actually, you know, didn't, like, wasn't, like, I get, so the idea is that, like, you know, that consciousness in a situation where you are under duress, like, you know, a captive of somebody, that you have to in order to stay alive in that situation when somebody's like holding a gun to you, right, you have to kind of do what that person wants, and it becomes a survival skill to like to anticipate what they're going to like and what they're not going to like, and you get to the point where, you know, maybe even given a chance to escape, you wouldn't, because your mind is so locked into like that person's, you know, consciousness and staying alive. But the person who, you know, who was attributed to this phenomenon, that wasn't really what was happening. What actually went on was a misunderstanding by the police. And then all this, like, if it's victim blaming shit, it's like sluggish schizophrenia or hysteria, oppressive BS. Yeah, like Blanchardism. Oh my god, yeah, I remember randomly stumbling on a Reddit Ice video about Vikings, about the Vikings show where they cried about the main character having an Asian woman as a love interest and for a white main character. I was looking for a video essay about that show. I might pretend to sympathize with my captors if my life depended on it too. Yeah. I mean, like, it's a whole ass thing. Like, right, there's actually video essays on this. It's an interesting, you know, story about how the term was coined and why it was mistakenly coined, why the person that, you know, was kind of thought to have been experiencing this wasn't actually, that wasn't what was going on at all. If playing along keeps you alive longer, that's what you do. But they're trying to claim, the Stockholm Syndrome is trying to claim that even after, like, there's a need for that, like, you know, that a person afflicted with Stockholm Syndrome is going to keep, you know, like kind of act on behalf of their captors, even after their captors no longer have the ability to harm them, right? And that's where it gets, you know, dicey. Trauma is complex, and complex trauma is little understood. Stockholm Syndrome means defending your captor after. Yeah, exactly.
For the critique of feminism, and it basically argued several things, one of which was that the US has greatly suffered from women having the right to vote, that women did not possess the necessary qualities to govern, and that women should not be allowed to be in the workplace, basically.
In the US, women...
Stockholm Syndrome is a made-up thing by a misogynist to blame a victim for advocating for herself. if you can't be part of a movement without needing to constantly feel centered, then you don't belong.
Do typically vote for Democratic candidates more than men do. Now, this gets a bit more dicey when you break down women into class, education level, and race. But there is truth in that. In general, women do tend to vote more liberal than men.
Abortion is becoming the issue that's driving turnout.
Well, yeah, and like this is a thing that like this is a classic conservative strategy. So like, you know, when right-wing governments try to take black voters off the rolls, and there's been documented examples of this happening, right? You know, there's probably some racism at work there too. But part of it is literally because they look at the voting patterns of black people and they see a benefit in taking some of those voters off the rolls, or like Ron DeSantis scaring black people out of voting by pretending to restore certain people's voting rights, and then actually you know, sending the cops after people when they go to vote, and you know, sowing confusion, sowing fear amongst the black community. It's entirely likely that any attempt to, like, you know, lower women's participation in electoral politics is going to be for somewhat for the same reason.
Last night, exit polls, you guys talked about it earlier, Democrats win independents in a non-presidential year, and it was because these women just went crazy.
Darn women.
Oh no,
so
these women just went crazy.
I can see the logic. If you want your Republican, conservative, unseasoned white bread utopia, removing women as voters could help. That being said, women are no monolith. Women who are white and conservative are more likely to vote Republican.
It was women that got Trump elected.
In fact, if you compare white women voters voting Republican to black women voters in recent elections, holy smokes, the difference is staggering. I do not support all women. Some of you bitches are very dumb. Why would you alienate a significant proportion of your voter base by saying that they shouldn't be able to vote? That seems counterintuitive, right? Here's my thing. They know that ain't gonna happen. They need women to bulk up their numbers, because women turn out to vote more than men. It's a fake talking point. This brings me onto the second category. Those who are not for real. A very academic title, I know. I think most of the people, i.e. reactionaries, who make this argument know that what they're saying is ridiculous. They know full well that this is an unachievable goal. In countries where women have had the right to vote for a very long time and are in government and blah 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 blah. But yeah, they don't genuinely believe it. We live in an age now that in order to win in conservative politics, you've got to be even more over the top and provocative as your predecessor and or rival. And this brings me onto the first subcategory, reactionaries who want to trigger the libs.
Personally, and this is where people take me out of context and say I don't think women should vote. Personally, if I, in 2022, had the choice where I had to go fight in the front lines just like the men in a war, or I could give up my right to vote, I would give up my right to vote. And that's what happened back then, is they equated voting with
says the 19th Amendment led the whole U.S. government to increase in size, adding, we conclude that the U.S. has suffered as a result of women's suffrage. Now, on a few other occasions as well, he also praised an organization that was actively trying to repeal the 19th Amendment. His own website that he maintained called this organization great. He even wrote them an email that they then posted on their website in the early 2000s that said, "You have my support." So we reached out to the Gibbs campaign yesterday. They told us that he made this website to provoke the left.
I.e., setting a goal that you know you can never achieve and living it out because you enjoy the fight. It's simply more fodder for the chuds to clap like seals. Honestly, letting women vote in this country wasn't one of the best ideas. Females vote with emotion and overwhelmingly support democratic feel-good policies that take away our actual rights. I'd rather lose my right to vote than lose my right to defend myself with a firearm. Lots of emotional responses to this tweet. As always, thanks for proving my point, everyone. Now, this subcategory does have some crossover with the second subcategory, which I'll call recruiters. Saying inflammatory things like, women shouldn't have the right to vote, makes you stand out, and it's a tasty morsel to attract a reactionary audience.
Huh? I don't think women should vote. Lord Jesus, keep on
Yeah, like I haven't seen Caitlyn Bennett in forever.
going.
Yeah, that's
No
it.
women, you can't vote. No birth control. Keep it going.
Yeah, no, because it's always freedom without responsibility. And
I
so,
love
like,
it.
Oh my god, this is what they say. Yeah, like, and then like there's this other thing that I saw on that thread that I was talking, or not the thread, the hashtag gender equality, right? Where people would post like things like, if women want to, like, women who act like ladies should be treated like ladies, but women who act like men, or like women who want to throw hands, ... equal rights, equal fights, right? So just basically justifying violence against women based on like the idea that, like, you know,
Women should not
No,
vote.
but,
Pearlie
but
said it
I'll
herself.
tell you why, though. I'll tell you why. Because it's freedom without responsibility. Like, I believe in consequences for your decision. So the men know if they vote someone batshit crazy into power, you guys get drafted.
Although
We
that was
don't.
funny. The girl who was like, I'd rather lose my right to vote than my right to bear arms. If I had to choose, she's not wrong.
They know what they're doing. They're just projecting onto the big...
I have major issues. Oh my god. What the hell? I don't know what that was. I have major issues with white people that want to be in charge of the movements of Black liberation instead of wanting to be accomplices in our movement.
Screen singing their greatest hits to their audience. Like ABBA Voyage, but shitter. So, I have asserted that women's suffrage isn't under any serious threat, at least in places like the US.
I mean, like, I will point back to what Kay Swiftly once said. The best thing that white people, you know, can do to benefit Black liberation is dismantle whiteness.
UK, my primary audience on YouTube. It's important to bear in mind that in some
And that got Kay Swiftly a lot of heat.
places, the right for women to vote is relatively new, and also having the legal right to vote does not necessarily mean that voting in practice is realistic, even in the US and the UK. Voter repression materializes in insidious ways, like ID requirements, lack of accessibility to polling stations, not accommodating people who speak different languages, having police present, etc., etc. International initiatives,
And most recently, having like militia present, yeah?
like the United Nations Programme on Women's Political Participation, focus on removing barriers so women can vote. These barriers are a lot more complicated than just, do women have the right to vote? Because apart from the Vatican City, technically every country in the world grants women the right to vote. However, issues like illiteracy suppress women's votes. Nearly 2/3 of the world's illiterate adults are women. Women in traditionally male-dominated societies are less likely to have IDs than men. And even if they do have an ID, it might be carried by their husband, who can withhold it, thereby preventing them from voting. And then there's childcare responsibilities that prevent women.
I remember even in my family, like a lot of pressure being put on my sister, for instance, by male family members of ours to vote right wing, right? Despite the fact that that wasn't where she lined up. That wasn't her opinion, right? They literally feeling entitled to her vote, right?
Women from leaving the home, just to name a few. When I say that the vote isn't going anywhere in places like the US and the UK, it's because even the most bonkers Republicans know that it would be disadvantageous for everyone. Now, you might say, but Tara, they repealed Roe v. Wade. Here's the thing. Even though the majority of Americans support Roe v. Wade remaining intact, even in red states, the gender gap in opposing or supporting abortion is narrow. In fact, women are slightly more likely to identify as pro-life than men. I'm currently working on a long-ass video about pro-life feminists, I know, and after attending the annual March for Life rally in London in September, I've come to learn that women make up the majority of this movement, even if it's men primarily making the laws. Anyways, what I'm saying in a roundabout way is that women are crucial in building political movements. Men can't do it alone, and I appreciate that I'm speaking in binary terms here. However, I have yet to come across a pro-life non-binary person, so they're not getting called out today. Perhaps another time.
Not today,
When looking
NBs,
back
not
at the
today.
original anti-suffragists, it's safe to say that resistance to change is a key feature of human nature. We can see it in all points of history. So what about women today who spout this talking point in the year of 2023? Well, for the most
The possibility that a small percentage of black people can be wrong about stuff cannot lead to the idea that white folks shouldn't listen to, platform, and include black folks. Majority of black people have a better understanding of marginalization, the marginalization we experience, and those material conditions inform our liberatory movements.
part, they are just trolling the libs.
And look at the results of having women being able to vote. If it weren't for women getting the right to vote, we would have a way more conservative government. It's the fact that women are very emotional thinkers that leads them to overwhelmingly vote for Democrats. America was much better off before women gained the right to vote, so I say repeal the 19th Amendment, get women back in the kitchen, and if anyone has any store recommendations for where I can get a new apron, please let me know in the comments below. I am dying for a new apron.
So I feel inclined to say, just don't give them the attention. It's a distraction from real issues we could be addressing. That being said, it is important to point out extremism when it's looking you in the face. Ultimately, these people do have platforms. Everyone and their mum has heard of just pearly things now. I can't help but think that debating topics like whether women should have the right to vote, which is a moot point because they already do, is giving legitimacy to the counterpoint that they shouldn't. Personally, I have neither the time nor energy to do so. My patience is very limited. I'm just unable to be in an argument with someone whose primary purpose is to mess with me and to get a rise out of me. I think that's growing up with older brothers. The girlies who know. However, the purpose of disproving reactionaries isn't to get the reactionaries themselves to change their minds, because their livelihood depends on having silly opinions. The benefit is to potentially convert their audience. So if you have the patience to debate someone on this, power to ya. Couldn't be me. Anyway, thank you for taking the time to watch, and let me know your thoughts on this. I'm in two minds on how to deal with people who spout these talking points, so please share your thoughts in the comments. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to give it a like, because one like equals one vote for a woman, and that will trigger the chuds. So woo! And make sure to check out Aura. Right, bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
Oh my god! What is going on? Jaxpa, thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Meow. Alright, so we got a signified B-side to for today that I want to take a look at. This is FD Signifier talking to T Noir.
What's going on, people? I am just coming
Welcome,
here at
Raiders.
the beginning of the video to announce that your boy finally has a little bit of merch. It's pretty simple. It's a sticker, a hoodie, and a t-shirt. You can find it on CrowdMade. The link is going to be in the description, and eventually it should be on the channel page and all the channel pages, but it's a pretty simple and straightforward design. Shout out to the folks at Nebula for helping it come together. And yeah, if you're interested, please support the channel by buying
There we
some
go.
merch. All right, peace.
So let me introduce today's guest. This is Miss T Noir. I shouldn't have to introduce T Noir, but because T Noir has the amazing, enviable ability of minding her business and drinking water.
Honestly, far-right male audience for these women hate them and think they are trad thoughts, no matter how much they coddle them. Yeah, I mean, like that's a like I mean, you could even look back to Lauren Southern's experience, right? Despite the reactionary nature of Lauren Southern's content, despite all of her, racism, she was criticized for not being trad enough just by virtue of her being out front as like a content creator. I mean, like that didn't make her any better, but like, right, she, even Lauren Southern experienced a lot of, hate from her own conservative audience based on that.
Some of y'all may not have seen or like be really realize the greatness y'all in the presence of. And so I want to make sure I like put that out there that
BE's newest video, is about Lavajado. We were talking about lawfare there, right? Lawfare is a way of taking out governments that are inconvenient, non-convenient to capitalist hegemony and imperialism through the courts, right? And which is how Lula da Silva was taken out prior to the election that put Bolsonaro in power. And you can see this happening in very, like, this happens a lot in South America. But yeah, Lavajado is a great case study in that. Another Bad Empanada video that he did was he argued with a Loner Box fan about right of return, right? So Palestinian right of return, the right of Palestinian families to their houses and to their land that was taken away from them. And, just kind of ridiculous, like what passes for leftism in communities like Loner Boxes, right?
We are looking, if you do the archaeological genealogy of what Cornbread Tube or the current wave of Black left-leaning figures like are right now, most of it ties back to the women we are in the presence of. And so I'm so excited to have like a dialogue in public about it, because I don't think people fully know the lore of like your come up. I mean, and you came up at the same time as I guess Kim as well.
A little after, yeah.
A little after.
But very close, yeah.
Yeah. So like you and her are probably like
I definitely want to cover those. I was thinking about ending stream. I'm trying to think if we can get to those today, because I want to watch this for sure. We might have to hold off on those till tomorrow.
The first to kind of I would argue came out of the natural hair, like an aesthetic wave that was happening. Is that
probably? I did write off of that a little bit. Yeah, especially with me entering. I had a video up where I shaved my head for the first time. So it wasn't that popular of a video, but it definitely garnered some traffic. And, after that, I had all those colors in my head. So there was definitely, my hair was a huge spectacle.
Thank you for the raid, Shaxpa. And if anybody in here is not already following Shaxpa, you should be. You should be following Shaxpa. You should be following Videngale.
That's dope and crazy. Because like as excited as I am that like, me and Turb and Bill and Think Piece and all the other young boys are like suddenly creating this wave of Black men, left-leaning men kind of having these conversations and talking about these issues. Like,
Shaxpa is based as fuck. So are you, Nabil.
You'll probably be in.
Go follow Nabil while you're at it too. Here, let me give you a shout out. Let me see. Make sure that
earlier today,
as long as we're not still on cooldown, I can shout you out too, Nabil.
Something along the lines of Black women did it first is what is in my head.
There we go. It works.
If you track the genealogy of like Black left-leaning content, so first you got to go back to Cat Black, because Cat's been here since.
Oh my God, yeah.
2010-ish, right?
There's somebody else you should sub to on YouTube.
And then I imagine there was like the natural hair wave of the mid 2000s kind of created this fertile ground for a lot of Black women to gain followings. And then as the beauty and hair environment kind of became fractured, I know there was a lot of drama and different things. People like you, Nappy Headed Jojoba, Julesy, etc., started to move more into like social commentary, politics, etc.
Yeah.
And create like really what we're calling cornbread tube was really y'all first. And to be clear, doing well, like large followings. It wasn't like no small thing. It was just because y'all was minding y'all business, something I wish I knew how to do better myself. Y'all were not just like, oh, it's a couple of us being cute and whatever. Like, you're pushing 500,000 now.
And speaking of signified B-sides, I know that Soul Bunny had a conversation with FD Signifier that I've been meaning to watch for a long time. It just keeps on slipping through the cracks. We'll probably watch that tomorrow as well.
Right, or 600.
6, yeah.
Yeah, so you're pushing 6. So this is not me bringing on somebody. I want to be clear, y'all. This is not me bringing on someone smaller to like give some shine. I am only here because of some things that T did to grow the space. And so I've been waiting for a while to bring her here and give her these flowers. Flowers in the chat for T Noir.
Thank you so much.
I'm rambling.
To tell you the truth, you are kind of speaking the inner dialogue of my evil twin that sits on one of these shoulders. Because
we have watched some Soul Bunny videos before, but I don't think we watched Soul Bunny talk to FD. So
sometimes it's easy to get real cocky in these spaces, and sometimes when I start feeling down, I gotta remind myself, like, you kind of were one of the first dominoes. I don't necessarily want to say that I was like a pioneer or anything, because I learn from everyone and I take from everyone just as much as I give. But I put in a little work to blaze a couple trails, and that's the first time I'm saying it out loud. Like, you got me on my cocky shit today. But I mean, there's a time and a place for everything, so I'll reserve this space for that.
Yes, I'm happy. I struggle with that too. You know what I'm saying? It's a weird, because I don't think any of us got into this on some super, I'm gonna be an influencer type shit, or we doing different types of content.
If anything, we ran from that title, influencer.
Yeah. But like, it's still influential. There's still waves and ripples.
For sure.
So can you tell the story? I'll fill in the blanks because I'm a nerd. But from your perspective, like how you found Khadijah, and like just that simple shout out, kind of the ripple effect. Could you kind of go into that?
Yeah. So there came a point in time where my channel was starting to really pick up some traction. And right off the bat, I was like, I don't want to do this alone. I can't do this alone. And the way that I'm making these videos, even though obviously I'm the one writing it at that time, the only one editing it out, it was a one-person show, but the videos could not come to life without the contributions of others. And
it's cool that Cornbread Tube is a thing. Don't tell Xander Hall, he'll get jealous.
Never for a second crossed my mind that
what was the weirdest thing that he made that bizarre call out of, like, all the successful black creators on LeftTube, just like, okay, what are you actually, are you trying to say something, Xander Hall?
Take something, especially from another black woman, that I wouldn't give her some shine too. Right. So with Khadijah was someone who I think their channel was being referred to me, and I would watch here and there, but Khadijah was sitting at something like 12 subscribers. Like, I'm so serious.
It's so crazy how quick it happens.
So I'm thinking it was a tug of war. Like, does this person actually want that kind of attention? Would it be weird for me to kind of rocket launch them into that? But at the same time, I didn't realize how hungry people were for more black people in this space. So I thought, okay, if I say something about Khadijah, maybe in 2 weeks they'll have 2K tops. I turn around. And Khadijah got their own fan base practically. Like, it became an overnight sensation. And I was so grateful that directly after, Khadijah was so appreciative and really melted into the space, like, so seamlessly. I'm like, okay, I handed off the baton, so to speak, to someone who was prepared for it, which I'm so grateful for. I'm so grateful I didn't ruin somebody's life.
Yeah. Oh my God. We'll come back to accidentally ruining people's lives off this shit in a second.
Yeah. But Khadijah's content was just always so great to me, and yeah, it just worked that way.
Yeah.
You found out about Khadijah from T.
So you passed the baton to Khadijah, and Khadijah just started like tossing batons
Yeah.
in the air like dollars, like making it rain.
Yeah.
Like, hey, one of y'all grab it. One of y'all grab it. It's COVID. Niggas is here watching videos. And so Khadijah shouted me out, shouted, I think, Yara Zaid out, shouted out Foreign Man, and a couple of different people. Shout out a lot of other people besides us, but I think we're probably some of the most notable people to kind of, because what Khadijah did, for those who don't know, Khadijah mentioned other creators, because what it's clear, like, I don't know how you did it, and that's something I'm curious about, but it's so clear that it's hard to get a wave if you're us without like getting a hook in someone else's wave first, you know, because I was at 1,000 subs before Khadijah shouted me out, and then talked about one of my videos, one of their videos, and then that took me to about 5,000. Then I had a big blow up video that really sent me into the stratosphere. And I know Khadijah got a shout out from you, and then they had, I think it was their digital blackface video that shot them into the stratosphere. But like your videos, go ahead.
I think it was the Bridgerton video.
It might have been Bridgerton. You're right.
Yeah.
It might have been Bridgerton. But
And
you
that did something. I was so shook. I vividly remember when, after my video came out, and then Khadijah, that was the first video that they released after I mentioned them, and it was doing something like 300K views one day. I was like, oh, I was so shocked. I couldn't believe. And then that's kind of when it really clicked for me. Like, I think we in here. I think
we started something.
Here.
Yeah. And that's, I want to come back to that. But before we get into like the weird impact that I think we're all managing that we have, how did you grow? Because like, Kim, like you grew in terms of everybody else in this space, in this nebulous black, because I'm not, I don't want to label too much, because then the label becomes commodity, then it becomes all kinds of other toxic stuff. But you grew, as far as I can tell, nobody else that's doing content adjacent to what we're doing grew as big as you as early. And everybody else has, people that different like models of how they do content. And I know everybody else had like either one big blow up or a shout out or something, but you kind of just came up out of nowhere. Do you know exactly what you did, or like, put it in a bottle so we can sell it?
Okay. So I was on TikTok trying to make something shake. I was like, height of the pandemic, we was all being sent home, and I'm like, if this is how life is gonna be, I can't. So I'm like living on TikTok. I'm just setting the tone. Like, I'm living on TikTok, and I'm noticing that there is this gap. There's this gap where people are complaining about the lack of representation and just like the algorithmic bias and all of that, but didn't really have the language for it. And then it was almost like,
we talk about the algorithm, right? And like, there's something really rotten about YouTube's algorithm. When you look at how easily like content that embodies implicit bias, whether it be anti-black racism, whether it be transphobia or whatever, how easy of a time that has catching traction versus how difficult it is for us to catch traction in support of liberatory movements. There is something really rotten going on, like in so many ways, right? It's and like, I mean, you could look at it from like a sense of the advertisement that outfits like the Daily Wire do, and the question whether there's like a conflict of interest going on in YouTube. You could look at from an algorithmic engagement, controversy. I mean, like, here's an example, right? So I recently came out with a video about Scott Adams, and it was Scott Adams being his racist self, being an absolute ridiculous ass clown. When I typed that name in to see what was out there, I saw a surprising number of videos, which were like, basically Scott Adams did nothing wrong. The cancellation of Scott Adams being treated unfairly. Scott Adams is racist as fuck. What is wrong with YouTube, right? And like when I look at the shorts, on YouTube, whenever I see shorts that have anything to do with trans people, it is hardly ever like trans people in the shorts algorithm, like getting into my feed, and I'm trans, so like if it should be getting to anybody, it should be getting to me, right? I don't see that. I see transphobia in my feed. I see out and out disgusting, toxic ass transphobia, you know, unabashed in my feed, like all the freaking time. Like I see, you know, manosphere shit, like, right? All this garbage has such an easy time getting traction in the algorithm. And yet the stuff that we need, that marginalized people need to get seen, does not get that traction. And I really wonder what's going on.
I think that's the closest we ever came to a race war, that little point on TikTok.
Right before the riots actually broke out.
Yeah. And so people were nitpicking the things that, let's say 5 years ago, we would have been told we're doing too much to nitpick at.
I've had to report so much anti-trans misinformation on YouTube. The problem is I don't think it's really getting taken seriously, right? You've got Matt Walsh, huge creator. I have never, like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there was a week that Matt Walsh had a strike against him that was keeping him off of YouTube, right? It seems like he just keeps on going. He keeps on getting worse and worse, more and more outright eliminationist in his rhetoric, and YouTube doesn't do anything. I only got one taken down for incitement.
You know, so things.
And you definitely aren't getting stuff taken down. Like the big stuff, right, is the stuff with creators like Matt Walsh, who, yeah, his company Daily Wire pays money for advertisement for Matt Walsh's bullshit, for What Is a Woman, right? Huge ad campaign. Like YouTube doesn't want to kill the golden goose.
Like the black sin, that word, that was the first time I heard a word like that. We're identifying that these white creators who are, you know, costuming everything about our identity are blowing up. But, you know, take someone like, I think her name is Head of the Hoochies. Someone like her who, you know, like lives and breathes and is an actual black person was not getting the same amount of shine. But there was no language for it. We're kind of just in the comments like, this is weird. And so I'm like, let me try to hone in on this topic, share my personal feelings about it, and then maybe decorate it with a couple articles, like, you know, a little bit of research. I put it out there, added a couple witty jokes, and then I feel like the right people saw it and resonated with them. And then I was getting shouted out by, I won't even lie to you, I think some allies who were feeling a little guilty. I was getting some shout outs there.
That's what they're supposed to do. That's the whole, like, if you can't feel guilty and cut a check to a nigga,
come on,
like,
come on now.
It really ain't. I don't need you to. I was saying this to somebody. I don't need you to introduce yourself in every comment. Like, as a white American,
YouTube needs to stop goose stepping after golden geese and sort their shit out. Especially with how Kat Blatt was treated, in that big YouTube event. Oh yeah, remember? Yeah, like that's
I don't need, I don't need you to do that. I need you to cut a check, share a video, join the Patreon. Don't even got to be mine.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But like that's so, like, don't feel bad, random white ally. Cut the check, show the support, show the love, and you'll feel better. We see you. We don't talk about it a lot, but we see you.
And so then after that happened, I found that I was getting...
They really disrespected Kat in Atlanta.
...comments that...
Yeah, and it's the same thing, like, I mean, Kat got used. Kat, the same thing that I said about, like, Twitchpol, like, right, in terms of trans people, they're not there for us. We are there for them. And that's our only function, that's our only use. When we become inconvenient, we become expendable, right? Same thing with the way that Kat Black was treated. She was used. She was absolutely used as a fig leaf for you know, for a company that doesn't seem to give a fuck about black people.
People were just telling me how seen they felt and how heard they felt, and they... The best way I could describe it was, it's almost like someone was saying, I whispered this to myself. I be whispering this to myself. I be to my homegirls. And you said it, and you said it, and you said it so eloquently, and you look so cute saying it, and you know, and then before I knew it, that was like what I was known for. So everything I was saying was just me saying the quiet thing out loud in, you know, the most decorated and animated way that I could. And I became kind of a sound box for, especially, I think there was a point where I was a happy medium between like the Kim Fosters and then maybe, if I can say this, some other channels that are a little bit more gossipy, a little bit more messy. I was like that happy medium that didn't exist just based on what the comments were saying. And yeah, there that was. That's kind of how it happened.
That's interesting. So you managed to do something. I think TikTok probably makes this less possible now, at least from what I've heard. But you managed to kind of pull your TikTok crowd to YouTube.
Yes.
Back in 2020, which from what I've been told, like TikTok has, first off, TikTok don't like no black people now, right? Like if you black on TikTok, you better be doing some wild coon shit, or you gotta be like you gotta really find your tribe to like get any love off TikTok. But like pulling people from one medium to another is really difficult. So you know, it's just on some God's plan shit. And yeah, that's super dope. And it's wow, when I hear you talk about the way people respond to you is probably why I've been to my detriment, maybe even so enthusiastic about like engaging in community, especially for black men, because you know y'all the films, black films, of course things ain't always easy, and y'all got your handful of folks that you know make things a little messy, but there's like balance. In fact, they ain't even balance. I feel like there's way more black women looking good, you know, talking sense, you know what I'm saying, edges looking real nice, skin looking lovely, versus other folks that's not in that same energy. Whereas for brothers, if you ain't talking crazy, you basically can't get the mic. It's how I was feeling when I first came on. And I that same energy you say, I can't be by myself, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't like how that fit, especially when I don't know about you, especially when I got that first check. When I got the first couple of checks and I was like, yo, I'm gonna quit my job. I'm gonna do this for real. And like, so like the way I'm raised, you know, the way where I'm from, like the idea of collecting some nice checks and getting that support and having a handful, like again, shout out to them white allies that fund stuff and make connections, you know what I'm saying? It's all love. I hope people don't take it the wrong way. It's all love. When that happens, for me, it was like, all right, I have access to this resource. And even though I'm not like on some black excellence, we all gonna get rich and save the world stuff, I'm definitely not about to change my life through these mediums and feel like there's value here and then not try to figure out other ways to include as many of us as possible. Especially when you start to
do some practice over here.
There are for us.
Sending some love to poly people
is a miracle. And now you have someone
say hello to poly for me. It's going to be a short stream today. Got to keep it under 6 hours.
Is doing
Thank you for being here. I'll be back tomorrow. All right, I'm going to be changing up my days a little bit. The times I'm going to try to keep the same. Right?
This is solar punk for today. I shouldn't say this accent. You can do it because you
I cannot.
You
do
should
it.
not.
I'm Jamaican.
Send Polly my love.
You're Trinidadian. No, I don't know.
Jamaican.
You know I'm a nigga from America. I don't be knowing the difference. And I just be doing different shit.
I love you, Weasel Watchers.
I shouldn't imitate your accent.
Weasel
Either
Watchers.
Way, he's about to hit 100K
on the Weasel Watch,
and that's to me that's crazy and beautiful because hitting 100K, doing well on this medium as a black man, without doing drama, without dabbling into manosphere stuff,
and
without all this other crap that you usually need is really
sorry, I'm trying to like not talk over the end of this video.
Going back to like things you did, like the type of wave that we're actually
Colonel Nonochka cosplay is on its way. Okay, I've been looking at the unitard, right? With the oh my god. Well, there we go already. Much love, everybody. Much love, Vaudies. I will see you later. Meow.